Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. He changed his appearance and left through the back door, quickly disappearing without a trace. Chujuan's entrance into the Sichu household had already attracted the attention of many in the city. However, the screams and sounds of spell deterred the common folk from venturing inside. Only some scattered cultivators watched from a distance, eyes shifting, tempted to act. After Chujuan had fled thousands of miles away, some finally mustered the courage to enter the Sichu house. What they found was a scene of utter disarray, no trace of life, not even a drop of blood. As if someone had meticulously licked every inch of the ground clean. Clearly, a powerful figure had bloodily purged the Sichu household. Sichu Zhuang, the ancestral figure of the Sichu family and a formidable mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, had scarcely caused a ripple. The scattered cultivators could not help but feel grateful towards the powerful figure. Had it not been for this strong figure's intervention to annihilate the Sichu family, they would never have had the opportunity to step foot inside. Someone took the lead, and the scattered cultivators surged into the Sichu residence. Each had suffered under the Sichu family's tyranny at one time or another and now sought to claim their share of the spoils. However, they miscalculated. Even after rummaging through the Sichu household and digging 3 feet into the ground, they found not a single so-called treasure. Not even a small spiritual stone could be found. The cultivators' faces twisted with indignation. It seemed the senior had bullied them excessively. How could he feast on the meat and not leave even a drop of soup for them? A day later, in the secluded woods outside Golden Lake Market, Yan Peng and his 3 subordinates waited with excitement and anticipation. They had already received news of the Sichu family's downfall. They knew, without a doubt, it was the work of that demonic cultivator senior. A foundation establishment family, once even a golden core family, had been obliterated in the blink of an eye. Yan Peng's face was split with a grin. His 3 companions could hardly keep their mouths shut from smiling. The 4 of them chatted about everything under the sun, their conversation filled with aspirations for the future. Suddenly, a cold wind blew through. The 4 blinked and found that the previously empty ground now bore a dark-clothed figure. Yan Peng and his group, thrilled, quickly gathered together. They bowed respectfully towards Chujuan. Mass snap. The yin evil claw struck. The heads of all 4 were crushed simultaneously. Their storage bags were collected, and their corpses nonchalantly placed into the tower. Time to go home, it's blind box time again. Chujuan remarked, turning to leave. Chapter 125, No demonic cultivator could possibly possess Merit Thai Hotel rooftop. Chujuan rubbed his hands together eagerly, flipping open the book in front of him, Giant Elephant Body Refining Technique. The first page of Giant Elephant Body Refining Technique was filled with praises for the Golden Core ancestor Sichuji, highlighting his life's achievements. Between the lines, Chujuan could discern the trajectory of Sichuji's life. Born with only a medium-grade water spirit root and no family backing, Sichuji rose from a mere chi refining cultivator. For survival, he chose to simultaneously refine chi and body, supplementing with glowworms and corpse puppets. It was unclear where he obtained the body refining resources, but his body refining realm advanced rapidly. With formidable body refining strength, he sought the rare treasures needed for chi refining. Thus, his chi refining realm also progressed in tandem, creating a cycle of advancement that eventually established him as a powerhouse of the Golden Core stage. Sichuji fell during an external campaign by the Heaven Burning sect, but his body was never recovered. Many descendants of the Sichu family believed that their ancestor had not perished but had escaped the battlefield to heal elsewhere. They anticipated that one day Sichuji would return like lightning, restoring the supreme glory of the Golden Core family. Chujuan paid little attention to Sichuji and continued flipping through the pages. After a brief scan, he revealed a look of astonishment. Truly worthy of a high-grade body refinement technique, to achieve such miraculous effects. The Giant Elephant Body Refining Technique viewed the human body as an aggregation of 360 million microparticles. Its ultimate goal was to fully develop each microparticle into a giant elephant microparticle. Each microparticle contained the strength of a giant elephant. With this technique mastered, every movement and gesture would harness the power of 360 million giant elephants. The physical body would rival that of a medium-grade magic treasure, impervious to ordinary poisons. To practice this technique, one must constantly visualize the roaring image of giant elephants. Awakening the strength of 1 microparticle marked entry into the first level of body refinement. 10 microparticles opened the second level, and 100 microparticles opened the third level, and so forth. However, not even the golden core powerhouse Shichuji managed to fully develop all 360 million microparticles throughout his entire body. As one progressed further, the daily requirement for life essence intake became increasingly terrifying. Even for a golden core cultivator like Shichuji, supplying the daily consumption of giant elephant body refining technique was uncertain. Thus, his body refinement realm eventually reached a standstill. A headache for golden core powerhouses, but not a concern for me. Chujuan chuckled. Flesh rich in life essence. That's the one thing I have in abundance. Chujuan immediately sat cross-legged, fixing his gaze on the first page of the tome, depicting a roaring giant elephant, and began his visualization. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. Visualization, crudely put, is not unlike daydreaming. However, while daydreaming involves emptying the mind entirely, visualization requires clearing the mind of all but one focused image, the roaring giant elephant. Initially, it might be difficult to capture even a fraction of the essence of the giant elephant, but as one's realm improves, so too does the integration with the giant elephant, until every movement embodies the essence of this majestic beast. Achieving this signifies an advancement into a profound realm. At the start, capturing just a fraction of the elephant's essence is enough to be considered as having entered the doorway of this technique. The title page states that a beginner needs at least 6 months of deep contemplation to successfully capture this essence, with daily intake of flesh not to be interrupted. Shichuji, who had a natural aptitude for body refinement, managed to capture it within a month. Chujuan was curious about how long it would take him, given his own dedicated efforts. He focused intently on the image of the roaring giant elephant. In a blink, all distractions vanished, leaving only the ancient elephant, whose roar shook the heavens, before him. Beneath this titanic figure, he felt like a mere ant. Roar. The sound of the elephant's roar seemed to shatter his soul. In an instant, Chujuan found himself back in his original position, as if nothing had happened. He frowned, took a few steps, and moved about. For some reason, he noticed an added ferocity and terror in his movements, reminiscent of ancient beasts. Chujuan blinked in surprise. Is it done? Just like that? This giant elephant roar visualization isn't that difficult. I must credit my remarkable aptitude in this area, he remarked, impressed with himself. It was definitely his unique advantage in body refinement, unrelated to any merits. Then, Chujuan began consuming blood food. Casually, he stuffed soft chunks of meat into his mouth, swallowing them whole. As the cube released primal Shinik energy, the meat was restored in the blink of an eye. With such rapid supplementation, it only took 3 days for Chujuan to achieve the first level of body refinement. He could feel his physical body becoming somewhat stronger, though the change wasn't pronounced. It seemed that several more levels would need to be attained to see a significant transformation. Continue cultivating. With 2 or 3 more years, I should reach the 9th level of foundation establishment. If no better core condensation method appears, I might as well focus on body refinement. Cultivate while searching. Since there was a chance to pursue a superior core condensation method, he certainly wouldn't miss it. Chujuan calmed his mind and continued his cultivation. The downfall of the Sichu clan sent ripples of unease through the other cultivation families in Yu Kingdom, who were preparing to migrate north. Even though the Sichu clan had weakened with only one foundation establishment patriarch remaining, it had once been a golden core family. As the saying goes, a camel starved to death is still larger than a horse. How could such a lineage be wiped out? Yet, undeniable was the truth they had to believe. The news reached the heaven-burning sect, prompting them to dispatch a team led by 2 foundation establishment cultivators to investigate. It was their own cultivation family that had inexplicably vanished, and some form of response was necessary. Despite their efforts, only scattered clues emerged from the investigation. In the ruins of the Sichu clan estate in Pinyuan City, the 2 heaven-burning sect cultivators, a robust man named Luo Fiang and a charming young woman named Shangyu, sat contemplating the findings. Furrowing his brow, Luo Fiang said, one rogue cultivator claimed the assailant justified killing the gatekeepers for stepping out with their left foot first, and slaughtered the maid in the courtyard for screaming too loudly. Acting without restraint, it must be a demonic cultivator. Shang Yu whispered. Another rogue cultivator reported seeing golden light soaring within the mansion, accompanied by faint Buddhist chants and layers of Buddha's radiance. Luo Fiang looked astonished. Buddha's radiance? That conflicts with demonic cultivation. Shang Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed. Whoever destroyed the Sichu clan couldn't possibly possess any merit. Luo Fiang's voice deepened. In that case, it must have been the work of the Golden Dragon Temple. Within the borders of Yu Kingdom, they are the only Buddhist sect. Shang Yu stood up promptly. Then we must report this immediately. Further investigation will likely yield no additional results. We can state that it was the monks of the Golden Dragon Temple who slaughtered the Sichu clan. This blame should be placed squarely on their shoulders. Luo Fiang nodded. I share your sentiment. With a tacit understanding, the two swiftly departed, reporting the incident to the heaven-burning sect. Chapter 126, Extravagant Auction. Time flew like a shuttle. Chu Zhuan sat in meditation within the soul-gathering and evil cultivation formation for 2.5 years before barely stepping into the 9th level of foundation establishment. The process took longer than he had anticipated. As for his physical cultivation, it had reached the 11th level, which was equivalent to the strength of a cultivator at the 1st level of foundation establishment. Although it seemed slow at a glance, the progress was actually astoundingly fast. Without the original energy cubes providing an endless intake of flesh, such rapid advancement to the 11th level of body refinement in just 2.5 years would have been impossible. New intelligence? Chu Zhuan thought. Now that I've reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, it's time to return and see what changes have taken place in Wu province. Upon noticing cracks in the Mother Stone, Chu Zhuan used the blood mirror to traverse to Mystic Azure Realm. Wu province, Whitewater City. This city was located 3,000 li south of Plain City and was controlled by another cultivation family under the heaven-burning sect, the Huang family. The Huang family treated the cultivators from the Yu Kingdom slightly better than the Sichua family had, but they still regarded Yu Kingdom cultivators as inferior to those from the Yu Kingdom. Perhaps learning from the fall of the Sichu family, the Huangs also intended to relocate and seek development in Wu province. However, they did not move en masse but instead established a branch in Whitewater City, relocating some side branch cultivators. Their actions were very cautious, which somewhat displeased Chu Zhuan. How can they only move halfway? How am I supposed to pay them a visit like this? Disguised as an elderly man with white hair, Chu Zhuan entered Whitewater City. Soon after, he met with his informant in a house. Huangan, a mid-stage chi refining elder from a side branch of the Huang family. Chu Zhuan obtained all his information about the Huangs from this elder. Originally, Chu Zhuan planned to use Yanpeng as a future source of intelligence. However, after obtaining information about the Sichua family through Yanpeng and then annihilating them, he worried that someone might trace his whereabouts through Yanpeng. To eliminate future threats, he decided to dispose of Yanpeng. As for Huangan, his story was somewhat peculiar. In his youth, Huangan had a serendipitous encounter and acquired a secret technique for sensing qi. Although he couldn't directly see cultivation levels, he could detect the merits and demerits on a person. Chu Zhuan had been walking through Whitewater City recently, gathering intelligence on the Huang family in hopes of discovering a superior core condensation method. Coincidentally, Huangan detected the dense aura of merit surrounding Chu Zhuan and concluded that Chu Zhuan must be a formidable figure. Without a second thought, Huangan pledged allegiance to Chu Zhuan, willing to serve him loyally in hopes that Chu Zhuan would obliterate the Huang family. He sought revenge for his gifted grandson who, despite his talent, had been ostracized by the main branch of the Huang family and died in resentment. Chu Zhuan was somewhat wary of such a readily offered subordinate. Reading on Amazon or a pirate site? This novel is from Royal Road. Support the author by reading it there. However, after Huang unwillingly ingested a 5-organ school and remained steadfast in his loyalty, Chu Zhuan began to regard him with a measure of respect. Old servant has seen the master. Huang said respectfully. Chu Zhuan waved a hand dismissively. Speak, what intelligence have you gathered? Huang reported the information in detail. After a moment, Chu Zhuan nodded in understanding, his expression unreadable, yet his heart tinged with sorrow. The intelligence brought by Huang pertained to the underground relics in the Misty Mountains. A month ago in Mystic Azure time, the dark mists that had long enveloped the underground relics finally dissipated. Only 3 golden core cultivators emerged alive, all from the Divine Star sect. This likely meant that Wan Wuing had perished. As for those like Zhu Ming, whose powers did not compare to those of golden core cultivators, there was no need to say more. However, Han Lian, who was known for his caution, might have survived. After a brief moment of sorrow, Chu Zhuan pondered an important question. What about the golden core techniques? How would he continue his cultivation? Oh, master, could you not survive a bit longer? Give me the golden core techniques before you die. He muttered internally. Chu Zhuan casually asked, what about the whereabouts of the top-tier core condensation methods? None? Huang shook his head. Apologies, master. Top-tier core condensation methods are exceedingly rare. Despite my best efforts, I could not locate any. However, I did find 2 high-grade core condensation methods that meet your requirements. Chu Zhuan nodded slightly. Not bad. Perhaps he had underestimated the rarity of the top-tier methods. He had only just reached the 9th level of Foundation establishment and was still far from completely saturating his spiritual chi. He would continue to search, but if no other way presented itself, he would have to settle for a high-grade core condensation method. Huang Yan hesitated, seeming to have more to say. Chu Zhuan casually asked, "What else do you wish to say?" Huang Yan spoke respectfully, "Old servant has heard another piece of news, though I cannot be certain it contains what you seek." Chu Zhuan gestured for him to continue. Huang Yan explained earnestly, "A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator from the main branch of the Huang family, named Huang Yuanyang, who serves the Heaven-Burning sect, recently returned from a battle against the Heavenly Seal sect, bringing back many treasures. He arrived in Whitewater City a few days ago. Huang Yuanyang plans to hold a small auction here, selling these treasures, with at least 10 Foundation establishment stage cultivators expected to attend. I speculate that among these items, there might be something you need." Chu Zhuan's eyes lit up. This could be it. The treasures seized from the Heavenly Seal sect by a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator like Huang Yuanyang might very well include the core condensation method he sought. It was worth investigating. Chu Zhuan asked, "Do you have the intelligence on Huang Yuanyang and the attendees?" Huang Yan respectfully replied, "Old servant has gathered it for you." With that, he handed over a small note to Chu Zhuan. Chu Zhuan nodded in satisfaction. "Good." He paused for a moment, then continued, "I've been mindful of your situation." Huang Yan solemnly responded, "Master, your strength is formidable, and annihilating the Huang family is just a casual act for you. This old servant can wait. Right now, I still need to use the Huang family to gather intelligence for you. There's no rush to bring down the Huang family too soon. If there's ever a need for me in the future, the old servant will always be at your service." Chu Zhuan nodded slightly. Very well. He had already obtained a lot of information from Huang Yan. The loyalty of this old cultivator was beyond doubt. If useful now, he could certainly be used again in the future. In the blink of an eye, Chu Zhuan disappeared without a trace. Huang Yan, seeming unperturbed, continued his daily work. When encountering members of the main branch of the Huang family, he would even humbly lower his head and smile. No one knew that beneath the facade of this kindly-looking old man lay a seething rage capable of reducing the entire Huang family to ashes, and it was only growing stronger. A day later, at night. Jade Tower, Whitewater City. This tower was a famous place in Whitewater City, known for its extravagant auctions. The small-scale auction hosted by Huang Yuanyang was held underground at Jade Tower. It was an intimate affair, attended almost exclusively by acquaintances. It was difficult for outsiders to obtain invitations. Naturally, Chu Zhuan couldn't secure an invitation. His solution was rather direct and brutal. According to the information provided by Huang Yan, he ambushed and killed another Foundation establishment stage clan head from the LV family on the way, took his face to make a human skin mask, and effortlessly infiltrated the small-scale auction. The clan head from the LV family was at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, known for his aloof and taciturn nature, and had some grievances with other Foundation establishment cultivators. Chu Zhuan simply sat down boldly, imperceptibly observing the other attendees. Who to kill first, who to kill later. Who to curse, who to poison. All these calculations were running through his mind. Chapter 127, Auction begins in the dimly lit room filled with the muted sounds of Foundation establishment cultivators mingling. The conversation nearby turned into a fervent discussion about recent tumultuous events, notably the demise of the Sichu family. "Have you heard about the Sichu family's ordeal, Master Liu?" "Yes, I've heard. The entire Sichu family was wiped out by a brutal assailant, thousands perished without a single survivor. It's been revealed by the upper sects that it was the work of a demonic monk from the Golden Dragon Temple in Yu Kingdom. They say someone witnessed bursts of Buddha's light emanating from the Sichu estate." "What? Those bald monks did it?" "Ha, I knew it. They preach about laying down the butcher's knife to become Buddhas on the spot, but behind the scenes, they commit such acts. Hey, no worries, Golden Dragon Temple won't last much longer. The upper sect initially planned to move against the Mystical Sound Palace and Imperial Spirit Mountain, but they've changed their plans last minute to strike Golden Dragon Temple first." "Ha. Whether true or not, Golden Dragon Temple can't refute it." The cultivators around Chu Zhuan were eagerly exchanging whispers about the big events. Chu Zhuan could only suppress a chuckle hearing how the blame had been conveniently shifted onto Golden Dragon Temple. "Well, that suits me fine. Golden Dragon Temple is no saint anyway. The things Hueco did, I know all about them. Hey, do you think that demonic monk might target another cultivating family? That demonic monk acts without any limits, ruthless in pursuit of wealth. It wouldn't be surprising if he came after our families too. We were forced to migrate north by the upper sect. Hopefully, that monk doesn't find us." If even a late-stage cultivator like Si Chuzhuang fell to him, I stand no chance. Why worry? If our families unite, forming a defensive triangle, what's there to fear from one monk? Exactly. If that monk dares to strike, he won't return alive. The family heads, righteous indignation swelling within them, seemed as if they had already dealt with the demonic monk. Their conversation was interrupted by a series of coughs as a handsome and imposing figure strode confidently into the room. All eyes turned towards the newcomer as they quickly stood up. Senior Brother Huang. Fellow Taoist Huang. Most of these Foundation establishment cultivators were those who felt they had reached their potential and left the heaven-burning sect to establish their own cultivating families. Unlike them, Huang Yuanyang still served within the heaven-burning sect, and at just over 40 years old, he was brimming with potential. If fortune favored him, he might even advance to the Golden Core stage, elevating the Huang family from a mere Foundation establishment to a Golden Core lineage. Of course, a family that occasionally produces a Golden Core cultivator isn't considered particularly strong compared to those where each generation has Golden Core cultivators. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. However, enduring Golden Core families in the Yu Kingdom are few, and among these Foundation establishment families, the Huang family's potential to ascend was enough to overshadow them for at least 300 years. This was enough reason for them to curry favor with Huang Yuanyang. Huang Yuanyang chuckled lightly, bowing to the crowd. A pleasure, a pleasure. Huang has the honor of meeting you all. His gaze swept across the assembly, briefly crossing paths with the silent Chu Zhuan, prompting him to smile imperceptibly. LV Xiu. The head of the LV clan, once his senior brother. Adorned with myriad glories. An injury sustained on an expedition damaged his foundation, compelling him to leave the sect with melancholy and establish a sect of his own in cultivation. As a result, LV Xiu underwent a profound transformation, becoming the reclusive figure he was known as today. However, Huang Yuanyang was a man of dignity. He never sought to humiliate LV Xiu, as that would demean himself. Merely a glance at LV Xiu was sufficient to evoke a strong sense of superiority within him. Chu Zhuan naturally noticed Huang Yuanyang's gaze. Huang Yan approached his tasks with utmost seriousness, presenting intelligence reports in meticulous detail, including Huang Yuanyang's interpersonal relationships within the heaven-burning sect. He naturally understood the enmity between Huang Yuanyang and LV Xiu. His amusement was subtle. Beneath this facade, the LV senior brother known to Huang Yuanyang was nowhere to be found. The lord of the Liu family, with silver-white temples, chuckled lightly. Junior brother Huang has also arrived. Shall we commence this small-scale auction? Huang Yuanyang laughed heartily. Not yet. I have invited a fellow Taoist to join us. She intends to auction various treasures she holds. With these words, the cultivators present were quite astonished. Someone else is coming? Do we know her? Seeing the perplexity in the eyes of the crowd, Huang Yuanyang smiled faintly. She is not an acquaintance of yours, but she is of mine. However, I'm sure none of you would mind. Before he could finish his sentence, there came a knock at the door. Huang Yuanyang smiled faintly. She has arrived. He walked over and personally opened the door. Junior sister Cao, you've finally arrived. He exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Following his gaze, everyone saw a graceful and slender woman. Cao. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then recalled the renowned prodigy of the heaven-burning sect. Cao Zijian. It's actually Cao Zijian? Isn't she the highly regarded closed-door disciple of the sect master? Foundation establishment cultivators were astounded. Huang Yuanyang had actually invited Cao Zijian to join them. What an immense honor it must be. Though Huang Yuanyang was also a genius among geniuses, his aptitude clearly paled in comparison to Cao Zijian's. Huang Yuanyang achieved Foundation establishment at the age of 40, whereas Cao Zijian, at 30, had already reached the 7th level of Foundation establishment. Even the Danzō ancestor of the heaven-burning sect had praised her highly, predicting that Cao Zijian would soon step onto the path of Golden Core. Perhaps she might even glimpse the way to nascent soul in the future. The cultivators immediately voiced their excitement, eager to make an impression in front of this future Golden Core cultivator. Huang Yuanyang observed the shocked expressions of the cultivators and felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the person he had invited. Facing the enthusiastic Foundation establishment cultivators, Cao Zijian responded calmly. She scanned the room and finally took a seat at the front. As she was about to sit down, she noticed Chu Zhuan. His face, somewhat familiar yet also unfamiliar, caught her off guard. She awkwardly smiled. Senior brother LV, you're here too. In the past, LV Xiu had been both her and Huang Yuanyang's senior brother. The sect leader had even intended for her to become Dao companions with LV Xiu. Chu Zhuan remained silent as if completely unaware of Cao Zijian sitting beside him. Seeing his lack of response, Cao Zijian's smile stiffened slightly. There was a hint of coldness in her beautiful eyes as she turned her head away. To put it nicely, he was her senior brother from the past. Less kindly, he was merely a Foundation establishment cultivator with damaged prospects and a dim future. Yet he dared to show her attitude. Little did she know, Chu Xuan's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of prodigies and precious treasures. He was also contemplating how to deal with this heaven-burning sect prodigy as soon as possible. The strongest opponents had to be dealt with first to minimize unforeseen circumstances. Huang Yuai clapped his hands satisfactorily and smiled. Everyone, now that we're all here, let's officially begin this small-scale auction. Chapter 128, Total Annihilation. Soon, Huang Yuiang's small-scale auction, which he presided over, officially began. Various magic tools and techniques were displayed one by one before the audience. Chu Xuan remained composed and silent throughout. As time passed second by second, Master Liu suddenly covered his forehead, frowning. Feeling a bit dizzy. He struggled to stand up, but his hands suddenly went limp, and with a loud crash, he fell to the ground. Hastily grabbing the arm of the nearby patriarch to help himself up, he found the figure withered and emaciated. With a light tug, it turned out to be just a piece of human skin. The flesh and organs inside had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a skeletal frame. The nearby patriarch was horrified and tried to stand up, only to find that his legs were completely unresponsive, preventing him from rising. This horrifying scene immediately shocked the Foundation establishment cultivators. What's happening? Someone is attacking without honor. Huang Yuiang and Kazekage also sensed that something was amiss. They immediately activated their spiritual qi, intending to cast defensive spells. However, the flow of their spiritual qi became unexpectedly sluggish, as if their meridians were filled with mud, severely hindering their ability to mobilize it. Kazekage was astonished. With her innate superior root and pure metal spiritual body, she had been meticulously cultivated by the heaven-burning sect masters since childhood and had never encountered such a situation before. With his vast combat experience, Huang Yuiang immediately suspected they were under attack. He roared in anger, activating a secret technique to force the activation of his defensive spells. In the blink of an eye, a large number of bees surged out from the darkness, rushing towards the Foundation establishment cultivators who had fallen in disarray. 3 burly, dark figures suddenly shot out and charged towards Huang Yuiang. Eerie demon claws surged forward, aiming for Kazegage's head. Clang! Kazekage made no sudden movements, but a magic tool suddenly rose from her, revealing a mirror exuding a sharp golden aura, which blocked the attack in front of her. Chu Xuan, who had long planned the attack with his yin evil claw, was blocked by the mirror. However, Chu Xuan's other prepared attack had already swooped toward the back of Kazegage's head. It was the evil soul chain. The black serpent-like chain suddenly lunged down, entwining Kazegage's delicate and fair neck in an instant. Within moments, Kazekage found it difficult to breathe. She struggled to tap her chest once, and a talisman emerged from it, shimmering with layers of fiery light, almost shaking off the chain. Chu Xuan could see at a glance that the talisman was at least a high-grade Foundation establishment talisman, the most precious defensive talisman. Clearly, it was the life-saving trump card given to this prodigy by the heaven-burning sect. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. As the chain loosened, Kazekage swiftly produced 2 magic talismans, which instantly transformed into a serpent soul and a hound soul. With one on each side, they fiercely attacked Chu Xuan. Kazekage, though a hothouse flower sheltered from battle, possessed innate combat intuition. From the direction where those goo worms, corpse puppets, and spells emerged, she immediately deduced that her former senior brother, LV Xiu, was behind this assault. LV Xiu, why are you attacking me? She shouted angrily, pointing at Chu Xuan's nose. Even if the sect owes you something, you shouldn't strike at fellow sect members. Chu Xuan sneered coldly, you dare to point at me and violate my taboos, death awaits. Upon hearing this, the cultivators present immediately turned pale. Violate my taboos. That phrase sounded a little familiar. Wait. Isn't this what the demonic monk who slaughtered the Sichua family said? Chu Xuan casually tossed the merit bell, causing it to resonate instantly. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a colossal clock shimmering with Buddha light above his head, enveloping his entire body. Before the serpent soul and hound soul could reach him, they wailed and turned to ashes under the towering Buddha light. Huang Yuiang, Kazekage, and the others witnessed the 3 rotating merit wheels behind Chu Xuan's head, shocked beyond measure. Huang Yuiang immediately shouted, you are indeed the demonic monk who exterminated the Sichu family. Hueco, haven't eaten yet? Chu Xuan sneered coldly. The soul Hueco immediately appeared, emitting a piercing scream that assaulted their souls. It knew all too well that any underhanded tricks would result in a severe beating from its master. This piercing scream, sweeping through their minds, felt like a 1,000-pound hammer. Cao Zaijian's soul was far inferior to Chu Zhuan's, leaving her mind temporarily blank and unable to continue thinking, let alone casting spells. Her speech function was temporarily lost as well. Chu Zhuan waved his large hand. The myriad souls banner suddenly vibrated, and within moments, tens of thousands of fierce ghosts surged out. During the battle at the Science City, the myriad souls banner had absorbed a large number of souls, almost overflowing. Of course, Chu Zhuan had no need for these weak souls. What he needed were powerful ghosts who had survived countless battles. Under his command, these souls fought within the myriad souls banner. The deceased souls would become nourishment for those who survived the constant battles. As they underwent continuous slaughter, these souls gradually transformed. Ultimately, over 20,000 powerful ghosts emerged. Similar to corpse puppets, these ghosts were divided into ranks such as Ghost Soldier, Ghost General, Ghost Commander, and Ghost King, ranging from the 4th to 6th levels. They were comparable to mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. They surged forward in an instant. Even though the Hound Soul was equivalent to an early Foundation establishment demonic beast, it was torn to shreds within moments. The ferocious ghosts did not slow their advance, charging directly at Cao Zaijian. They devoured her life soul bite by bite in the blink of an eye. Those few ghosts that consumed the majority of Cao Zaijian's life soul visibly grew stronger at an astonishing rate. It was highly likely that a ghost general would be born from them. The prodigy of the heaven-burning sect quickly became nothing more than a lifeless corpse. As for Huang Yuanyang, he was relentlessly attacked by the 3 corpse generals in the form of Long, Gu, and Bao, and was literally riddled with holes. His flesh was devoured by the 3 corpses, and his life soul was captured and taken into the myriad souls banner. The remaining Foundation establishment cultivators had already been poisoned by the dust secretly released by Chu Zhuan. Facing the assault of soldier bees and venomous bees, they had no ability to defend themselves. Most had already perished by the time Chu Zhuan was fighting Cao Zaijian. Now with Huang Yuanyang dead, the remaining cultivators also died in utter despair. They could never have imagined that merely attending a small auction would lead to such an unprovoked disaster. Clean everything up meticulously, leave not a single piece of flesh behind. Chu Zhuan casually ordered. And take all the poison powder with you, we can't let anyone guess what poison I used. Soon, the room was left in complete disarray, but without a trace of blood or flesh. The worker bees were thorough in their cleanup, not even leaving a single drop of blood. Chu Zhuan nodded in satisfaction, changed his appearance, and left the Green Jade building from another direction. He didn't expect much from the storage bags of the Foundation establishment cultivators, but the ones belonging to Huang Yuanyang and Cao Zaijian were sure to keep him pleased for a long time. I hope they contain what I need. If not, I'll just have to visit a few more cultivation families to demand what I want. He mused. And if they're not prepared to share their family's heritage willingly, it'll mean more fighting and killing. What a hassle. Chu Zhuan smacked his lips and, mounting the green shadow shuttle, quickly disappeared into the dark night. Chapter 129, The Thunder Python Core Condensation Technique. The Netherworld Soul Core Technique. Chu Zhuan sat cross-legged within the array, methodically opening the storage bags of these Foundation establishment cultivators. Just as he had anticipated, these cultivators, though at the Foundation establishment stage, did not possess many treasures. It seemed they differed from Si Chu Zhuang, having left their valuables with their clans rather than carrying them personally. A pity indeed. Chu Zhuan rubbed his hands together in anticipation, first opening the storage bags of Huang Yuanyang and Cao Zaijian. Excluding the spirit stones, superior magic tools, and other common treasures from Huang Yuanyang's bag, as well as the spoils from the Heavenly Seal sect, there lay a small vial of Earth Mother spirit liquid and the demonic core of a blazing fire bear. He aspired to pursue the orthodox path of the complete golden core. Chu Zhuan mused with a smile. The Earth Mother spirit liquid was indeed a heavenly material and earthly treasure necessary for the complete consolidation of the golden core, speeding the process significantly. The blazing fire bear's demonic core was quite commendable, albeit incompatible with his thunder spiritual root. Nevertheless, this demonic core might yet be traded for a different type of beast core in the future, not an entirely fruitless find. However, it was Cao Zaijian's storage bag that brought Chu Zhuan a tremendous surprise. This woman, lauded even by the nascent soul ancestors of the heaven-burning sect, possessed treasures surpassing even those of Duan Feiping. Setting aside the spirit stones, magic tools, pills, and talismans for a moment, Chu Zhuan was most captivated by one particular item. She possessed a top-grade core condensation secret technique. Chu Zhuan cradled the thin ancient tome, his face breaking into a gratified smile. The Thunder Python Core Condensation Technique. He exclaimed. Using the demonic core of a thunder python to condense a beastly golden core. He felt deeply thankful to Huang Yuanyang. Without Huang's invitation to Kazekage for the small auction, it might have taken him years more to find such a superior core condensation technique. Chu Xuan grew reflective as he continued perusing the treasures in Kazegage's storage bag. Moments later, he stumbled upon something unexpected. What is this? Chu Xuan picked up an ancient jade slip, deep in thought. The slip was engraved with a few characters, the Netherworld Soul Core technique. Chu Xuan was taken aback. What was this? It seemed to bear some connection to the Nether Dao sect. Pressing the jade slip to his brow, a flood of information surged into his mind. In the blink of an eye, he had comprehended the Netherworld Soul Core technique. It's actually a method for condensing a second golden core? He pondered in astonishment. Chu Xuan was astounded. A second golden core. Such a thing was unheard of. The Misty Mountains, situated on the border between Tong Province and Wu Province, had long been occupied by the Heaven-Burning sect, along with the Ghost Palace under their control. Chu Xuan surmised that this technique was likely obtained by the Heaven-Burning sect from some ancient ruins and had eventually been bestowed upon Kazekage by the sect master himself. If you spot this tale on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. The original intention was likely for Kazekage to comprehend this technique and condense a second golden core. Unexpectedly, Kazekage met an untimely demise, and the technique had fallen into his hands. So, this second golden core is not situated within the Chi Si but resides within the soul itself. He realized. At its core, this is a secret technique to enhance the soul. Once the soul core is refined, the soul would quintuple in strength, far surpassing the effects of the soul refining technique by manifold. Chu Xuan was overjoyed. Seeing the conditions required to condense the Netherworld Soul Core only widened his smile. One must condense the Netherworld Dao base on a battlefield where over 1 million have perished. Then, using the souls of 100,000 living beings to condense the Netherworld Soul Core. Neither of these were challenging to achieve. Blue Star was overrun with zombies. Just activating the ultrasonic feeder would draw swarms of zombies from all directions, making 100,000 living souls easily obtainable. However, finding a battlefield where over 1 million had perished was more challenging on Blue Star, where battlefields typically harbored intense shades of resentment and the aura of strife. Such malevolent energies, fermenting over time, would become increasingly formidable, not something that could be artificially created by merely gathering and killing a large number of zombies. Nevertheless, if Blue Star proved lacking, the Mystic Azure realm would certainly have what was needed. The mortal realms of Yu, and Yan, all controlled by immortal sects, were perpetually at war. Mortals were not spared from these conflicts. Their emperors and generals, unable to cultivate immortality but desiring to leave a legacy or receive the sect's rewards to prolong life, would invariably seek to conquer vast territories. War was inevitable. Chu Xuan was not worried about the intensity being insufficient. Once the conflict erupted, there would always be those lurking in the shadows, fanning the flames, making the war escalate. Plenty were those who posed as righteous on the surface but followed the demonic path in secrecy. The larger the scale of the mortal wars, the more they stood to gain. Chu Xuan made a mental note of this. He would instruct Huang to keep an eye on these developments in secret. The condensation of the Netherworld Soul Core would thus be expedited. He planned to first condense the Netherworld Soul Core. In doing so, his soul would be on par with a Golden Core Cultivator, making him a pseudo-Golden Core Cultivator in strength. With such power, finding the Thunder Python's demonic core would be much simpler. Then, using the Thunder Python core condensation technique to condense the Beast Golden Core would follow. The Heaven-Burning Mountain Range. This was where the gates of the Heaven-Burning sect stood. Within the Grand Hall of the sect, where matters of great importance were deliberated, Luo Feng and Shang Yu knelt uneasily below. The sect master, Zhao Denyan, sat cross-legged on a cushion, his expression fluctuating between stormy and calm. He felt as if his heart was bleeding. Kazekage was dead. Huang Yueyang was dead. All the Foundation establishment cultivators who had attended the small auction were dead. What have you found? Zhao Denyan inhaled deeply, his voice grave. Luo Feng respectfully reported, Honorable Sect Master, many mortals near the Jade Tower in Whitewater City witnessed it. They heard intense fighting sounds from underground. After they approached, they saw a strong Buddhist light and heard lingering Buddhist chants. Shang Yu added, we both believe that it must have been that demon monk from Golden Dragon Temple who infiltrated the auction and cruelly slaughtered senior brother Huang, junior sister Cao, and the other 18. Zhao Denyan, consumed by rage, chuckled bitterly. Excellent. A mere monk from Golden Dragon Temple dares to kill the prodigies of our heaven-burning sect and slay 18 of our Foundation establishment cultivators. This enmity is irreconcilable. Issue my order immediately, summon all Golden Core elders of the sect to the Grand Hall. The heaven-burning sect shall revenge. Luo Feng and Shang Yu nodded respectfully, yes. They then quickly withdrew. 3 days later. Using the massacre of Kazekage and the 18 Foundation establishment cultivators by the monk from the Golden Dragon Temple as a pretext, the Heaven-Burning sect launched a sudden assault on the Golden Dragon Temple. The sect's cultivators, previously stationed at the boundaries of the mysterious Sound Palace and the Imperial Spirit Mountain, were all redeployed towards Golden Dragon Temple. Understanding the principle that the lips perish, the teeth grow cold. Both the mysterious Sound Palace and Imperial Spirit Mountain immediately entered the fray to alleviate the pressure on the Golden Dragon Temple. The Divine Star sect, longtime rivals of the Heaven-Burning sect, also joined the war, though their contribution of cultivators was minimal, almost as if they were merely going through the motions, seemingly waiting for something. Chapter 130, Heading to the battlefield affected by the conflict among cultivators, the mortal armies of the Yu Kingdom also invaded the Yu Kingdom, engaging in arson, killing, and looting. The mortals of the Yu and Yu Kingdoms thus began a protracted mortal war. Those demonic cultivators lurking in the shadows all began to fan the flames, intensifying the conflict. Chujuan gleaned the current state of affairs from the intelligence gathered by Huang'an. The Divine Star sect and the Heaven-Burning sect have ancient enmity, yet they are holding back. They must have a hidden agenda. Chujuan shook his head repeatedly. If I'm not mistaken, the 100 Refinements sect of Yan Kingdom is also finding it hard to resist joining. In that case, you may as well have a good fight. I'll run first. Misty Mountains. The Divine Star sect had long since withdrawn from this place. The Heaven-Burning sect had taken control of the underground ruins here. As a former branch of the Nether Dao sect, the Heaven-Burning sect naturally knew what these underground ruins were. Hence, they attached great importance to this location. The Heaven-Burning sect dispatched numerous mortal craftsmen to construct forts above the Ghost Palace and set up defensive formations. They also stationed a Golden Core expert, 5 Foundation establishment cultivators, and nearly 100 Chi refining cultivators here, forbidding anyone from approaching. However, at this moment, these cultivators were nowhere to be seen. They had vanished as if evaporated. A figure shrouded in a faint black aura walked out from the fort, greedily breathing in the fresh air. Behind him, an endless stream of bloody chi rushed into his body. It's been 500 years, and I have returned, he murmured. The cool moonlight filtered through the dark branches, illuminating his face. This face was familiar to Chujuan. It belonged to Han Liayan, the most deeply concealed among the Heavenly Seal trio. However, the current Han Liayan seemed to be just a husk. His soul had long been replaced by another. 500 years. What has become of the southern wilderness cultivation world? He pondered aloud. Those old bastards should still be alive. Don't die. Please don't die. Your nascent souls are mine. Not a single one can be missing. He sneered coldly. His body was enveloped in black chi, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the darkness. On the prodigy of the Nether Dao sect, Shangtanshu, possessing a top-grade ice spiritual root, 9th level golden core, intending to embark on the path to nascent soul. After the disappearance of the ancestral land of the Nether Dao sect, Shangtanshu also mysteriously vanished. Witnesses among cultivators reported that Shangtanshu's last appearance was at the Ghost Palace of the Nether Dao sect. On the rooftop of a high building, Chujuan perused the scrolls in his hands, deep in thought. This document originated from Kaozigen's storage pouch. Chujuan had always been interested in the history of the Nether Dao sect, hence his reading during leisure times. Zombies are coming? Chujuan glanced down and noticed that zombies were already swarming in. Stolen story, please report. He smiled faintly. He had already instructed Black Blade to find an ultrasonic generator for him. Despite the widespread ruins, these scientific instruments could still be salvaged from the debris. Searching on his own would undoubtedly waste a lot of time. However, with the entire company of Black Blades searching for him, efficiency was naturally high. 5 days prior, Wang Gangjian and others reverently delivered 4 ultrasonic generators to Chujuan. He selected the finest among them, coupled with a diesel generator, and ascended to the rooftop of a towering building. He had already activated the generator, casting the feeding ultrasonic waves into the air. In moments of ennui, he turned the pages of an ancient tome. Roars erupted below. Swarms of zombies converged in growing numbers, groups of 3 or 5, dozens, hundreds, thousands, until by afternoon, over 100,000 had amassed beneath the building. Among them were zombies of superior strength and agility, possessed of unique talents. Without hesitation, Chujuan activated the array. Thunderous booms resonated as the dreadful corpse refining blood fire spontaneously arose from the earth, engulfing all in its path. Even level 6 or 7 zombies stood no chance against it, quickly reduced to wails as they became fuel for the fire. This formation, known as the corpse refining blood fire ray, was specifically designed to generate this fearsome fire. Chujuan's reserves of corpse refining blood fire were amassing steadily, ample enough to be used in battle without reservation. His continued accumulation was driven by a passage within the blood evil demon refining scripture, suggesting that if one gathered sufficient corpse refining blood fire, it might be transformed into the even more potent blood evil yin fire. While the former harmed only the body, the latter could devastate both body and soul. Though rarely achieved, Chu Xuan was determined to attempt it, given his unique position to funnel endless fuel into the corpse refining blood fire. More and more of the fire accumulates, surely, it shall one day give rise to the blood evil yin fire. Chu Xuan mused with a smile. Soon, the 100,000 zombies were completely consumed by the corpse refining blood fire. With a casual gesture, Chu Xuan collected the fire. He then produced a large soul banner and harvested the 100,000 living souls. This banner was not the Myriad Souls banner but the Great Souls banner, a low-grade magic tool. It merely possessed the capability to capture ordinary living souls and wandering spirits. Specifically prepared for this purpose, the banner was crucial. Had the souls been gathered into the Myriad Souls banner, they would have been torn asunder by powerful vengeful spirits within days. Thus, one of the conditions for condensing the Netherworld Soul Core was met. Excellent, it seems Huang An has succeeded once again. Chu Xuan noted as he observed a crack forming in the Mother Stone, his eyes brightening with anticipation. Whitewater City. Huang An bowed respectfully to Chu Xuan. Master, this humble servant has found the locations you sought. There are 3 in total. The first is the Yinma Plains battlefield. Half a month ago, you engaged in war there, with several demon cultivators exacerbating the conflict, leading to the deployment of over 2 million mortal soldiers from both sides. It has now become a place steeped in deep resentment. The second is the Whitewater River battlefield. It is an ancient battlefield where Yan and Yu clashed 200 years ago, resulting in the deaths of 1 million soldiers. The third is the Lulin battlefield in the Endless Desert. It was once a tug of war between Yu and Yu, with both sides battling for over a decade and deploying 3 million troops. However, it is now firmly controlled by the Heaven-Burning sect, making access difficult. Huang An handed over a page from a book. Chu Xuan took it and examined the detailed information of these 3 battlefields. He nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Huang An continued, Master, the demonic beast cores of fire, wood, and thunder attributes that you instructed me to find have also shown some progress. If you wish, I can procure them for you now. Chu Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Leave it for now. He did not directly mention his need for the thunder attribute Python's demonic beast core but rather added fire and wood attributes to obfuscate. He believed in the loyalty of Huang An. The actions of this elder cultivator were sufficient to warrant 100-fold punishment from the Huang family. His only concern was if someone discovered an issue with Huang An and used soul-searching methods to investigate him. After a moment of thought, Chu Xuan flicked a large blood pearl over and handed Huang An a medium-grade attack magic tool and a high-grade defense magic tool. Huang An was greatly shaken. His nose twitched, eyes turning red. He knelt down directly, bowing deeply to Chu Xuan. Thank you so much for your reward. This old servant understands your intentions and will be even more careful in serving you in the future. Chu Xuan smiled and nodded. Very well. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Leaving Whitewater City, Chu Xuan headed straight for the Yinma Plains battlefield. Chapter 131, Condense the Netherworld Dao Foundation. The vast expanses of Wu Province were comprised of deep mountains and valleys. Scattered like pearls among them were the cities of the human tribes. Chu Xuan used these cities as references to locate the 3 battlefields. He had once visited the Plains City, which lay closer to Jin Province in the west. To its southeast lay the Whitewater City. Yinma Plain was situated in the central region of Wu Province. Chu Xuan headed southward. Half a day later, he arrived at Yinma Plain. Upon arrival, he marveled at the sight. Yinma Plain had witnessed the deaths of countless mortals. From above, one could see the rising miasma of resentment and evil qi. The 5 righteous sects of the Yu Kingdom had long been unable to control the yin evil qi in various locales. Such a battlefield, heavy with resentment and malevolence, naturally attracted many demonic cultivators. To them, it was as if a mouse had stumbled into a rice barrel. However, the battlefield was vast, and the demonic cultivators were few. Thus, each tacitly claimed a territory without dispute. Furthermore, qi-refining demonic cultivators occupied the periphery of the battlefield. Those at the Foundation establishment stage were within the inner circle. Like wells and rivers, they did not interfere with each other. Chu Xuan, exuding the aura of Foundation establishment, advanced unchallenged. He soon reached the inner circle of the battlefield. Before long, he noticed a skirmish ahead. At first glance, it seemed a group was ganging up on 3 individuals. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a female cultivator controlling 5 corpse puppets, besieging 3 cultivators. The female cultivator handled them with ease. The three cultivators struggled to break through but could not penetrate the defenses of the corpse puppets. Chu Juan glanced over and couldn't help but smile. Interesting. This female cultivator was his former junior sister, Li Xiamen. She was one of the few heirs of the corpse puppet sect. Zuming once invited her to explore the ghost palace for treasures, but she declined. At that time, Chu Juan thought Zuming was a fool, while Li Xiamen knew how to seek fortune and avoid disaster. Indeed, she had survived. In the blink of an eye, two early Foundation establishment cultivators fell at the hands of the corpse puppets. The last one stood alone, hard-pressed to support himself, and was personally captured by Li Xiamen with her yin evil demon claw, knocked out on the spot. It seemed she intended to capture him alive, to refine a powerful corpse general. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there. Chu Juan had no desire to reveal himself in her presence. Wan Wuing was dead. The extreme yin cave was in name only. He and Li Xiamen were only named senior brother and junior sister, without the substance of that relationship. There was no need to meet and reminisce. Who's there? Li Xiamen was on high alert, scanning her surroundings. Chu Juan disguised his voice to sound like an old man. Young lady, this place is now claimed by this old man. Leave. A surge of late Foundation establishment energy vibrated through the area immediately. Startled, Li Xiamen, with the Foundation establishment cultivator in tow, quickly retreated, saying, Senior, please proceed, I shall not contend. She affixed a swift travel talisman to herself, and in the blink of an eye, she had vanished without a trace, fearing Chu Juan might pursue her. Chu Juan chuckled. She was a smart one. Such cleverness is what allows one to survive the longest. Unfortunately, Li Xiamen's talents were mediocre. Unless she stumbled upon a great fortune, she would likely never touch the path of the Golden Core. Chu Juan swept through the inner circle of the battlefield, his late Foundation establishment aura unabashedly emanating. Wherever he passed, other Foundation establishment demonic cultivators fled at the sight of him. Soon, he was the only one left. He sought out the place where the aura of yin evil was the strongest, and with the chain, he created a large pit and buried himself inside it. Around him, he set up powerful mist and defensive formations. He then sat down in meditation, harnessing the resentment of a million lost souls to condense his netherworld Tao foundation. Humming vibrations filled the air as the massive evil chi, as if drawn by a force, surged toward the center of the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, a massive vortex of energy formed, resembling a terrifying specter devouring the malevolence. In fact, this was the cunning aspect of the netherworld secret core technique. The step of condensing the netherworld Tao foundation was disguised to appear as if a malevolent ghost was absorbing the resentful energies, thus deterring many curious cultivators. Malevolent spirits and wandering ghosts, alike, had no physical form, yet their offensive capabilities were formidable. And they struck directly at the soul. Few Foundation establishment cultivators could withstand such an attack. The demonic cultivators, scattered throughout the Yin Plane battlefield, felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing the massive, sky-reaching vortex of malevolent energy. One by one, they fled towards the outskirts of the battlefield. Demonic cultivators are adept at seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. At the slightest hint of trouble, they fled faster than anyone. After all, there were plenty of mortal battlefields. At most, the scale of deathly mortal energies could not compare to this place. It was better to go elsewhere to draw upon the yin evil chi. Why linger here, fraught with danger and risking their lives? Soon, the Yinma Plain battlefield was deserted. Only some crows and vultures dared to swoop down and feast on the rotting flesh. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Chu Juan was frenziedly absorbing the evil chi. Beneath his crown chakra, an inch down, his netherworld Tao foundation gradually took shape. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed day by day. Until a month later, the cold, secluded netherworld Tao foundation was finally fully formed. At this moment, Chu Juan's spirit surged, doubling in strength. The entire Yinma Plain was within his perception. He suddenly opened his eyes, his expression one of delight. The netherworld Tao foundation was established, and 100,000 souls were gathered. It was time to return to Blue Star to condense the netherworld soul core. He immediately piloted the Green Shadow shuttle to a safe location, and from there, he used the blood mirror to return to Blue Star. On the rooftop of the luxurious Houtai Hotel, with the ocean's expanse as his backdrop, Chu Juan took out the Myriad Souls banner and slowly released the 100,000 souls. These souls had almost no aggressiveness and simply stood still, looking blank and foolish. Chu Juan then proceeded to follow the method of the netherworld soul core, activating his netherworld Tao foundation to absorb these souls. 1, 2, 3. The souls, unable to resist, became part of the netherworld Tao foundation. After absorbing over 100 souls, he felt a throbbing pain in his mind. He had to stop and completely refine these souls. What followed was a repetitive process. Absorb, refine, rest, then absorb again, refine again, and rest again. In the path of cultivation, time is inconsequential. The days spent condensing the netherworld soul core passed exceedingly fast. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Half of the 100,000 souls collected by Chujuan were gone. The netherworld Tao foundation was gradually transforming towards the form of a smooth, round core. Meanwhile, back at the Yinma Plain battlefield, a figure, flying without aid, arrived above the battlefield. Chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators needed magic tools to fly. Only those at the golden core level and above could fly unaided. The demonic cultivators below, upon seeing this figure, were immediately shocked and hurriedly fled. A golden core powerhouse had arrived, and whether for good or ill, fleeing was the best response. If it was a righteous powerhouse, they would surely annihilate these demonic cultivators. If it was a demonic grandmaster, the outcome could be even worse, perhaps casually using them to make blood pills or soul pills. Humphrey! A cold snort resonated from the sky, sounding like thunder. In an instant, all the fleeing demonic cultivators exploded into a mist of blood. Chapter 132, It would be best for you to serve me. The figure descended slowly, landing in the center of the battlefield where a huge pit was conspicuously present. Previously, many demonic cultivators had gathered around this pit. The visage of this figure was that of Han Lian, but the soul housed within his body was named Shangdanju. This battlefield wasn't formed recently, was it? Yet, a cultivator has already claimed it before me. To think that someone other than those from my Nether Dao sect dares to absorb the resentful energies of such a vast battlefield. Shangdanju furrowed his brows. He did not ponder further nor linger, instead, he immediately rushed to the next battlefield. His time was precious. Although he had devoured the golden cores, spirits, and flesh of numerous golden core cultivators in the Ghost Palace, he had only just returned to his peak state from years past. To strive for the nascent soul path, he needed to absorb the resentful energies of a battlefield where over 1 million had perished. I wonder who dared to absorb the yin evil chi before me. If I find out who it is, I'll make sure they meet their master in the netherworld. With a cold snort, Shangdanju departed from the place. In Blue Star, there was not a hint of breeze around Chujuan, yet his robes billowed as if caught in the wind. An indescribable aura enveloped him, making it seem as though he sat there and yet appeared as if he was hundreds of meters away. In the next instant, he suddenly seemed very close. The 3 corpses scratched their heads, unable to comprehend the changes in their master. At one moment, a wild wind suddenly swept around Chujuan. He abruptly opened his eyes. His aura surged at that instant, far surpassing the 9th level of foundation establishment. Netherworld Soul Core, complete. Chujuan was overjoyed. Now, he was no longer a mere foundation establishment cultivator, nor could he be considered a golden core cultivator. He was something akin to a pseudo-golden core. Even so, he was now capable of completely overwhelming a cultivator at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Even if more than a dozen such cultivators attacked him simultaneously, they would be like playthings in his hands. My spirit. It's overwhelming. Is this the sea of spiritual sense? I haven't officially become a golden core cultivator yet, but my sea of spiritual sense has already been prematurely formed. Stolen from Royal Road, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. Chujuan felt the changes occurring within and outside his body, marveling at the transformation. Typically, only upon condensing a golden core would one's sea of spiritual sense and spiritual sense be born simultaneously. The so-called sea of spiritual sense, to put it simply, is the dwelling place of the soul. Before its formation, the soul merely resides within the brain. Moreover, without the sea of spiritual sense, manipulating magic tools or telekinetically moving objects could only be accomplished through the extension of the soul's sense. This sense lacks offensive and defensive capabilities, having only the effect of controlling external objects. But now, with a sea of spiritual sense, this sense can be forged into a spiritual sense. Thus, the spiritual sense can become a barrier protecting the soul. Furthermore, after being tempered by secret techniques of spiritual sense, it can possess both offensive and defensive capabilities. This makes the soul much more secure. Chujuan extended his spiritual sense outside his body, playfully manipulating this and that. He felt the novelty of a child with a new toy. Secret techniques of spiritual sense are possessions of golden core cultivators and are probably expensive. Currently, I have no means to acquire such techniques. Chujuan tested the uses of his spiritual sense, then retracted it back into his body. As for the secret techniques, there would naturally be those selflessly devoted who would deliver them to his doorstep in the future. Now, he had plenty of cultivation methods to master, so he wasn't in a hurry to acquire the secret techniques of spiritual sense. The 100 Refinement sect, the Heaven Burning sect, and the U Kingdom sects are probably at their wits' end by now. Let's see how far they have progressed. I also need someone to help me collect Thunder Python cores. Chu Zhuan contemplated and entered the Blood Mirror. In central Wu province, Chu Zhuan piloted the Green Shadow shuttle northward for a while and soon spotted two Qi refining demonic cultivators stealthily slaughtering a mortal village, obviously intending to practice blood cultivation. Just the two of you. With a gesture, Chu Zhuan's demon claw shot out, capturing the two in an instant. The surviving villagers, who had been utterly despairing and believed they were doomed, suddenly found that a more powerful immortal had passed by and captured the two demons. They immediately felt a deep gratitude towards Chu Zhuan. Thank you, Immortal Master. Thank you for rescuing us in our time of need. At that moment, their savior, the immortal who had saved them from dire straits, had already crushed the heads of the two demonic cultivators and casually thrown them into the tower. The current situation has somewhat exceeded my expectations. Fighting back and forth, it has actually resulted in a three-way standoff? The memories extracted from these two demonic cultivators left Chu Zhuan quite astonished. Chu Zhuan, with a smile creeping across his face, reflected on the current turmoil. Indeed, chaos such as this was a playground for demonic cultivators. The tripartite power struggle among the 100 Refinements sect, Divine Star sect, and the Heaven Burning sect had led to a no-man's land at the borders of their territories, where demonic cultivators roamed rampant. In such areas, whole mortal towns were often slaughtered. There's a small sect nearby called Black Dragon Mountain. Currently, it's been taken over by 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. The Heaven Burning sect, too preoccupied to care, turns a blind eye. This was a stroke of good fortune for Chu Zhuan, who had been looking for someone to help him find the Thunder Python Demon Core. He was confident these junior cultivators would soon realize their role in serving him. In the council hall of Black Dragon Mountain, 3 Foundation establishment cultivators gathered together. The gaunt old man chuckled wickedly. I say, we should go for a big score next. How about a blood sacrifice of an entire mortal city? The bearded brute slammed his hand on the table. Great. I like it. The nearby Whitewater city is poorly defended, it's the perfect target. The calm, pale-faced young man interjected, no, the Heaven Burning sect is currently consolidating their rule. It's best not to draw their attention. I think we should strike within the U Kingdom's borders. The Divine Star sect is busy eliminating the remnants of the Mystical Sound Palace and Imperial Spirit Mountain. The loss or gain of 1 or 2 mortal cities won't catch their notice. The gaunt old man and the bearded brute both gave thumbs up. Excellent. We'll follow your plan. Just then, a voice unexpectedly rang out. No. I think it would be best for you to serve me. Chapter 133, Quick to anger is no virtue. The voice came so unexpectedly that the 3 were startled. They turned towards the source of the sound, only to find no one there. It was as if a ghost had spoken. The bearded man bellowed in anger. Who's there? Who's playing tricks? Suddenly, a sinister demonic claw materialized. With a loud pop, his head was crushed, and his headless body instantly fell to the ground, splashing the gaunt old man's face with blood. Quick to anger is no virtue. You are not suited to serve me. Came the calm voice again. The gaunt old man's eyes widened in shock, and a hint of fear flashed through the young man's eyes as they finally saw who was speaking. It was a refined-looking middle-aged man, who at first glance appeared unremarkable. Yet, it was he who had effortlessly crushed a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Taking a deep breath, the gaunt old man asked in a grave tone, Who are you, sir, and why do you come to Black Dragon Mountain to kill our vice sect leader unprovoked? As he spoke, his hand subtly moved, directing a swarm of goo insects along the ground towards the refined middle-aged man. However, before the insects could get close, a crimson streak of blood flashed around the middle-aged man. The streak was like lightning, and the ground-crawling insects were instantly crushed into a mess of exploded corpses. The gaunt old man immediately suffered backlash, spewing blood and staring at the middle-aged man in shock. And you, what will you use against me? The middle-aged man turned to the pale-faced young man. Without hesitation, the young man knelt on one knee. Song Junji, willing to serve you, senior. Seeing this, the gaunt old man quickly crawled over as well. Ki-on Tang, also willing to serve you, senior. The refined middle-aged man smiled and flicked 2 insect eggs towards them. Eat these yourselves. After a moment's hesitation, they both swallowed the eggs. Given that the 3 were of similar strength and the bearded man was easily crushed by this middle-aged individual, it was clear that his cultivation was likely at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. They stood no chance against him. In this situation, obedience was their only option. The refined middle-aged man was, of course, Chu Zhuan. He practiced the blood evil demon refining scripture, and any golden core cultivator could tell he was once a cultivator from the extremely in cave simply with their spiritual sense. Given his unique identity, it was natural for him not to align with any particular faction. Black Dragon Mountain, conveniently located in a lawless area, was perfect to be under his control for personal use. Tang spoke respectfully. May I ask how we should address you, Senior? Love what you're reading? Discover and support the author on the platform they originally published on. Before Tang could finish, Song Junji interrupted. What Senior? We should call him Master. Master, what do you require of us? Please command us. Chujuan's smile was tinged with amusement. Song Junji was indeed clever. He was calm in crisis, letting others act first to test the waters. Now recognizing Chujuan's strength, he did not hesitate to address him as Master. Chujuan spoke lightly. First, I want you to gather intelligence, big or small, every detail must be reported to me. Second, I need you to collect demonic cores from various Foundation establishment stage serpentine demonic beasts. From now on, Black Dragon Mountain must act discreetly and avoid drawing attention from major sects. Only the two of you are aware of today's events. Song Junji and Tang exchanged a glance and nodded respectfully. Yes. In the blink of an eye, Chujuan disappeared. The oppressive weight that had loomed over them like Mount Tai vanished. They looked at the bloodstains left by the bearded man, still shaken. Moments ago, they had been discussing which city to massacre. In a blink, their companion was dead. If they had not caught the eye of that powerful individual, they might have ended up like the bearded man. Tang managed a wry smile. Brother Song, what should we do now? He had only wanted to take advantage of the three-way standoff to carve out a share for himself in this chaotic situation. Yet before he could enjoy any respite, a significant burden had been placed upon their shoulders. Song Junji's eyes flickered. I do not know either. We can only take it one step at a time and, for now, follow his orders. He dared not say more, fearing their new master might still be listening. Inside a cave halfway up Black Dragon Mountain, Chujuan withdrew his spiritual sense and chuckled. Song Junji was right, he had not left. Black Dragon Mountain was not extensive, and with his current spiritual strength, a slight extension of his spiritual sense could envelop the entire area. Detestable, is there no way to replenish our meat supplies? Chujuan lamented softly as he gazed at the chunks of meat, which were significantly smaller than before. Since returning from Black Dragon Mountain, he had spent 2 additional years cultivating in the Blue Star, focusing solely on physical refinement. As a result, his physical realm soared, reaching the 20th layer of body refinement. However, advancing further to the 21st layer required an even more terrifying amount of meat daily. Even the regeneration speed of the meat blocks, enhanced with genetic cubes, couldn't keep up with Chujuan's consumption rate. He was forced to pause his cultivation for several days, waiting for the meat to grow back before he could continue. This was intolerable. Far too slow. No news from Black Blade, they probably haven't found any more genetic cubes. Chujuan shook his head. He had instructed Wang Gangjian and the others early on to search for more objects like genetic cubes. The agents of Black Blade were diligently searching, yet to no avail. It seemed that in the vast lands of the Han country, the only genetic cube was the one accidentally discovered deep within a mine in Science City. There might be genetic cubes in other nations of Blue Star. He mused. But I can't afford to search aimlessly like a headless fly, it would be too time-consuming. The task of gathering intelligence must still be left to Black Blade. Chujuan pondered deeply. Today, Wang Gangjian, Wang Yong, Tang Jinchuan, and Song Dai of Black Blade had become the absolute core. With his assistance, the 4 were able to devour genetic cores unscrupulously, their levels skyrocketing to the 8th level of superhuman. Wang Gangjian, the leader of Black Blade, had even advanced to the 9th level. However, the concentration of genetics in the atmosphere of Blue Star continued to rise. Compared to when Chujuan first arrived, it had increased at least 50-fold. Now, superhumans were ubiquitous, and extraordinary beings could be found everywhere. First and second level superhumans could no longer make a mark. Only 4th level superhumans were qualified to protect a region, and 7th level ones had the power to establish major forces. Wang Gangjian and his peers were merely ahead of other superhumans. But even a 9th level superhuman was nothing in Chujuan's eyes. With the power of a pseudo-golden core and the aid of a flying magic tool, Chujuan could soar through the skies unimpeded. But asking Black Blade's operatives to traverse oceans in search of traces of other genetic cubes was, perhaps, a bit challenging. Chapter 134, Non-Aggression Pact. It is well known that the behemoths dwelling in the oceans are far larger and more terrifying than those on land. Even with his current physical strength, Chujuan doubted whether he could withstand the crushing pressure of thousands of tons of seawater to delve into the deepest trenches of Blue Star. Chujuan surmised that he needed to advance his physical cultivation further, breaking through to the 21st layer, to qualify for deep-sea exploration. If such was his predicament, naturally, he could not expect the operatives of Black Blade to venture into the oceanic depths. The limitations of his subordinates were indeed a source of great frustration. Perhaps, my approach is flawed. He pondered. If humans struggle to traverse the vast seas, what about the zombies? This thought invigorated Chujuan. With a flicker, he teleported to the farm where the zombie empress was energetically competing with the zombie matriarch. Although they were mother and daughter from one perspective, such familial bonds were non-existent among zombies. Competing with me for blood pearls? Then, you are not a daughter but a foe. The arrival of Chujuan instilled immense fear in the zombie empress. It harbored a deep-seated fear of this human, despite being regularly fed blood pearls, elevating its genetic level to the 7th rank. Yet, its fear remained profound. I need you to produce a new type of zombie. Chujuan commanded from above, looking down. One that can swim in water and send messages from afar. The zombie empress's eyes widened in panic. Such a demand. I cannot fulfill. Seeing its reaction, Chujuan furrowed his brow. You can't do it? Then, perhaps you are of no use to me. Roar. Roar, roar, roar. In desperation, the zombie empress bellowed as if to shout incessantly, I can do it, I must be able to do it. Not far off, the zombie matriarch also roared, as if responding to Chujuan's challenge. Very well, whoever among you first creates such a zombie will claim these 3 large blood pearls. Chujuan announced calmly, displaying 3 large, lustrous blood pearls. At the sight of the large blood pearls, both the zombie empress and the zombie matriarch were frenzied. So, there were larger blood pearls above the smaller ones. They had to succeed. Chujuan observed the zombies' burning determination and smiled satisfactorily. This was exactly what he wanted. The energy concentration in the large blood pearls far surpassed that of the smaller ones, akin to the relief of air conditioning in summer or a heater in winter. Chujuan's motivation proved effective. Within just 2 days, the zombie empress had delivered a perfect solution. Chujuan gazed at the peculiar life form before him, his expression one of astonishment. At first glance, this creation seemed to have no relation to zombies because it was essentially a small flesh boat. Inside, one could see mutated spines and ribs, as well as dark blue-black veins covering the entire body. The hands and feet had mutated into paddles, yet the boat prominently featured a head with its mouth agape, reminding Chujuan that this indeed was a modified zombie. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. The zombie empress roared with high spirits, eagerly explaining the new product's capabilities to Chujuan. To him, however, it was merely a series of expressive roars. Come here and listen. Then, explain it to me. Chujuan said as he massaged his temples, summoning Hu. Yes, master. Hu nodded vigorously. After years of effort, Hu had mastered most common words, albeit still somewhat stilted and disjointed. But to Chujuan, it was more than enough for everyday communication. Moments later, Hu respectfully spoke, Master, it says this thing is called a corpse boat. It can sustain itself while sailing. By catching fish or mimicking rotting flesh to attract and catch birds. It can also store meat on board to eat when hungry. Because it was produced by the zombie empress, it has a... Hu struggled for the right word until Chujuan interjected, connection. Yes, connection. Hu exhaled in relief. Chujuan nodded, pleased. It really was quite impressive. The zombie empress roared proudly a few times. At that moment, the zombie matriarch also began to call out. Curious, Chujuan walked over and laughed at what he saw. The zombie matriarch had also produced a new breed of zombie, but it had taken a different approach. Parasitic seed. These zombies were only the size of a fist, but despite their small size, they were fully formed. They did not need to hunt for fish themselves, they merely needed to parasitize large marine creatures and could travel wherever their hosts went, thereby spreading the parasitic seed across various parts of the ocean. This strategy was clearly more random. Where they ended up was left to chance. Chujuan nodded slightly. Both the zombie empress and the zombie matriarch had accomplished their tasks admirably. They had broken through the conventional barriers of their kind, transcended the confines of their previous forms, and positioned their products to revolutionize their ecological niche. A dimensional strike, one might say in plain terms, they had done a splendid job. Chujuan flicked his fingers, distributing the large blood pearls to both the zombie empress and the zombie matriarch. As they swallowed the pearls, they exhibited expressions of deep intoxication, like newborn creatures savoring the first nourishment provided by their mother. Soon, the first batches of corpse boats and parasitic seeds were released into the ocean. They would serve as the vanguard, gathering various types of intelligence from other nations on Blue Star for Chujuan. Meanwhile, the immortal cultivation world of the Yu, Yan, and Yu Three Kingdoms was experiencing minor changes. Song Junji and Qi Tang reported that just 5 days ago, the 100 Refinements sect and the Heaven Burning sect had reached a non-aggression pact. Chujuan remained unperturbed upon hearing this news. Recently, the Divine Star sect leveraged the power of the 100 Refinements sect to annihilate the Mystical Sound Palace and Imperial Spirit Mountain, repelling the Heaven Burning sect and unifying the immortal cultivation world of the Yu Kingdom. Ideally, the Divine Star sect could have played both sides between the 100 Refinements and Heaven Burning sects, using one against the other to grow into a force capable of contending with either sect. However, disputes over territory had soured relations with the 100 Refinements sect. The purpose of this non-aggression pact between the 100 Refinements sect and Heaven Burning sect? Clearly, it was aimed against the Divine Star sect. Chujuan surmised that the Divine Star sect's days were numbered. This was advantageous. Chaotic situations were always favored by demonic cultivators. As expected, within just a month in Mystic Azure time, Song Junji and Qi Tang relayed continuous updates about the fall of the Divine Star sect, almost providing a live broadcast for Chujuan. It began with the 100 Refinements sect and the Heaven Burning sect launching a coordinated attack overnight. Within a few days, they penetrated deep into the heart of the Divine Star sect. Then, within the Divine Star sect, 2 Golden Core cultivators originally from the Mystical Sound Palace and Imperial Spirit Mountain betrayed at a critical moment, severely damaging the Golden Core Elder who guarded the sect's protective formation. The sect's protective formation crumbled without being attacked. Sect Master Mo Huanshan and other Golden Core cultivators fell in battle. The nascent soul ancestor of the Divine Star sect fled for over 10 days but was eventually caught and executed by the ancestors of the 100 Refinements and Heaven Burning sects. Even his nascent soul was extracted. After dividing the numerous treasures of the Divine Star sect, the 100 Refinements sect and Heaven Burning sect tactfully withdrew their forces simultaneously, turning the core region formerly occupied by the Divine Star sect into a buffer zone between them. Thus, the tripartite balance was ended, and the immortal cultivation world of the Three Kingdoms entered a state of north-south duality. Chapter 135, Distribution of Forces. Time flew swiftly on Blue Star, and another 2 years had passed. The southern region of the immortal cultivation world is so vast. Chujuan mused as he lay on a plush velvet lounge chair, flipping through the texts collected by Song Junji and Qi Tang. Yan, Yu, and Yu countries together cover an area of 1,000,000 square miles, which is only about 1/3 of the southern wilderness. North of these 3 countries lies the Myriad Islands Lake, which occupies the remaining 2/3 of the southern wilderness. This lake is more akin to an inland sea, it seems. Despite being a Golden Core cultivator, capable of flight, crossing the southern wilderness was still a time-consuming endeavor. No wonder the major sects are so intensely competitive within this confined area. They simply cannot fly out. Fortunately, I don't have to get involved in their petty squabbles. Chujuan chuckled lightly. With Blue Star as his backyard, he only needed to obtain techniques and texts from the southern wilderness to be satisfied. Most of his resources could be sourced directly from Blue Star, a truly inexhaustible supply, far from the strife of war. How splendid! According to the intelligence from Song Junji and Qi Tang, the chaos within the southern wilderness of the cultivation world persisted. Neither the 100 Refinements sect nor the Heaven Burning sect was able to completely destroy the other. The intentionally vacant middle zone had now become rooted with 20 to 30 smaller sects, including many established by demonic cultivators. Naturally, no one openly claimed to be a demonic cultivator, they all professed to be orthodox cultivators, denouncing their enemies as heretics and deviants. Due to the inability of the 100 Refinements and Heaven Burning sects to effectively control this area, these smaller sects had thrived unchecked. Recently, following consultation with Chujuan, Song Junji and Qi Tang also relocated their sect to this area. They were previously situated at the boundary between the Heaven Burning sect and the now defunct Divine Star sect. With the collapse of the Divine Star sect, their location was naturally assumed under the control of the Heaven Burning sect. To avoid being purged by the Heaven Burning sect, they had to move. This lawless area suited them perfectly. Chujuan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit melancholic. In 2 years, he had barely managed to advance his physical cultivation to the 23rd level. The supply of meat was simply insufficient, severely impacting his cultivation pace. When would he find another genetic cube? Just then, Bao dashed over excitedly, waving his arms and legs, seemingly eager to say something. Who always stood by Chujuan's side, frowned at Bao's impudence and scolded, "Swallow the meat in your mouth before you speak." Bao paused, chewed a few more times, swallowed, and then grinned sheepishly before roaring excitedly. "Unauthorized hail usage. If you spot this story on Amazon, report the violation." After listening, Hu said joyfully, "Master, there's news from the zombie empress." She encountered a fishing boat from the Sunzi country in the Eastern Sea and sensed the fluctuations of primal Shinigami energy. Chu Xuan's interest was piqued. Excellent. Finally, a trace of primal Shinigami energy. Over the past 2 years residing on Blue Star, Chu Xuan had grown familiar with the overall situation of the planet. After the Shinigami burst, governments worldwide had nearly collapsed, with the Han country suffering the worst fate. Under mysterious circumstances, on the same day the Shinigami burst occurred, the auxiliary capital was obliterated by an explosion that created a crater over 10 kilometers in diameter. At that time, the emperor, along with numerous concubines, princes, princesses, and ministers who were summering in the capital, perished. None of the imperial direct lineage survived. The empire's imperial and regional armies fell into disarray, each fragmenting and aligning with various new leaders. Some regional forces invaded smaller countries to the south or southwest, establishing dominance there. Other continents also witnessed the survival of powerful forces, such as the Sunzi country, renowned for its craftsmanship. The Arctic forces, noted for their formidable military prowess and resilience against the cold. The Free Alliance, thriving in commerce and trade. The Holy Light theocracy, founded on religious principles. The regional powerhouse, the Harsha dynasty, among others. These formidable powers had established their unique superhuman systems and were actively exploring other regions. Chu Xuan was not yet fully aware of the specifics of other forces' superhuman systems, but intelligence from the corpse boats and parasitic seeds suggested that Sunzi's superhumans, much like those in the Han country, had awakened Shinigami abilities. They had integrated ancient mysterious arts and physical techniques to form a distinct superhuman system comprising psychic medium and warrior. The former excelled in ranged attacks and summoning, while the latter specialized in close combat. Geographically, Sunzi was close to Han, separated only by a sea. Nowadays, people dared not venture into the deep sea, sticking to navigation along the continental shelf, which considerably extended travel times. This was why Black Blade found it challenging to gather intelligence from Sunzi. "Let's go and see for ourselves," Chu Xuan declared, sweeping his hand to beckon Hu and bow, and they quickly reached the farm. The zombie empress roared excitedly upon their arrival. Chu Xuan frowned, annoyed. "Keep it down, why so loud?" "Hu, you listen." Subdued, the zombie empress lowered her voice, and Hu relayed the message. After listening, the corpse boat was captured by a warrior aboard a Sunzi fishing boat. Before its destruction, it sensed faint primal Shinigami fluctuations. Chu Xuan spread out a map and circled the East Sea. Since the fishing boats from Sunzi would only dare to navigate close to the continental shelf, all he needed to do was follow it to locate them. His gaze sharpened. "We leave immediately." In the blink of an eye, Chu Xuan was aboard his Azure Shadow shuttle, vanishing into the vast sky. Back at the Black Blade base, Wang Gangjian and the others watched the streak of blue light pass by, their faces filled with longing. They knew it was the trail of an immortal traveling through the sky. How they wished to one day soar through the heavens as freely as the immortals. Above the East Sea, vast expanses of azure waves stretched endlessly. A large fishing vessel carefully navigated along the continental shelf. Sunzi, an island nation surrounded by sea, frequently faced attacks from mutated marine creatures. Additionally, given its small area, the number of extraordinary beings and high-level zombies was naturally limited. The proverbial cake was only so big, yet many were hungry for a slice. These factors compelled them to accelerate their expansion into other regions, including the neighboring Han country. They were willing to pay any price to set foot on land and escape the perilous sea. This fishing vessel, supported by the Sunzi government, was headed towards the Han country. The ship was a mixed bag of characters. Some were powerful superhumans with government backing, tasked with maintaining order on board. Their ranks included individuals of the 4th level and above, with the strongest even reaching the 5th level. Most, however, were 1st or 2nd level. If they remained in Sunzi country, they would likely never acquire enough Shinigami cores to advance their Shinigami levels throughout their lives. Their only chance was to smoothly reach the Han country, step onto that ancient and unfamiliar land, and try their luck. Chapter 136. It's no big deal. Inside the cabin of the fishing vessel was a slender, almost gaunt youth. Looking back at the now invisible islands of Sunzi, a mocking sneer flickered in his eyes. "The rebels must still be searching for me," he thought. "None would guess that I've already secretly boarded this fishing vessel. If Sunzi has no place for me, then I will rise in the Han country. When I return, I will push them into the abyss and personally kill the great general who betrayed the imperial family." In the youth's eyes flickered the flames of revenge. The damned general, once the most relied upon minister of the Sunzi royal family, had secretly become a 9th-level superhuman. Leveraging the royal family's trust, he seized power and stormed the palace overnight. That night was etched into the youth's memory forever. His father, mother, brothers, and sisters all fell to the sword and flames. Whenever he recalled those scenes, his heart felt as though it was being ruthlessly squeezed by an invisible hand, a wrenching pain tearing through him. Suddenly, exclamations erupted from the deck outside. The great general above. There's someone flying in the sky. By the grace of the sun. Could that be the legendary god? He is flying towards us. Startled, the youth looked through the cabin window toward the deck and saw a figure in black, standing atop a beam of blue light, hovering in the sky above the heads of the superhumans. The youth's eyes widened. Superhumans with the talent for flight were rare and usually limited to short, low-altitude flights. Here in the open sea, from where could this person have taken off? How could he sustain flight for so long? One of the superhumans on deck pointed at the azure light, growling warily, "Which country's superhuman are you? Come down here." The figure in black hovering on the azure light was naturally Chujuan. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh. "It seems I've found the right vessel. This is indeed a fishing boat from Sunzi." The language spoken by that superhuman was not of the Han, but a tongue Chujuan had never heard before. "He is from the Han country, shoot him down. He's the enemy." Several government superhumans emitted low growls as they converged from all directions. Among them, one took advantage of Chujuan's back turned towards him and launched a sudden attack. A peculiar talisman slipped from his grasp, hurtling towards Chujuan's back. However, in an instant, Chujuan caught the talisman with a single hand. He glanced at it, a smile of interest playing on his lips. The talisman was marked with complex, vivid red patterns. "This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it." At first glance, it bore resemblance to traditional talismans, yet upon closer inspection, it was incredibly crude, akin to child's play. Presumably, this was a talisman used by the psychic medium of Sunzi. You. The superhuman was visibly shocked, having not expected Chujuan to so effortlessly catch his long-planned sneak attack. His face was a picture of astonishment. "Dare to ambush your superior, you deserve death." A roar erupted. A towering, dark figure swiftly streaked past. When the onlookers turned their gaze back, they were met with a headless corpse. The head had been twisted off single-handedly by a massive man. "Exterminate them all, no need to waste provisions," Chujuan said casually, waving his hand dismissively. "Yes," Hu bellowed in response, darting out alongside Long and Bao. Wherever they passed, limbs and bodies were strewn about, quickly giving rise to a gruesome storm of blood and carnage. Chujuan, walking as if in a leisurely stroll, headed towards the ship's cabin. He expanded his spiritual sense to fill every corner of the fishing vessel. He could feel the fluctuations of primal Genetic energy within the cabin, though they were not as intense as the Genetic cube he had encountered before, they felt significantly weakened. The youth swallowed nervously and instantly activated his talent. His speed surged to the extreme, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the bottommost layer of the cabin, hiding amidst a pile of disordered cargo. In his mind, he chanted, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Chujuan uttered a light hum. Intrigued. The youth who was emitting primal energy had managed to reach the lowest level of the cabin in the blink of an eye. Was that his talent? An ability for high-speed movement? With a light step, Chujuan moved across the deck, one moment stationary, the next several meters away. The cabin was bustling as many Sunzi natives surged out. Hidden among them, warriors and psychic mediums seized the opportunity to launch stealth attacks. However, reaching Chujuan proved to be a formidable challenge. As he passed, those who attempted ambushes clutched their throats, blood streaming from their mouths, collapsing one after another. Soon, he reached the very bottom of the cabin. "No need to hide, come out," Chujuan called out casually, looking at a large pile of barrels. Rustling sounds emerged from within, and a young man, his face marked with fear, crawled out to face Chujuan. Surprisingly, he spoke in fluent Han dialect. "My mother was from Han, please, do not kill me." Chujuan's smile was enigmatic. "Whether I kill you or not is irrelevant. What were you fiddling with behind your back?" Startled, the youth's expression quickly turned ferocious. He abruptly pulled out his hands, launching two talismans through the air. Mid-flight, the talismans burst into flames and instantly transformed into two ferocious, green-faced ghosts, one attacking from the left, the other from the right, lunging towards Chujuan. Chujuan raised an eyebrow, amused. The talismans appeared to have effects similar to the Tiger Soul and Wolf Soul talismans, yet, such attacks hardly necessitated any magical defense from him. Before the ghosts could even reach him, a radiant halo of Buddhist light emerged spontaneously around him, and a wheel of merit slowly revolved behind his head, casting him in the semblance of a descending Buddha, a saintly figure suspended in the air. The ghastly apparitions collided with him and immediately burned into wisps of blue smoke with a pitiful wail. The youth watched, dumbfounded. Those talismans were his strongest assets for this journey, and yet they failed to penetrate Chujuan's defenses. Sunzi had its share of Buddhist temples. So, he recognized at once that this was indeed the light of Buddha. How could such a deadly man possess such profound Buddhist radiance? Could Buddha truly bless such a person? No more thoughts were necessary, nor could they form, as Chujuan had already employed a soul-searching technique. Within minutes, he saw the entirety of the youth's life laid bare before him. The youth collapsed, his eyes vacant, his expression blank. Chujuan arched an eyebrow in surprise. He had inadvertently captured the 8th prince of Sunzi, the sole survivor of the imperial family after the general's rebellion and massacre. Had he unknowingly extinguished the last flicker of Sunzi's royal bloodline? HSS. It's no big deal, eradicated just like that. Chujuan murmured, stroking his chin nonchalantly. Chapter 137, Strong Measures Must Be Taken. The youth, now reduced to a state of stupefaction, was known as Chuan Diu. Chuan, a surname of the Sunzi royal family, and Diu his given name. After perusing his memories, Chujuan discovered that the young man had never come into contact with a Genetic cube. Yet, there lingered a faint aura about him, an aura that was gradually fading. This suggested that from a young age, Diu had grown up alongside a Genetic cube, though the cube might have transformed its form of existence. It seems then, the most likely location for the Genetic cube would be the Sunzi Imperial Palace. A light of realization sparked in Chujuan's eyes. It seemed a visit to Sunzi was inevitable. Well, he thought, let it be a journey then. Chujuan returned to the deck, which by now had become a true ship of death. Not a soul survived. Every resource from their bodies would be utilized to perfection. The diligent worker bees would carve the flesh into small chunks, consuming it and through multiple processes, regurgitate it as blood honey. The souls would be captured by the myriad souls banner, serving as nourishment for malevolent spirits. As for the bones, well, sometimes the corpse puppets found them particularly appealing. Chujuan recalled the corpse puppets and the blood bees back into their respective tower and beehive. He then boarded the Azure Shadow Shuttle and continued towards Sunzi. The kingdom was approximately 1,000 kilometers from the Han country. With the speed of his green Shadow Shuttle, it would take only 2 hours to reach Sunzi. Sunzi, Sun City. This city was the oldest in Sunzi, unmatched in its antiquity. Just a glance upward would reveal the snow-capped Mount Sunday. However, no one considered it a serene peak. It was, in reality, a dormant volcano. Many believed that one day it would bring destruction to Sunzi. At the heart of Sun City lay the Imperial Palace of Sunzi, home to the unbroken line of the Sunzi imperial family for thousands of years, a family revered by the people of Sunzi. Many believed the royal family to be divine, the beloved children of the great deity Sun, which justified their unbroken lineage. However, not long ago, the general launched a rebellion and annihilated the royal family. Since then, the general moved into the palace. This act stirred massive upheaval throughout Sunzi. Loyal royalists frequently attacked the new government regime, and while many publicly remained silent, there was widespread, simmering hatred toward the general, believed to inevitably invite divine retribution from the Sunday. Even if heavenly punishment had not yet arrived, it would surely descend upon the government one day. Some even whispered that the missing 8th prince would one day return to cast the sinful government into an abyss with no end. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. At this very moment, atop the highest point of the Imperial Palace, a burly man stood bare-chested on the balcony, hands clasped behind his back. Since annihilating the Sunzi royal family, he had resided at the pinnacle of the palace, as if to suppress the spirits of the thousands of wronged souls of the royal lineage. He was the government general, Gui Yongren. Below the royal family of Sunzi were 4 major families, Gui, Long, Yu, and Hong. Yu family had always been a staunch royalist and had been secretly eliminated by him before his coup. Their power and territories were swiftly consumed by the Gui, Long, and Hong families. "Why do you stand here every day, great general?" A woman, similarly unclothed, approached Gui Yongren from behind, her laughter tinkling lightly. Gui Yongren responded calmly, "I am waiting for news." The woman nibbled on his earlobe, her breath as sweet as an orchid, waiting for that missing 8th prince of the Sunzi royal family. Gui Yongren shook his head with a smile, "No. That 8th prince, short-sighted and unstable, even if he did escape, he is no match for me. I am waiting for news from Hong. I want to know why the Sunzi royal family had access to Genix before the burst. That is what I am most curious about." As Gui Yongren was about to continue, something caught his eye, a streak of azure light across the sky. What is that?" He furrowed his brows. The woman followed his gaze and gasped upon seeing a dark figure atop the azure light. "There's someone up there." Gui Yongren's eyes widened in recognition. Indeed, it was a person. Immediately send word to Long and Hong family, have them come here. He commanded with a grave tone. A big guy has come to the palace. Yes. The woman nodded. Within the Sunzi Imperial Palace, Chu Xuan strode purposefully in a specific direction. Before setting out, he had brought the Zhnik Cube with him. These unique artifacts seemed to possess a strange attraction to one another, instinctively seeking to merge. Chu Xuan didn't even need to sense the direction, the Zhnik Cube was guiding him. Who goes there? Who permitted you entry into the palace? A guard shouted fiercely. Without hesitation, Chu Xuan breezed past them. The guards, roaring in anger, attempted to intercept him but found their bodies suddenly weak, collapsing to the ground in a heap, silenced in an instant. Those who tried to stop Chu Xuan all met the same fate. Soon, he arrived at the palace's rear garden, adorned with intricately designed rockeries and an artificial lake. It's here. Chu Xuan's eyes brightened as he sensed the familiar aura. Who are you, and why do you trespass in our palace? A cold voice called out ahead. Chu Xuan looked up to see a man nearly 3 meters tall approaching with large strides, his physique reminiscent of a small giant. The man's muscles were impressively defined as if he had been sculpting them from a young age. Sunzi language was not difficult. With Chu Xuan's intellect and wisdom, he had grasped most of it after hearing it just a few times. Hence, he understood the man's words clearly. This muscular giant was the strongest warrior of the Hong family, Hong Jian. His brow furrowed as he sized up the black-clad youth. For some reason, he sensed an extremely dangerous aura around this stranger, even more daunting than the general, Gui Yongren. Was it a misperception? Or intuition? Hong Jian did not know. However, one does not truly know the strength of an opponent until they clash. Hong Jian, an 8th-level superhuman, considered himself among the mightiest in the world. Even if the stranger before him was formidable, surely he could spar a few rounds with him? Chu Xuan, observing Hong Jian's robust form, couldn't help but chuckle. Had it been when I first arrived on this planet, a body like yours would have been the perfect material for crafting a corpse puppet. Now, however. Before he could finish, Hu blurted out eagerly, Master, who wishes to fight? Chu Xuan chuckled, resigned, let the feast begin. Yes. Hu charged forward. The master seemed interested in this man's physique. A new corpse puppet could mean a shift in his master's affections. This was no mere rivalry. Strong measures had to be taken. Chapter 138. Four-armed Vedra. Before Hong Jian could react, whose towering and muscular form had already dashed forward. With a thunderous crash, Hong Jian's head burst open like a watermelon, his blood and brain matter mixing with fragments of his skull, scattering wildly. Some bone fragments even embedded deeply into the stone pavement, a testament to the terrifying force of Hu's punch. Nearby, Long Meiji, who had hurriedly arrived upon receiving orders from Gui Yongren, witnessed the scene and her eyes widened in shock. Hong Jian was a powerhouse focused on physical prowess. Even before the global spread of Zhiniks, he was renowned as Sunzi's most celebrated judo master and strongman. After the Zhinik burst, his innate talents catapulted him to the status of the strongest warrior in Sunzi. In terms of physical strength, even Gui Yongren, a 9th-level superhuman, was slightly inferior to him. And yet, what kind of monster was this dark, hulking man who could shatter Hong Jian's skull with a single punch? Long Meiji halted in her tracks, swallowing hard. Aren't you coming over? Why have you stopped? Chu Xuan turned around, addressing the voluptuous woman several hundred meters away with a faint smile. Without hesitation, Long Meiji turned and fled. Chu Xuan chuckled lightly. Bao, take care of her. With a monstrous laugh, Bao's figure vanished in the blink of an eye and reappeared right in front of Long Meiji, startling her as she swallowed yet another gulp of fear. Her speed, which she had always prided herself on, enhanced by 2 speed-boosting spirit companions, was supposed to be her strong suit. Yet, she had been caught up. Long Meiji knew that fleeing was no longer an option. Only by fighting could she possibly survive. Giant fireball! She bellowed, forming hand seals swiftly, and released a massive fireball that almost completely enveloped Bao. This was her innate talent, control over fire. Though many possessed this type of ability, she had developed hers to an unprecedented level. With just a thought, she could alter the fire size and shape, even shaping it into vivid forms like firebirds or firewalls to attack her enemies. But not content with just that, Long Meiji immediately channeled more Zhinic energy into 4 talismans, sealing off all directions around Bao to trap him completely. Such measures should make it foolproof. Long Meiji sighed in relief, thinking she had played her final card. The man before her couldn't possibly escape and would have to withstand her attack directly, giving her a chance to escape. This narrative has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. If you see it on Amazon, please report it. Suddenly, she felt a chilling sensation in her chest. Looking down, she found a blade wreathed in cold flames piercing through her ample bosom. Wasn't he supposed to be sealed by me? In her final moments, confusion flooded her mind. Why had her meticulously crafted talismans failed to restrain this enemy? She couldn't have known that Bao possessed an innate ability called Shadow Step. Unlike spells learned by cultivators, the innate abilities of a corpse puppet didn't require casting, gestures, or even the consumption of spiritual chi, and could be activated in the blink of an eye. Long Meiji's talismans had only just been deployed and were still midair when Bao used Shadow Walk, appearing behind her. What she saw was merely an afterimage left by his high-speed movement. With a roar, Bao grabbed Long Meiji's body and triumphantly returned to Chujuan's side. At this moment, Gui Yongren, surrounded by a host of psychic mediums and warriors, faced Chujuan from a distance. His gaze immediately fell on the headless corpse of Hongjian, causing his pupils to shrink in shock. Bao dragged over Long Meiji's body as well. In that instant, a deep terror swelled within Gui Yongren. What kind of formidable foe had suddenly appeared before him in the palace? Gui Yongren steeled himself and said gravely, "Friend, what exactly do you seek in my palace? Speak freely. Whatever you desire, I can provide." Chujuan shook his head. "It seems you still fail to recognize the disparity between our strengths. Song Junji understands the times better than you." Seeing the situation turning against him, Gui Yongren let out a low growl, his body emitting an endless surge of dark energy. In an instant, it formed a grotesque and ferocious ghost with 2 heads and 4 arms, each arm wielding a powerful weapon, a ring pommel saber, a Vedra, a steel mallet, and a trident. Gui Yongren tossed a small orb to the ghost, which it swallowed immediately, appearing quite satisfied. "This is Sunzi's strongest spirit, the 4-armed Vedra, a 9th-level entity," Gui Yongren declared. "Friend, you must be aware of the 4-armed Vedra's terror. Let's each take a step back, and the vast sky and sea can be our witness. Everything that happened today can be erased." Chujuan cast a glance at the so-called strongest spirit, the 4-armed Vedra, and a look of surprise flickered across his face. Interesting. This spirit was essentially a fierce ghost, but its potential far exceeded those within the Myriad Souls banner. Many ghosts, even after consuming numerous living souls and evolving into ghost generals or kings, might not possess even a single life-bound ghost artifact. Yet, this ghost not only wielded life-bound ghost artifacts but brandished 4 from the outset, a clear sign of its value for cultivation. Given sufficient living souls, its potential was boundless. With this thought, Chujuan's smile widened. He plucked a living soul from the Myriad Souls banner and tossed it in front of him. "Want to eat?" The 4-armed Vedra's eyes widened. It had never encountered such pure soul energy. Even when it hunted humans on its own, it could never extract the living souls completely and had to consume them bit by bit. This living soul was like a lavish feast laid out before it. However, the 4-armed Vedra merely inhaled deeply a few times, then put on a defiant expression, as if determined not to be swayed. Chujuan's smile grew as he effortlessly drew out 10 more living souls from the Great Souls banner and casually threw out a fierce ghost as well. The ghost bared its teeth, ready to attack, but Chujuan restrained it, leaving it to stand confusedly in place. Chujuan casually proposed, "Follow me, and you can feast on living souls every day to your heart's content." He then pointed at the bewildered ghost, adding, "And you can become as strong as this ghost." The 4-armed Vedra's eyes bulged. The enemy was using such sweet temptations to corrupt it. How could this be allowed? Was it truly resistant enough to withstand such corruption? Of course not. Chapter 139, The Long-Lost Father? The 4-armed Vedra roared a few times before swiftly turning to face Gui Yongren. The 4 weapons it wielded were abruptly raised. Gui Yongren's eyes widened, and he instinctively stepped back. You can't attack me," he protested. "We have a contract. We are partners." A scream suddenly pierced the air. The 4-armed Vedra launched into a furious assault. Gui Yongren's soul was struck heavily and was soon gasping for survival. Only then did the 4-armed Vedra casually trot over to Chujuan's side, squatting at his feet, looking up at him with a demeanor of a devoted dog. Who watched this display with displeasure. Another competitor for favor, he thought. Chujuan's lips curled upwards. "Well done, you deserve a reward." He extended his hand and forcefully patted the top of Gui Yongren's head. In the blink of an eye, he had extracted the general's living soul. The 4-armed Vedra, seizing the opportunity, leapt forward and tore Gui Yongren's soul into several pieces, stuffing them into its mouth and savoring each bite. Chujuan surveyed the surroundings. There were still some psychic mediums and warriors around, but they all stood there, dazed. It was inconceivable to them that their omnipotent and invincible general had been betrayed by his own spirit and had his soul forcefully extracted by this formidable stranger. Keeping them is just a waste of provisions, kill them all. Chujuan waved his hand nonchalantly. The 3 corpse generals immediately sprang into action, while the four-armed Vedra also laughed maniacally and plunged into the crowd. Screams filled every inch of the palace. Moments later, the palace was laid to waste. Every superhuman had been consumed by the blood bees, soon to be part of the blood honey. The living souls were extracted by Chujuan and thrown into the Myriad Soul Banner. He planned to use the Myriad Soul Banner specifically for storing living souls, serving as food for the four-armed Vedra and other fierce ghosts. Soon, the four-armed Vedra voluntarily approached Chujuan. Without much effort, Chujuan planted a psychic imprint in its mind, ensuring it could never escape his control for all eternity. Seeing the appeasing expression on the four-armed Vedra, Chujuan couldn't help but chuckle. He suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Gui Yongren. After all the effort to negotiate an equal contract with the four-armed Vedra, it had been swayed by mere sweeteners in an instant, devoured Gui Yongren's living soul, and obediently entered into a master-servant contract with Chujuan. Fortuitously, Gui Yongren had already perished. Otherwise, witnessing this scene would have been worse than death itself. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. At that moment, the four-armed Vedra suddenly leaped up, gesticulating wildly as he danced. Of course, Chujuan could not comprehend the vividly expressive body language. Without a word, he communicated directly with the four-armed Vedra through telepathy. Do you mean to say there is another malevolent spirit like you beneath Mount Sun? Chujuan eyed the four-armed Vedra, his face a mask of surprise. This was indeed fortuitous. Such a spirit of exceptional talent should not be buried in obscurity. However, the Shendu must be found first. Chujuan gazed towards the artificial hill. With a mere thought, the evil soul chained to war through the air. In an instant, the hill was smashed to smithereens. Countless fragments flew in all directions. This artificial hill, constructed of cement, was exceedingly sturdy. It was also covered with various mosses and small green plants. Rarely would anyone smash such a structure. Moreover, this was the Imperial Garden's rear. It was even less likely for someone to harbor malevolent thoughts towards the artificial hill. If not for Chujuan's actions, it might have remained undiscovered for centuries that something was hidden within this hill. Chujuan's spiritual sense swept forth. With a gesture, he grasped a piece of cement in his palm. With a casual rub, the hard cement crumbled into ash in a moment. Revealed before Chujuan was another corner of the Genetic Cube. It too emitted a strong primal Genetic energy. Chujuan retrieved another piece of the Genetic Cube from his storage bag. Instinctively, the two pieces merged together. In the blink of an eye, a larger, yet still incomplete Genetic Cube appeared before him. It was perhaps only a third of the original size. But the primal Genetic energy it emitted was now far greater than before. The surging vitality within it, even from merely a few breaths, quickened one's blood flow. Excellent, excellent. Chujuan's face broke into a satisfied smile. His goal for this journey was finally achieved. Casually, he stuffed the Genetic Cube into a piece of zombie flesh. The zombie flesh immediately expanded at a visible rate, ultimately becoming a perfectly square block of flesh. Let us go to Mount Sun, declared Chujuan, securing his corpse puppet and a swarm of blood bees, and immediately took flight towards the dormant volcano. Mount Sun, a slumbering active volcano, bore a deceptive beauty with its snow-covered surface, beneath which boiled magma at temperatures ranging from 700 to 1200 degrees Celsius. The malevolent spirit would naturally not reside within the lava. In fact, there was a mountain path leading directly to a cavern beneath Mount Sun, a route disclosed by the four-armed Vedra. Before long, Chujuan arrived beneath the cavern and discovered an ancient, decaying shrine. Before he could speak, the four-armed Vedra leapt out from the Myriad Souls banner, clamoring loudly towards the darkened shrine. What's all this noise? Don't you know I'm trying to sleep? Eh? Four arms, is that you? Did you come to complain about not getting enough to eat at Gui Yongren's place? I told you when I divined last time, that guy was a penniless, short-lived ghost. How could you ever be satisfied following him? Just so you know, I don't have many soul beads here either, I can spare you just one. Wait, your sudden visit is suspicious, let me divine something first. A figure swiftly darted out, talking incessantly to the four-armed Vedra, but upon noticing something amiss, quickly pulled out a water dish to commence divination. However, mid-divination, it caught sight of Chujuan standing not far off, and its expression turned to one of bewilderment. Chujuan then saw clearly. It too was a malevolent spirit. Humanoid in appearance, but its legs were replaced by a serpent's tail, distinctly bizarre. The four-armed Vedra continued to animate and passionately recount everything that had happened. The serpent-like malevolent spirit looked towards Chujuan in astonishment, then down at the divination results in the water dish, and went pale with shock. Before the four-armed Vedra could speak again, it dashed in a blur towards Chujuan. Are you not the long-lost father I've been searching for all these years? Father. From now on, I, 2 arms, shall follow you. Chujuan clicked his tongue. He had thought to discipline this creature first, carrot and stick. Instead, the spirit immediately prostrated itself, a turn of events that was indeed quite unexpected. Chapter 140, 100 Sex Alliance. You are very sensible. Chujuan said with a smile. Father, I've been waiting for this day. Good, Chujuan nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at the compass in its hand. What is this? 2 arms responded earnestly. This is the water divination plate. Ever since the day my spiritual intelligence was awakened, it has been in my hand. The same goes for 4 arms as 4 weapons, they were with him from birth. Chujuan nodded slightly. The life-bound ghost weapons that come with ghosts from birth are usually those they had in life. It was likely due to an obsession too pure that part of their soul condensed into the form of these ghost weapons. Like 4 arms, Chujuan also effortlessly completed the spiritual imprinting. From then on, this pair of ghosts became his ghosts. Go on in, there's plenty to eat inside. With a casual wave, Chujuan threw 2 arms and 4 arms into the Great Soul Banner. Though they were of strong aptitude, their level was too low to be directly thrown into the Myriad Soul Banner. The Great Soul Banner was filled with non-aggressive souls, perfectly suitable for their meal. Once everything is settled, it's time to return. Chujuan took out the green shadow shuttle, stepped onto the wind, and vanished into the vast sky in the blink of an eye. Days later, news of the palace attack and the mass death of superhumans stormed through like a tempest, sweeping across the land of Sunzi. Some cheered loudly, believing that the 3 families Gui, Long, and Hong had angered the great deity Sun and brought disaster upon themselves. Others desperately searched for the missing 8th prince of Sunzi, hoping to restore him and re-establish the Sunzi imperial family. There were also impostors claiming to be the 8th prince, attempting to enter the royal household. Chaos permeated every inch of Sunzi's land. Endless battles spread unabated. At this moment, Chujuan was once again seated atop the rooftop of the Houtai Hotel. As he replenished his body with meat, he practiced the giant elephant body refining technique, tempering his flesh. After merging 2 genetic cubes, the regeneration of his flesh significantly accelerated. This allowed Chujuan to swiftly practice the technique without having to pause for days to wait for his flesh to regenerate on its own. His body refining realm soared once again. Over the year, his cultivation leaped to the 27th layer of body refining. In terms of physical strength alone, he could now withstand a blow from a lower-grade magic treasure without sustaining a scratch. At this rate, I could reach the 30th layer of body refining in another 2 or 3 years. Chujuan mused, smacking his lips. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. The giant elephant body refining technique could only be cultivated up to the 30th layer, where one's body could rival a mid-grade magic treasure. The technique, which even the golden core cultivator Shichuji had failed to perfect, was about to be mastered by him. He wondered what expression Shichuji would have if he knew. Let's continue practicing then, until reaching the 30th layer before re-emerging. Chujuan calmed his mind and continued to develop the particles within his body. 3 years later, Chujuan's body refining realm naturally reached the 30th layer. All 360 million microscopic particles in his body were transformed into titanic particles, making his physique as strong as a mid-grade magic treasure. With a casual strike, he could shatter a lower-grade magic treasure. Of course, the claim of having the strength of 360 million ancient titanic beasts with every gesture was a bit of self-aggrandizement by the giant elephant body refining technique. Chujuan was aware of this. Time to return to the cultivation world. With my strength at the 30th layer of body refining, I should have a slight advantage against golden core cultivators, right? Chujuan smiled. When the Heavenly Seal sect was annihilated, he was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. Now, he had reached the pseudo-golden core realm, and his body refining had attained the 30th layer. In the southern wilderness cultivation world, such cultivation was sufficient to dominate among those at the golden core level. Black Dragon Mountain. Chujuan returned here once again. Song Junji and Qian Tang reported recent developments respectfully. It had been almost a year since the 100 Refinements sect and the Heaven Burning sect had established a non-aggression pact. Dozens of smaller sects still existed in the area between the two sects. Someone had proclaimed themselves as the 100 Sects Alliance. This name quickly became the collective term for all the small sects in the Middle Zone. Song Junji continued, Master, currently the strongest among the 100 Sects Alliance are the True Martial Sect and the Heavenly Sword faction. The True Martial Sect is guarded by 2 Golden Core cultivators. The Heavenly Sword faction has 1 Golden Core cultivator. Recently, both the 100 Refinements sect and the Heaven Burning sect have considered absorbing the 100 Sects Alliance but have hesitated due to fear of each other. I've heard that both the True Martial Sect and the Heavenly Sword faction are considering uniting all the small sects to resist the two major sects. Chu Zhuan nodded slightly. The matters concerning those 3 Golden Core cultivators had already been reported by Song Junji and Qi Tang. These 3 Golden Cores had escaped from the Divine Star Sect, Mystical Sound Palace, and Golden Fragon Temple. Due to their relatively weaker strength, they had managed to avoid being targeted and thus escaped. The strongest among them was only at the mid-Golden Core stage. Now, within the 100 Sects Alliance, they naturally dominated, uncontested by anyone. However, upon hearing Song Junji's words, Chu Zhuan couldn't help but laugh. Uniting into one force was not difficult, but after uniting, was their real intention to resist the two major sects, or was it to play both sides to glean benefits? Any somewhat intelligent cultivator could guess the thoughts of those 3 Golden Core cultivators. The trend of major sects absorbing smaller ones was inevitable. Setting aside other factors, just considering the 2 Nasan Soul Elders from the 100 Refinements sect and the Heaven Burning sect, how could the vast gap in strength be bridged simply by uniting the 100 Sects Alliance? Qi Tang added, also, the True Martial Sect said that to counter the 2 major sects, they plan to send people to collect spirit stones, magic tools, talismans, pills, and so forth. Qi Tang gave an embarrassed smile. They've already came twice, but their demands are too high, and we've never been able to meet them, having put them off twice already. Judging by the time, they are likely to come again today. Do you have any ideas, Master? Song Junji spoke up sharply. Old Qi, what are you suggesting? Do you want our master to give treasures to those tatty? This sort of matter should be something we handle on behalf of our master. Qi Tang quickly covered his mouth, his voice filled with panic. Master, I misspoke, please punish me. Chu Zhuan's expression was one of amusement and sarcasm. These 2 were indeed playing their roles in a coordinated act. From the looks of it, Song Junji and Qi Tang clearly did not want to give anything up and were planning to kick the responsibility to him to resolve the situation. Just then, a booming voice suddenly resounded from the sky outside. Fellow Taoists of Black Dragon Mountain, I have come again. The previous 2 times, you both said you needed time to gather treasures. Now that it's the 3rd visit, surely you can't still have nothing to present? If that is indeed the case, I will have no choice but to report this matter to the 2 Golden Core Elders of my True Martial Sect for their judgment. Chapter 141, True Martial Sect. The resonant voice from outside the grand formation of Black Dragon Mountain penetrated without hindrance. It spread across the entire mountain, where the few disciples resided. At this moment, no matter where they were, they all lifted their heads to hear the voice clearly. They had heard this voice twice before, and now, it was the 3rd time. The disciples all wanted to know how the sect leader and the deputy sect leader would handle this. If the leaders of Black Dragon Mountain could not resolve this matter, it would demonstrate their inadequacy. Naturally, the disciples would then leave the sect to seek guidance elsewhere. Inside the council hall, Song Junji and Qi Tang remained silent and motionless, heads bowed like sullen gourds. Chu Zhuan displayed a faint smile. He took out the corpse-nurturing tower and casually waved his hand. Go and kill him. Yes. A burly, dark-skinned giant swiftly swept past Song Junji and Qi Tang. A chilling gust made their scalps tingle, as they felt the menace of death. The 2 exchanged glances, each seeing the fear reflected in the other's eyes. Within just a few breaths, screams echoed from outside, followed by another gust of bloody wind. Who tossed a blood-stained head at Chu Zhuan's feet. The headless body was tucked casually under his arm, being gnawed on indifferently. Crunch, crunch. The disturbing sound of chewing filled the council hall. Song Junji and Qi Tang stared at the head, swallowing hard as they observed the lingering emotions of unwillingness and shock. Thump. Qi Tang knelt down immediately, utterly terrified. Master, this man was a cultivator from the True Martial Sect. Killing him will surely provoke the wrath of the 2 Golden Core Elders from the True Martial Sect. Master, you must flee at once. We will stay behind to cover your retreat and buy you time. Song Junji also knelt down. Master, I should not have harbored any testing intentions. Please punish me. He had realized it now. Chu Zhuan dared to kill a cultivator from the True Martial Sect because he must have something to rely on. Now, apart from bowing his head and admitting his mistake, he had no other choice. Chu Zhuan smiled faintly, pointing at Song Junji. Smart. Otherwise, you would be the next one I'd kill. Song Junji breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a cold sweat break out on his back and front. Qi Tang uttered a sound of confusion, still not understanding the situation. After a long moment, he finally murmured softly, Master, what do you plan to do? We are willing to die for you. Chu Zhuan scoffed, you 2 are still useful, no need for you to die. Stay here, I'll be back soon. With that, his figure swept out like a violent wind. having already devoured the Foundation establishment Cultivator completely, immediately followed him. Stolen from Royal Road, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. Now, only Song Junji and Keon Tang were left in the Grand Hall. Thump. Keon Tang collapsed onto the floor, nearly scared to death. Brother Song. Keon Tang was smiling now, but his smile was uglier than bitterness itself. Song Junji sighed deeply. I've never been able to rid myself of the goo in my body, unable to break free from him. At this point, we're firmly tied to him. Whether we live or die depends entirely on him. Keon Tang said gravely, should we inform the 2 Golden Core Elders from True Martial Sect ahead of time? Song Junji shook his head, his eyes flashing. No, although I don't know what he's relying on, he's certainly not afraid of those 2 Golden Core Elders. Keon Tang was shocked. Not afraid of Golden Core? Song Junji nodded. We can only wait. Keon Tang's face fell. Let's wait then. Just wait. As night deepened. True Martial Sect, Council Hall. 2 Golden Core cultivators sat opposite each other, sharing a smile. Their names were Shangwen Feng and Zhang Wei, formerly Golden Core Elders of the Divine Star Sect and Imperial Spirit Mountain, respectively. They were not of high realm, which was why they had escaped a catastrophe. After much wandering, they arrived at the 100 Sects Alliance, and with the might of Golden Core, they forced the former sect leaders to abdicate, themselves taking over as sect leader and deputy sect leader, wielding power as they pleased. Shangwen Feng burst into hearty laughter. Brother Zhang. We've made quite a fortune this time. Just from the tributes from the minor sects, we've collected over 2,000 medium spiritual stones. And even more small spiritual stones, as many as 50,000. Zhang Wei also laughed heartily. I suspect these minor sects still have some resources left. Before the 2 major sects start their moves, let's skim a little more and make a run for it. Shangwen Feng nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Banding together to resist the major sects' absorption, do you believe that? Zhang Wei laughed loudly. I don't believe it. Shangwen Feng laughed even louder. Neither do I. Anyone who believes that is a fool. But they must believe it because they are Foundation establishment, and we are Golden Core. The 2 exchanged a glance and burst into laughter again, their mirth resounding freely. After a good laugh, Shangwen Feng finally said, Brother Zhang, your realm is lower than mine, and you are younger. I, as your elder brother, have always looked out for you, so I should take more spiritual stones, don't you think? Let's do this. From the treasures collected this time, you take 30%, and I'll take 70%. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei's smile instantly stiffened. Brother Shangwen, that's a bit unkind. He protested. My realm might be slightly lower and I might be younger, but my strength is not weak. Didn't I step in to handle the early-stage Golden Core demonic beast that appeared near our sect recently? You only got some minor injuries because of my actions. If I hadn't arrived in time, you might have been seriously hurt. Shangwen Feng's smile also froze. Brother Zhang, that's not how you say it. We must prioritize our roles in the distribution of treasures. I am the sect leader, and you are the deputy. That means I get more and you get less. Zhang Wei grew annoyed. No. In the blink of an eye, the 2 began to argue. Suddenly, a laugh echoed unexpectedly in the council hall. It is clearly mine, yet what purpose does your struggle serve? This voice startled them both. They abruptly turned towards the entrance of the hall. Under the moonlight, a dark figure stood there. The 2 were greatly alarmed. They had been too heated in their argument over the spoils to notice someone approaching an oversight that was astonishing. Shangwen Feng shouted, who dares to enter the True Martial Sect's council hall? Zhang Wei scoffed, why waste words? Kill him first. Anyone who could enter the council hall so silently must be a Golden Core cultivator of their level. No need to talk. Just act. Kill and take the treasure, wasn't that the convenient solution? Swoosh. Shangwen Feng formed a sword gesture, and 3 sword lights, swirling with water currents, screamed toward the vital points. Zhang Wei clenched his fist, sending a massive earthen hand smashing toward the shadow. They attacked with full force, giving no quarter. Just the practice I needed. Chu Zhuan chuckled. He stomped the ground fiercely, his body shooting forward like a cannonball. Crack. The oncoming sword lights shattered upon impact. With a loud crash, the earthen hand also burst apart. In an instant, Chu Zhuan's fist landed squarely on Shangwen Feng's head. The tremendous force exploded in that moment, like a giant elephant's crushing stomp. With a gruesome squelch, the head was pulverized instantly. Chapter 142, Mighty of Body Cultivator. Zhang Wei's eyes widened in shock. The 2 of them, one a 4th layer and the other a 3rd layer Golden Core cultivator, had unleashed their full magical power, only to have it shattered by the physical might of their opponent. Shangwen Feng's head had been pulverized with a single punch. What kind of monster was this person? A term long forgotten in the annals of history flashed through Zhang Wei's mind-body cultivator. Only a body refiner could possess such terrifying physical prowess. Zhang Wei immediately retreated, throwing out 2 magic talismans which transformed into tiger spirits to temporarily hold off the attack. He then quickly cast 2 defensive spells. A layer of earthy yellow light armor enveloped his body, and a shield of spiritual chi formed in front of him. He also summoned 2 defensive magic treasures for extra protection. The first was called the Ghost Silkworm Rope, a control-type magic treasure that also provided bodily protection. The second, his life-bound magic treasure, was called the Thousand-Layer Ruler, a jade ruler engraved with patterns of birds and beasts. As it appeared, it emitted a luminous jade light, positioning itself protectively in front of Zhang Wei. Having arranged these defenses in one breath, Zhang Wei finally relaxed and faced his opponent. His Thousand-Layer Ruler, capable of both attack and defense, was his most relied-upon magic treasure. He could hardly believe that, with all these layers of defense, they could still be breached by the opponent. Chu Zhuan looked at Zhang Wei, who had encased himself like a turtle in its shell, and couldn't help but chuckle. "You certainly have a lot of defensive tricks," he said with a smile. Zhang Wei, on alert, responded, "Fellow Taoist, let's talk this over. If you want to be the sect leader of the true martial sect, just take the position. There's no need for such violence." Chu Zhuan laughed louder. The position of a minor sect leader held no appeal to him. He smiled and said, "Compared to this so-called sect leadership, I'm more interested in your storage bag." Zhang Wei's pupils shrank suddenly. The next moment, Chu Zhuan launched a punch. Bang! In an instant, 3 punches were thrown. The first punch shattered the spiritual chi armor and shield. The second punch caused the ghost silkworm rope to cry out as it fell to the ground. The third punch left the Thousand-Layer Ruler dim and cracked into 3 pieces. His life-bound magic treasure destroyed, Zhang Wei immediately suffered a backlash, spurting blood and being flung backward. His pupils reflected the rapidly enlarging 4th punch. The only thought in his mind, such mighty strength, such fierce fists. Bang! The head shattered. Chu Zhuan's spiritual chi vibrated, flinging the blood and brain matter from his fists. He looked at the 2 headless corpses inside the council hall and smiled faintly. The 30 layers of body refinement truly made him formidable, resisting golden core spells with his physical body and bursting lower-grade magic treasures with his punches. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. I wanted to become a sword immortal when I first crossed over. Chu Zhuan mused as he looked at his oversized fists and smacked his lips. What sword immortal? They all would tremble under the might of his 30-layered body refinement. Casually, Chu Zhuan collected the 2 bodies into his corpse-nurturing tower and took their storage bags as well, then strode out of the hall. The commotion had already drawn the attention of many disciples of the true martial sect. But as Chu Zhuan walked out, the disciples quickly dispersed, muttering about how beautiful the moon was tonight, though it was a dark and windy night hardly suitable for such remarks. Fat indeed. Truly fat. Chu Zhuan exclaimed as he emptied the contents of the 2 golden core cultivators' storage bags. The storage bags of golden core cultivators were indeed richer than those of Foundation establishment cultivators. It was clear that after taking over the true martial sect, the 2 had not intended to lay down roots but had treated it merely as a means to amass wealth. Many of the treasures in their bags were extorted from other minor sects. Of course, most items collected from the minor sects were Foundation establishment stage treasures like magic tools, pills, and talismans. These were of little use to Chu Zhuan now, except for the spiritual stones. Regardless of one's realm, spiritual stones were always useful. The magic treasure of that fellow I shattered, but that old man's treasures are still intact. Chu Zhuan examined the dark seal in his hand, named the Black Tortoise Seal, a lower-grade magic treasure. Its method of killing was simple: smash it towards the enemy. It epitomized simplicity and brute force. Although it was only a lower-grade magic treasure, it far surpassed even the finest magic tools. Chu Zhuan estimated that it could easily crush most top-grade defensive magic tools. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Chu Zhuan erased Shangguan Feng's residual spiritual imprint on it and replaced it with his own soul blood imprint. His own spirit was strong enough to simultaneously wield about 4 magic treasures. Since he had acquired a magic treasure, he ought to make use of it. An additional magic treasure meant additional strength. And there's this spiritual sense secret technique. Though it's just a lower-grade golden core phase technique, it will suffice for now. Chu Zhuan pulled out a book titled Soul-Piercing Needle from Shangguan Feng's storage bag and nodded slightly. The soul-piercing needle had only 2 layers. The first layer discussed methods to temper spiritual sense and the second detailed how to condense spiritual sense into soul-piercing needles. Chu Zhuan wasn't concerned about its strength. Having it was enough. Secret techniques for spiritual sense were rarer than methods for cultivation and spells. Having such a technique already put him ahead of most golden core cultivators. There would naturally be opportunities to acquire better techniques for spiritual sense in the future. Even if he couldn't find them himself, there were always benevolent individuals who might bring them right to his doorstep. In the council hall of Black Dragon Mountain, Song Junji and Keon Tang paced nervously like ants on a hot pan, unable to stand still for fear that cultivators from the true martial sect would come knocking to demand justice. However, as night gave way to the early morning sunrise, there was still no sign of anyone from the true martial sect. The incident seemed to have dissipated like a drop of water into the ocean, leaving no trace. What on earth happened? Keon Tang was anxious. I've already sent someone to gather information, we should have news soon. Song Junji said gravely. Moments later, a disciple rushed into the hall like an arrow. Sect leader, deputy sect leader, I've got the news. The true martial sect's golden core. He was so excited that his words came out jumbled. Speak, hurry up. What happened to the true martial sect? Keon Tang couldn't contain his impatience. Song Junji stepped forward and placed a palm on the shoulder of the chi cultivation disciple, channeling a cool stream of spiritual chi into him. This helped the disciple calm down. Speak. Song Junji commanded solemnly. The disciple respectfully reported, the 2 golden core cultivators from the true martial sect vanished last night. According to what the disciples of true martial sect said, there were sounds of fighting from their council hall last night, and at the end, they saw a black-robed cultivator flying away. Since then, the 2 golden core cultivators have been missing. Song Junji and Keon Tang exchanged a look, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. You may leave. Song Junji waved his hand. Yes. Once the council hall was empty again, Keon Tang voiced his shock. It must have been the master. Song Junji nodded firmly. It was definitely the master. He's not just a 9-player foundation establishment as we had guessed, he's a golden core cultivator. Their faces showed a mix of excitement and bitterness. It was good news that their master was a golden core cultivator, but the fact that he was also a demonic cultivator was less cause for celebration. Chapter 143, An Invitation from the 100 Refinements Sect at Black Dragon Mountain. Some time had passed when suddenly, a cultured and cheerful laugh echoed from outside the grand formation at the mountain gate. Old man Tong Yijian here, specially visiting the Taoists of Black Dragon Mountain. Song Junji and Keon Tang were in the midst of figuring out how to grovel in front of Chu Zhuan when they heard this voice, making them shudder simultaneously. Tong Yijian? Wasn't that a golden core cultivator from the Heavenly Sword sect? What brought him to Black Dragon Mountain? Neither Song Junji nor Keon Tang dared to delay and hurried out to welcome Elder Tong Yijian. Moments later, the white-haired Tong Yijian was respectfully ushered into the council hall. Tong Yijian surveyed the 2 men and smiled slightly. I wonder where that golden core fellow Taoist is now? Song Junji and Keon Tang feigned ignorance. Elder Tong, what do you mean? There are no golden core great powers in Black Dragon Mountain. Tong Yijian burst into laughter. No need to pretend, the old man already received the news at the first moment, that Shang Wenfeng and Zhang Wei are dead. I also have some skills in the way of goo insects, and when I previously made contact with you 2, I detected a 5-organs goo in both of your bodies. Tell me, where is that fellow Taoist of yours now? Song Junji and Keon Tang were sweating profusely. Indeed, there had been a grand meeting called by the True Martial Sect and the Heavenly Sword Sect at the 100 Sects Alliance. During the meeting, this golden core cultivator encouraged them all to diligently cultivate and stand together against the major sects, even patting them on the shoulders in a friendly manner. It turned out this old fox had known about the trickery at Black Dragon Mountain all along but had never made it explicit. As Song Junji and Keon Tang were stammering, a voice came from the entrance of the council hall. Looking for me? Chu Zhuan walked into the hall with confident strides, his hands poised as if ready to strike at any moment. It was unexpected. Just after dealing with 2 golden core cultivators, Shang Wenfeng and Zhang Wei, a third one had shown up so soon. Song Junji and Keon Tang tensed up immediately, sensing the tense atmosphere as if a fight could break out at any moment. Should we run? If we don't run now, we might be caught in the aftermath of a battle between golden core cultivators. When Tong Yijian saw Chu Zhuan, he did not initiate a fight but instead slowly rose and smiled. I am Tong Yijian, nice to meet you, fellow Taoist. He exuded the aura of a late-stage golden core cultivator. Chu Zhuan raised an eyebrow and casually withdrew his readiness to attack, a curious expression crossing his face. Late-stage golden core? If he remembered correctly, according to the intelligence Song Junji and Keon Tang provided, among Shang Wenfeng, Zhang Wei, and Tong Yijian, only Shang Wenfeng was a mid-stage golden core. Zhang Wei and Tong Yijian were both at the early stage. How was it that Tong Yijian now appeared to be at the late stage? The display of late-stage golden core cultivation might be intended to intimidate him. Given the unclear strength of the opponent, it was best not to act rashly. Thinking this, Chu Zhuan also displayed a smile. Fellow Taoist Tong, It's a pleasure to meet you. Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. Hyeon-taeng looked confused, not understanding how the atmosphere had suddenly become so amicable. Song Junji promptly pulled him aside, quickly stepping out of the hall. The two seniors, please talk, we will wait outside. With a creak, the council hall doors shut tightly. Chu Juan greeted with a fist and palm salute, smiling, Elder Tong, it's a pleasure. I am He Liang. Elder Tong Yijian returned the smile, fellow Taoist he, to be so young and yet so accomplished. Truly, the new waves pushed the old waves forward. Their exchange was filled with polite formalities until Tong Yijian finally spoke. I wonder, fellow Taoist he, what is your view on the 100 Refinements sect and the Heaven-Burning sect? Chu Juan replied immediately, to be honest, I was but a Foundation establishment wanderer from Yu country, who, by a twist of fate in these chaotic times, managed to achieve Golden Core. In my view, the trend of major sects absorbing smaller ones is inevitable. The 100 Sects Alliance is essentially scattered sand. We, as Golden Core cultivators, should simply choose a major sect to join. Chu Juan smiled, I wonder, Elder Tong, which sect's elder are you? Tong Yijian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Fellow Taoist he is truly astute, recognizing my identity at a glance. Well, I won't pretend any longer. Elder Tong Yijian said solemnly, I am Elder Jian Yidong of the 100 Refinements sect. Would fellow Taoist he be willing to join our sect? Chu Juan's smile broadened, an invitation from a major sect is not to be refused. I am willing. Elder Jian Yidong was surprised by Chu Juan's readiness. He laughed heartily, very good. I will report this to my sect. Fellow Taoist he, you just need to wait for that date to come. With that, he rose, gave a formal bow, and left Black Dragon Mountain with great strides. Chu Juan watched his retreating figure, his expression one of amusement. This Jian Yidong had definitely been incognito in the 100 Sects Alliance for a long time. He had previously manipulated Shen Guanfeng and Zhang Wei to bind the alliance tightly together. Surely, it was a form of entrapment. Those small sects willing to band together against the major sects were probably already on his blacklist. It was indeed a clever strategy, significantly reducing the cost of absorbing the 100 Sects Alliance. It seemed that the Heaven-Burning sect was still inferior to the 100 Refinements sect in this regard. As for joining the Heaven-Burning sect or the 100 Refinements sect, Chu Juan was indifferent. Either would do. Major sects would inevitably absorb the smaller ones. His occupation of Black Dragon Mountain was simply because the situation was unclear, and he didn't want to get too involved with one side, preferring to observe how things unfolded. Now, however, the situation had clarified. It was indeed time to join one side. Some say it's better to be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big pond. But that depends on the gap between the big and small ponds. If the gap is too large, why not be at the lower end of the top tier? Moreover, with Chu Juan's current strength, he didn't see himself as being at the bottom among Golden Core cultivators. If the 100 Refinements sect didn't offer him a fitting position, it would show their lack of discernment. Such a sect might not be worth joining after all. On the other side, Jian Yidong maneuvered his flying magic treasure, swiftly departing from Black Dragon Mountain. Initially, he maintained the appearance of a wise and distinguished cultivator, but after flying nearly 1,000 li, he finally relaxed and let out a breath, his scalp tingling. What level of cultivation does that guy have? Why can't I see through him? He wondered aloud. From the moment he entered the hall, it seemed he was always ready with a killing move. Thankfully, I used a secret technique to disguise my aura, forcefully elevating it to late-stage Golden Core, which made him stand down his offensive. This is no simple matter, I must report that to the sect immediately. In a secluded stony mountain, Jian Yidong gathered his energy and focused, waiting for someone. Soon, a figure approached from the north, landing swiftly and revealing his true appearance, a stern-looking middle-aged man. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Senior Brother Jian, what urgent matter requires my personal attendance? Jian Yidong hurriedly responded, it is indeed a matter of urgency. He promptly recounted the mysterious disappearance of Shen Guanfeng and Zhang Wei, and his own visit to meet Chu Juan. The middle-aged man listened with some astonishment. Shen Guanfeng and Zhang Wei, one a 4th layer and the other a 3rd layer Golden Core, were easily killed by him. What kind of strength does this person possess? Could he be, like Senior Brother Jian, at the 6th layer of Golden Core? Jian Yidong spoke gravely, I cannot discern his level of cultivation, but this man is certainly no ordinary individual. However, he has shown interest in joining our 100 Refinements sect. Perhaps you should personally report this to the sect master. A cultivator of such strength must not be allowed to be swayed by the Heaven-Burning sect. The stern middle-aged man nodded decisively, Senior Brother Jian, your words are most prudent. I will return to the sect and report directly to the sect master. The master has always valued talent and will not miss the opportunity to recruit someone like Liang. Chapter 144, Rules of the Black Dragon Mountain. 5 days later, 4 golden core cultivators from the 100 Refinements sect led a large number of disciples as they suddenly headed south overnight. Wherever they passed, the cultivators of the 100 Sects Alliance surrendered at the sight of them. However, surrender did not guarantee survival. A list had already determined who would live and who would die. A bloody storm unfolded at every corner of the alliance. Yet, even on this murderous, wind-swept night under a dark moon, there was a peaceful sanctuary. Black Dragon Mountain. Song Junji, Qi Tang, and about a dozen Qi cultivation disciples remained in the council hall. Even the Qi refining disciples could hear the distant cries of slaughter in the pitch-black night. They shivered, fearing such a catastrophe could also descend upon them. Song Junji looked around and calmly stated, "Fellow disciples, do not panic. We just need to stay calm and wait for this turmoil to subside." He was a smart man. When Elder Tong Yujian had proactively visited to discuss matters with their master, he knew Black Dragon Mountain was safe. Sure enough, as the 100 Refinements sect marched south, not a single person approached Black Dragon Mountain. This was clearly preferential treatment from the 100 Refinements sect. Qi Tang felt relieved inside. It was good to have a capable master, otherwise, they too might have been completely wiped out on this bloody night. Soon, the sun rose in the east, and the region had a new ruler. Black Dragon Mountain. Ji and Yitong and a stern-looking middle-aged man arrived together. "Is fellow Taoist he around?" Their voices boomed across Black Dragon Mountain. Chu Zhuan, who had not left the cultivation world these past few days, appeared upon hearing them. The three entered the council hall. The stern middle-aged man smiled and introduced himself. "I am Mangekyō, an elder of the 100 Refinements sect, and also a junior brother of the same sect lineage as Elder Jian." Chu Zhuan greeted them with a fist and palm salute. Mangekyō took out a Taoist robe, an elder's token, and a high-quality storage bag of immense capacity, handing them to Chu Zhuan. "I have informed the sect master of everything about you, and he was delighted. He immediately agreed to have you join the 100 Refinements sect. He has also granted you authority over Black Dragon Mountain and a radius of 3,000 li. Such a vast territory is indeed enviable even among other golden core elders." Mangekyō continued smiling. "From now on, you are elder he of the 100 Refinements sect, capable of establishing your own doctrines and teachings. You will have unrestricted access to the sect's treasure and scripture vaults. Of course, exchanging various treasures still requires sect contributions." Chu Zhuan accepted each item one by one, pondering the astuteness of the 100 Refinements sect. They had assigned the region around Black Dragon Mountain directly to him. At first glance, it seemed they were granting him the opportunity to establish his own sect there. In reality, they positioned him as a bulwark against the Heaven-Burning sect. Merely a few thousand li to the south lay the territory of the Heaven-Burning sect. Despite these thoughts, Chu Zhuan's face betrayed none of his emotions. Instead, he offered a smile. "Convey my thanks to the sect master for his generosity. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation." Mangekyō, seeing Chu Zhuan's cooperative demeanor, smiled as well. "Of course." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he piloted his flying magic treasure away. Ji and Yitong looked towards Chu Zhuan, his expression somewhat awkward. "Apologies, fellow Taoist he. The territories of Yan country have already been allocated, and new golden core cultivators can only be assigned to this part of the 100 Sects Alliance. However, my Heavenly Sword sect is just beside you. In a few days, another newly advanced golden core elder will also come to establish his base here. The three of us will form a strategic triangle to support each other in case of any incidents. If the Heaven-Burning sect attacks, you need not worry, our sect will defend us with all its might." Chu Zhuan nodded slightly. The 100 Refinements sect's bold move to absorb the 100 Sects Alliance was undoubtedly backed by the confidence to disregard any non-aggression pacts. This, he was not worried about. After Jian Yitong departed, Song Junji and Qi Tang scurried up to Chu Zhuan and knelt silently before him, waiting for him to speak. Their lives were in his hands, after all. Chu Zhuan spoke indifferently. "From now on, I am an elder of the 100 Refinements sect, and you are its disciples. This land within 3,000 li is under the purview of our Black Dragon Mountain lineage." Song Junji and Qi Tang's eyes widened in surprise. "Just like that, we've become disciples of the 100 Refinements sect?" This was an enormous boon. Chu Zhuan continued calmly, "I cultivate virtue, which you cannot learn. Thus, teach whatever you wish to teach, and propagate whatever you wish to propagate. Henceforth, our Black Dragon Mountain will embrace all streams and foster inclusivity." Song Junji and Qi Tang exchanged looks. "Cultivate virtue? Do you believe it?" "I certainly don't." At that moment, Chu Zhuan recalled the sources of sect contributions for the 100 Refinements sect. Besides eliminating enemies from opposing sects and fulfilling sect missions, a primary source was the successful instruction of disciples. A multitude of strong disciples would naturally bring abundant contributions. When the time came, whatever was needed could simply be exchanged with a wave of his hand. Chu Zhuan stated casually, "As for cultivation, I have but one requirement." Song Junji and Qi Tang immediately perked up their ears to listen. Chu Zhuan stated indifferently, "Qi refining disciples, once you have drawn Qi into your body and embarked on the path of immortality, if you do not advance to the middle stage of Qi refining within 5 years, you shall be transformed into a corpse puppet. Similarly, if a middle stage Qi refining disciple does not break through to the late stage within 5 years, they too shall be made into a corpse puppet. The same applies to Foundation Establishment disciples. For those at the initial stage of Foundation Establishment, if they do not reach the middle stage within 10 years, and those at the middle stage, if they do not advance to the late stage within 10 years, they will all be turned into corpse puppets." Song Junji and Qi Tang's eyes widened in shock. "You just said you cultivate virtue. Listen to yourself. Are these the words someone who cultivates virtue would say? Do you wish to say something?" Chu Zhuan glanced at them. Song Junji and Qi Tang shuddered as if a supreme beast had glanced at them. "We have nothing to say, absolutely nothing," Qi Tang said seriously. Chu Zhuan continued, "There are too few Foundation Establishment cultivators. Within a month, Black Dragon Mountain must have at least 5. The number of Qi refining disciples is also insufficient, we need at least 100 within a month. This task is also yours to handle." Song Junji and Qi Tang were dumbfounded. Chu Zhuan casually waved his hand, and several magic tools fell before them. "These are yours now, use them well. Perform well and there will be rewards." The two looked down and their eyes lit up. They were all high-grade magic tools, and there was even a top-grade magic tool. Chu Zhuan casually added, "If you fail to complete the task, you two will also be turned into corpse puppets." The two shivered and quickly nodded their heads. After Chu Zhuan left, Qi Tang managed a bitter smile. "Brother Song, what should we do?" Song Junji said coldly, "To complete the master's task is difficult yet simple." Qi Tang was puzzled. "What do you mean by simple?" A ruthless glint appeared in Song Junji's eyes. "Abduct them. If they don't want to come to Black Dragon Mountain, we'll make them. Aren't you skilled in Gu techniques? Just like the master controls us, control those Foundation Establishment cultivators. With a month's time and the master's gifted magic tools, it's more than enough. Once Black Dragon Mountain's notorious reputation spreads, it won't matter if no mortals come for the spiritual seed selection. Then we'll go town by town, directly capturing mortals with spiritual roots and bringing them back." Qi Tang took a sharp breath as if seeing Song Junji in a new light. Qi Tang solemnly said, "Brother Song, you are ruthless enough. Let's do it." Chapter 145, Jian Yitong's shock. Several days later, two figures approached together. One was the white-haired Jian Yitong, and the other, a spirited young man exuding the aura of a golden core cultivator. "Elder He. I am Jian Yitong, may I have a moment of your time?" His voice echoed across Black Dragon Mountain, yet there was no sign of Chu Zhuan, nor were Song Junji and Qi Tang visible. Jian Yitong scratched his head in confusion. Where is everyone? The vast Black Dragon Mountain seemed devoid of any host. After dozens of breaths, a Qi refining disciple, soaring on a flying sword, ascended into the sky. The disciple bowed respectfully. "I am Liu King, a disciple of Black Dragon Mountain. Greetings, Elder." Jian Yitong frowned. "Where is your Grandmaster? Where are the two Foundation Establishment cultivators of Black Dragon Mountain? This is quite the neglect." Liu King bowed. "Elder Jian, the Grandmaster is elusive, and both my master and Uncle Master Qi have left. May I know your business? Once my master returns, I will relay your message." Before Jian Yitong could respond, the young man sighed. "This is my first visit and I do not even get to meet Elder He. To be received by a mere disciple, does Elder He think little of a newly ascended golden core like me? Never mind, Elder Jian, I'll return to my Thousand Hammer Peak. I have much to attend to and shall not waste more time here." With that, the young man rode the wind away, disappearing from view. Jian Yitong managed a wry smile, turning to Liu King. "Liu King, was it? Remember this. The one who left is the newly ascended Golden Core Elder, Yuan Zichu, who has established his Taoist hall at Thousand Hammer Peak. Fellow Taoist Yuan, barely past 30, has already reached the Golden Core phase, promising a boundless future. I brought him here specifically to pay respects to your Black Dragon Mountain's ancient master, to form a good connection, alas. Ensure no discord arises between the two. When your master returns, make sure you relay my exact words to fellow Taoist He." Liu King nodded. Yes, I will report everything to the master as you said. After Jian Yidong departed, Liu King returned to his cultivation chamber to resume his relentless training. Had it not been for the arrival of a golden core cultivator, whose voice permeated Black Dragon Mountain and with no one appearing to welcome him, he would have preferred not to leave his chamber at all. With the rule that failing to advance to the late stage of chi cultivation within 5 years results in transformation into a corpse puppet, his life was at stake. Where would he find the time for other concerns? Song Junji and Qian Tang, busy capturing foundation establishment and chi cultivation practitioners around the world, had even less time to spare. Each time they returned to Black Dragon Mountain, they only had time to drink some spiritual tea and eat some spiritual food before they had to leave again to continue capturing cultivators. Empowered by the magic tools bestowed by Chu Zhuan, they moved without restraint. Unless a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator intervened, no other foundation establishment practitioners could challenge them. Within a month, the two of them astonishingly captured 18 foundation establishment cultivators and over 200 chi cultivation disciples. Unauthorized hail usage. If you spot this story on Amazon, report the violation. Such results greatly pleased Chu Zhuan, who immediately rewarded them with various pills and talismans, items he found redundant but were highly useful for foundation establishment cultivators. However, the actions of Black Dragon Mountain had incensed Thousand Hammer Peak. A few days later, Yuan Zichu arrived at Black Dragon Mountain in a fury. His booming voice erupted, resonating throughout the mountain. He Liang, come out. His golden core cultivation unfurled recklessly, instilling genuine fear in every disciple on Black Dragon Mountain. At that moment, Song Junji and Qian Tang, who had just returned with a few captured foundation establishment cultivators, quickly positioned themselves at the mountain gate. Who goes there, and why do you address my master with such disrespect? Song Junji demanded sternly. Yuan Zichu, incredulous and further infuriated, retorted, you don't even know who I am? Your Black Dragon Mountain is truly discourteous. Accusing me of rudeness while being rude yourselves. Liang. Come out. Your Black Dragon Mountain has raided my spiritual seedlings 5 times. Yuan Zichu's tirade was abruptly cut off as his pupils dilated in alarm. He swiftly dodged to the side. A massive black python shot out from somewhere in Black Dragon Mountain, narrowly missing him. Had his reaction been any slower, he would have been struck solidly by the black python. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Zichu realized that it wasn't a python at all, but a magic treasure radiating a fierce, chilling light. Such a ferocious magic treasure. He thought, shocked. He had not expected Liang to possess such a formidable magic treasure, and his initial bluster diminished significantly. Before Yuan Zichu could speak again, a figure sped toward him at an incredible pace. The fist of this figure magnified rapidly. Only a breath ago, it was still at the mountain gate, and the next, it was inches from his nose. Yuan Zichu's heart pounded violently. From this unadorned fist, he sensed an immense threat, a threat of death. He couldn't fathom why such a thought occurred to him, but clearly, there was no time to dodge. He had to block this strike. Yuan Zichu swiftly formed a seal, and immediately, a tri-layered water blue protective shield appeared in front of him, consisting of pale blue, azure, and deep blue layers. He slapped his storage bag, summoning 3 talismans that burst into flames and formed 3 layers of defense. Then, with a surge of his spiritual chi, he activated a small shield-shaped magic treasure to guard his face. Renowned as a prodigy within the 100 Refinements sect, Yuan Zichu had been nurtured as if born with a silver spoon. He was laden with an abundance of magic treasures, spells, and talismans. Had he not insisted, the sect master of the 100 Refinements sect would never have assigned him to establish his Taoist hall at Thousand Hammer Peak, preferring instead to keep him safe in the rear to continue his cultivation. Yuan Zichu thought to himself, with so many defensive measures, I should be able to block this strike. However, before he could finish his thought, the fist, as large as a pot, smashed through the small shield magic treasure, shattered the talismans, and breached the spell defenses, aiming straight for his head. Yuan Zichu's eyes nearly bulged out in shock. He only had time to shield his face with his life-bound magic treasure. Boom! The fist instantly cracked the life-bound magic treasure. Yuan Zichu's body was hurled backward, spewing blood mid-air. His life-bound magic treasure dimmed and emitted mournful whines. Just as Chu Zhuan was about to follow through with his punch to obliterate Yuan Zichu's head, a streak of light approached from afar, shouting, Elder He. Please refrain. Yuan Zichu is one of our own, an elder of the 100 Refinements sect. Chu Zhuan frowned and held back his strike. He had thought Yuan Zichu was merely a courier delivering treasures. Unbeknownst to him, the man was actually a golden core elder of the 100 Refinements sect. Thus, a direct killing was no longer an option. Jian Yidong rushed over to help Yuan Zichu up, inwardly dismayed by the growing rift this incident might cause. Yuan Zichu, clutching his chest and looking at Chu Juan with fear, heard Jian Yitong begin to explain, but he quickly interrupted, bowing to Chu Juan. Elder He, I was presumptuous. This fault is mine today. I should not have rushed to Black Dragon Mountain and questioned you without explanation. He then produced a magic treasure. This treasure is called the Imperial Sky Mirror, a mid-grade flying magic treasure. I hope you will accept it. He bowed deeply to Chu Juan. May we consider the matter of the spiritual seedlings resolved, and I ask for your understanding and forgiveness. Jian Yitong's eyes widened. Yuan Zichu was known for his pride and vengefulness. Why was he backing down today? And why was he offering a treasure so readily? Chapter 146, Hidden Mountain Gathering. Not only was Jian Yitong astonished, but Chu Juan was also somewhat surprised. From their brief encounter, he had discerned that this young man was certainly not of low status. Despite only being at the first layer of the Golden Core, he was adorned with treasures. Such a person either held a high status or possessed exceptional talents. Typically, aren't such cultivators known for their vengeful nature? Yet, despite having his life-bound magic treasure nearly shattered by Chu Juan, there was no hint of resentment in his eyes, no waiting for a future day of retribution. Instead, his demeanor softened, and he even proffered a mid-grade flying magic treasure, an act completely at odds with the vindictive geniuses of typical cultivation novels. Seeing Chu Juan remain silent, Yuan Zichu gritted his teeth and pulled out 3 Golden Core stage talismans. Elder He, here are 2 Earth Prison talismans and 1 5 Thunder talisman, all crafted by myself. Jian Yitong was immediately taken aback. Yuan Zichu was a well-known talisman master within the 100th Refinements sect. The Earth Prison talisman he crafted could detain enemies for a longer duration than those made by other talisman masters. The 5 Thunder talisman also boasted greater power. Other Golden Core cultivators would usually seek to purchase talismans from him, yet here he was, offering 3 to Chu Juan. Chu Juan's expression remained unchanged. Since that is the case, I shall accept them. With a sweep of his hand, he collected the mirror and the 3 talismans into his pouch. Treasures offered on a silver platter should never be declined. Yuan Zichu finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Chu Juan take the magic treasures and talismans. Although Jian Yitong might not have understood, Yuan had recognized Chu Juan's strength during their confrontation. A body cultivator, and one who had cultivated his physical body to an incredibly strong realm potentially capable of contending with late-stage Golden Core cultivators. Body refining consumes a tremendous amount of resources and is considered a path against the natural order in these times. That He Liang had achieved such a state indicated either extraordinary talent or substantial resources. Either way, Yuan Zichu did not wish to provoke him. Although he was known for his vindictiveness, he also knew whom he could afford to retaliate against and whom he could not. Clearly, the master of Black Dragon Mountain was not someone he could afford to antagonize. Yuan Zichu smiled. Elder He, my Taoist Hall is located 6,000 li east of Black Dragon Mountain, on Thousand Hammer Peak. When you have time, I would be honored to host you. With those words, he rode the winds away, vanishing in the blink of an eye, though it seemed almost as if he was fleeing. Song Junji and Qiantang were simultaneously delighted and shocked, with a tinge of melancholy. While they were pleased with their master's growing strength, it also meant that they would likely never escape his control. Jian Yitong blinked, the initial surprise giving way to understanding as he realized that Yuan Zichu was indeed frightened by Chu Juan. This was why he had offered treasures and talismans, fearing that Chu Juan might harbor intentions to kill. A case of content theft. This narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Let's all go back. Chu Juan dismissed with a wave of his hand. Jian Yitong cleared his throat and spoke in a low voice. The heaven-burning sect is about to make its move. I suspect they'll act against us soon. A senior Golden Core cultivator I know has organized a gathering of Golden Core cultivators. You just need to swallow a transformative voice pill to attend, and no one will know who you are. Elder He, if you are interested, it might be worth checking out. I assume you haven't gathered enough sect contributions to exchange for items yet, and such a gathering could present valuable opportunities. Chu Juan appeared contemplative. A Golden Core assembly sounded promising indeed. Perhaps he could acquire Thunder Python Core there, which could advance his realm into the Golden Core phase in Chi refining. As for the transformative voice pill, being a master of disguise, he was well aware of it, a pill that allowed one to alter one's appearance and voice. His storage bag still contained many such items, and his current disguise techniques were far more advanced than what the pill offered. He could easily discern others' disguises while remaining undetected himself. If Jian Yitong was setting a trap, or if the Golden Core assembly harbored hidden dangers, that would suit him even better. His 30 layers of body refinement were not just for show. When and where? Chu Juan asked. 6 days from now, in Divine Star Valley. Jian Yitong replied, producing a jade slip. You will need this to enter. Good. Chujuan nodded. 6 days later, Divine Star Valley. The spiritual chi here was not particularly dense, but it had always been regarded as a sacred site by the Divine Star sect, for it was from this valley that the sect's founder had embarked on the path that led to the establishment of the mighty Divine Star sect. However, since the sect had uneventfully dissolved, the valley had been plundered by rogue cultivators and had become a ruin. No one visited this sacred site of a fallen sect anymore. A streak of light cut through the sky as Chujuan landed in the valley. An array, and a large-scale illusionary one at that. Impressive. He noted with a light chuckle. He took out a jade slip from his storage bag. The slip seemed to sense something and flew out on its own, casting a beam of light. Where the light touched, a screen of light split open before him. Through the screen, one could see a completely different world. Chujuan stepped forward confidently. The scenery transformed instantly before him, revealing a long table and several scattered chairs. 12 cultivators were seated on the chairs, most of them cautiously spaced apart, although a few who seemed to know each other sat closer. As Chujuan entered, all 12 golden core cultivators turned their gazes towards him. He returned their looks without hesitation. Before arriving at Divine Star Valley, he had ingested a grand transformation pill he had concocted himself. Not only had his appearance and voice changed, but even his physique was altered. Moreover, he had concealed his aura using the turtle breath technique. No matter how the others tried to probe, they could only discern that he was a mid-stage golden core chi cultivator, with no visible signs of his body refinement. A burly man burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, another fellow Taoist has arrived, welcome. Please, take a seat. He gestured. Chujuan casually chose a seat and began to survey the 12 golden cores. None wore masks, evidently having consumed transformative form and voice pills. However, with his profound expertise in disguise, Chujuan could still identify several individuals whose features had been altered by the pills. Yet, whether the appearances revealed by the pills were genuine was debatable. For instance, Chujuan himself was using the alias Heliang on a face that was not his own. After scanning the room, he spotted Jian Yitong. The old man had transformed himself into a strikingly handsome young man in white, flirtatiously interacting with a voluptuous woman whose seductive gaze was like silk. The holders of the jade slips have all arrived, good. Remarked the burly man after a pause. He smiled and continued, since we have 3 newcomers today, I will reiterate the rules of the Hidden Mountain Gathering. First, the Hidden Mountain Gathering does not discriminate based on alignment, sect, or nationality. Anyone is welcome to trade here. Second, members of the Hidden Mountain Gathering should address each other by code names and must not reveal their real names or identities. Of course, if you choose to disclose your identity, you must bear the consequences yourself. Third, no member may reveal the existence of the Hidden Mountain Gathering to outsiders. Violators will be pursued and executed by all members of the gathering. As he delivered the last rule, the tone of the burly man turned unmistakably stern. Chapter 147, The Reward of Feather Transformation Heaven Palace. Chujuan's eyebrows twitched upon hearing this. Hidden Mountain Gathering? Had Jian Yitong, the elderly master, inexplicably drawn him into an organization? He glanced at Jian Yitong and was struck by the sight of the old man no longer exchanging flirtatious glances with the voluptuous female cultivator but sitting upright in apparent confusion. It seemed he too did not understand why a straightforward golden core cultivator meeting had suddenly been dubbed the so-called Hidden Mountain Gathering. Chujuan surveyed the other cultivators without betraying his thoughts, noticing a fleeting emotion in some eyes that mirrored his own. However, these signs were swiftly concealed. After all, they were all cultivators who had achieved the golden core stage, well practiced in controlling their emotions. The burly man continued, perhaps some of you wish not to join the Hidden Mountain Gathering, and that is fine. You only need to swear not to disclose the existence of it and you may leave. Of course, the oath you take is not a heart-devouring oath but one that I dictate. He added, producing a talisman paper with something inscribed on it. Chujuan raised an eyebrow. Making a heart-devouring oath oneself and abiding by an oath set by another were entirely different matters. Sorcerers had numerous ways to circumvent self-imposed heart-devouring oaths, but an oath imposed by another left no loopholes. The 12 golden core cultivators fell into silence, yet none rose to leave. Seeing this, the burly man smiled and said, good, then let's officially begin this session of the Hidden Mountain Gathering. Let me introduce myself first. My code name is Black Chess. I organize each meeting of the Hidden Mountain Gathering, and I will notify you of the specific times and places through the Hidden Mountain Jade. He said, holding up the jade slip. Here, this little trinket. Black Chess smiled again. Oh, and any member who fails to attend 5 consecutive meetings will be assumed dead. Let's start the introductions from you. Black Chess directed, turning to the person on his left. The man, lean and wiry, Responded calmly, codename, Flying Fish. After him, the next person stated, Sky Stone. One by one, codenames were announced. Jian Yidong's codename was Righteousness. A choice that seemed ironic considering his earlier lascivious demeanor. When it was Chu Xuan's turn, he simply stated his codename and fell silent. Heartless. That was the codename he had chosen for himself, aptly reflecting his persona. He meticulously memorized the code names of all present, ensuring he knew each participant clearly. Alright, let's begin the trading. Black Chess said with a smile. Everyone, please announce the items you wish to trade. Whether it's one-on-one or one-to-many exchanges, that's up to you. Flying Fish immediately responded, a mid-grade magic treasure, named the Mystical Mirror. It can delay the spiritual chi of an opponent. The price is 40,000 small spiritual stones. Sky Stone added, a mid-grade golden core spiritual secret technique, the Soul Vortex. It has 3 levels, and upon mastering the third, one can devour an opponent's soul. I ask for 60,000 small spiritual stones. This story originates from a different website. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. One by one, items were placed on the long table, each enveloped in spiritual chi. Chu Xuan listened with keen interest. However, after calculating his resources, he realized he could afford only one of these items. The price of magic treasures and secret techniques skyrockets upon entering the Golden Core path. He recalled Sheng Guanfeng and Zhang Wei, both Golden Core cultivators who had not been targeted by either the 100 Refinements sect or the Heaven Burning sect. Perhaps their ability to escape amidst chaos and live luxuriously within the territory of the 100 Sects Alliance was partly due to their substantial familial wealth. Those with scant resources naturally lacked power, and predators focused on fatter sheep, allowing the likes of them to escape and thrive. Chu Xuan continued to listen, noting that some were trading special treasures from the Heaven Burning sect. Perhaps these were Golden Core cultivators from that sect. The Hidden Mountain Gathering was indeed intriguing, with Golden Core cultivators from the Heaven Burning sect and the 100 Refinements sect coming together for mutual benefit. Suddenly, a voice rang out, information, a bounty from the Feather Transformation Heaven Palace. This bounty was issued directly by the Feather Transformation Heaven Palace to the nascent soul elders of the major sects in the Northern Cold, Southern Wildness, Eastern Border, and Western Land. Most Golden Core cultivators are unaware of it. The reward is the corpses of 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. After these words, all eyes turned toward the speaker. Chu Xuan's eyes flickered with interest. The person who spoke was codenamed Whitewater. His appearance and aura were quite ordinary, so Chu Xuan hadn't paid much attention to him before. But now, he understood that this man was far from simple. Feather Transformation Heaven Palace, which Chu Xuan had researched alongside the Nether Dao sect, was the supreme ruler of the Mystic Azure Realm, unmatched by any other. Mystic Azure Realm was a cultivation star known to the lower-tier cultivators simply as Mystic Azure Realm. To the more powerful cultivators, it was referred to as Mystic Azure Star. Feather Transformation Heaven Palace dominated the central continent of Mystic Azure Star, where the spiritual chi was richest. It largely ignored the other forces on the star, adopting a hands-off approach. The Nether Dao sect was once a colossal sect that stood shoulder to shoulder with Feather Transformation Heaven Palace. However, one day, the ancestral ground of the Nether Dao sect vanished without a trace, leading to the sect's downfall. Feather Transformation Heaven Palace then absorbed the remnants of the Nether Dao sect, solidifying its position as the absolute dominator of Mystic Azure Star. Historically, Feather Transformation Heaven Palace rarely imposed any demands on other sects. Yet, why had they suddenly issued a bounty now? The bounty offered was even the corpses of 3 nascent soul cultivators, whose bodies were undecayed, with their potent life force entirely locked within. These 3 nascent soul corpses could be used in corpse refinement, puppet crafting, or even as cauldrons, offering endless possibilities. With the announcement of this bounty, all sects would undoubtedly be driven into a frenzy. Every Golden Core present surely harbored covetous thoughts. As expected. As soon as Whitewater finished speaking, Black Chess, Flying Fish, and Sky Stone, among others, all turned their attention towards him. I wish to hear this piece of information, declared Black Chess immediately. So do I. Another chimed in. Seconded. Echoed a third. Chu Xuan also voiced his agreement. In a mere moment, all 12 Golden Cores in the room expressed their desire to hear the information. Whitewater held up a finger, 10,000 small spiritual stones per person, or the equivalent. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Chu Xuan transferred 10,000 small spiritual stones into a low-grade storage bag and tossed it over. The other cultivators did the same without hesitation. Once the payments were settled, Whitewater calmly disclosed, the bounty issued by Feather Transformation Heaven Palace targets 2 resurrected prodigies of the Nether Dao sect. The first, Overlord Shang Danju. The second, Shang Xingchen the Ghost Dragon. Upon hearing this, the room was filled with astonishment. The Nether Dell sect? Two resurrected prodigies? A spark of realization flashed through Chu Xuan's mind, instantly recalling the underground ruins in the Cloud Mist Mountains. That place was the ghost palace of the Nether Dell sect. Could it be that cultivators from the past era of the Nether Dell sect had emerged from there? Whitewater continued, as you may know, the Nether Dell sect comprises 4 palaces: Ghost Palace, Goo Palace, Corpse Palace, and Blood Palace. These palaces are distributed throughout Mystic Azure Star, including both true and false palaces. The Ghost Palace in the Misty Mountains a few years ago was one such false palace. Feather Transformation Heaven Palace's diviners have foreseen a potential resurgence of the Nether Dell sect, led by either Shang Danju or Shang Xingchen, both of whom vanished around 500 years ago when the sect was annihilated. Whitewater stated evenly, the bounty from Feather Transformation Heaven Palace is clear: find them, dead or alive, and bring them to the gates of Feather Transformation Heaven Palace in the Central Continent. Chapter 148, Lone Wolves. Upon hearing Whitewater words, the cultivators present all began to scheme quietly. Compared to the imminent war between the 100 Refinement sect and the Heaven Burning sect, the bounty from Feather Transformation Heaven Palace was far more enticing. Possessing the corpses of 3 nascent soul cultivators, what more could they worry about? They could even disregard the 100 Refinement sect and the Heaven Burning sect, striding boldly across the entire Mystic Azure Star. Moreover, the nascent soul ancestors of the Heaven Burning sect and the 100 Refinement sect, upon learning of this bounty, would likely slow their war efforts to focus entirely on capturing Shang Danju and Shang Xingchen. Chu Xuan harbored some thoughts on this matter as well. But they were just thoughts. He did not believe that Shang Danju and Shang Xingchen, who had resurrected, would be easy to kill. If they could emerge from underground ruins and survive across 5 centuries, it indicated they certainly had powerful backing. Excessive greed might well lead to fatal consequences. Rather than the bounty from Feather Transformation Heaven Palace, Chu Xuan found Whitewater's identity more intriguing. If this bounty was directly issued by Feather Transformation Heaven Palace to the nascent soul ancestors of various sects across Mystic Azure Star, how could a golden core cultivator like him be aware of it? However, Chu Xuan only pondered these thoughts. The 12 golden cores present were each exceptional and of unknown background. His greatest reliance was his body refined through 30 layers, making him capable of defeating any one of them in single combat, but at the cost of exposing some of his secrets and possibly sustaining injuries. Chu Xuan never engaged in acts that were more trouble than they were worth. The trading continued. When it was Chu Xuan's turn, he produced a small bottle. Qi binding dust. Once inhaled, it prevents the target from using their internal spiritual qi and from absorbing spiritual qi from the environment. Effective against golden core cultivators. 6,000 small spiritual stones per bottle. If anyone has a thunder attribute serpent demon core from the foundation establishment stage, I am willing to purchase it at a high price. This qi binding dust was a poison he had acquired from the venom scripture. After much consideration, it was the only item he felt safe to trade. The other poisons he possessed were too potent. Trading them might bring unnecessary trouble upon himself. As for magical tools, elixirs, and talismans, most were suited only for foundation establishment cultivators and were not worthy of offering here. Chu Xuan already had the antidote for the qi binding dust, which was why he dared to offer it in the trade. I'll take it. Black Chess's eyes sparkled as he spoke. I happen to have 3 demon cores that meet your requirements. We can discuss the trade in private later. Chu Xuan nodded slightly. None of the other offerings caught his eye. He only found the Golden Core mid-grade spiritual sense secret technique appealing, but he had already condensed the Soul Core, granting him immense spiritual strength. Even a lower-grade Golden Core technique like the soul-piercing needle could be immensely powerful in his hands. As for magic treasures and elixirs, they were even less appealing. His physical body was now comparable to a mid-grade magic treasure. Unless someone offered a superior-grade magic treasure, he was not even interested in looking. Stolen from its rightful author, this tale is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Regarding elixirs, only those with special properties could be of some use to him. He disregarded elixirs that enhanced the Golden Core stage. With an abundance of yin evil qi and blood honey, he had no need for such cultivation-boosting elixirs. Instead, he was interested in elixirs that could help his corpse puppet or ghost break through bottlenecks. Who, since merging with his spirit root and consuming the corpses of Golden Core cultivators, had rapidly ascended to the level of a 9th-grade corpse general. Unfortunately, he seemed to be at a bottleneck, unable to condense a corpse core and advance to the rank of corpse commander. Suddenly, another person spoke. I have information on the Nether Dell sect that might be useful in finding Shang Danju and Shang Xingchen. At this statement, The eyebrows of the Golden Core cultivators present all raised, though none immediately spoke up to buy the information. Chu Juan glanced at the speaker, whose code name was Deep Sea. "I'm somewhat interested, let's hear it," said Jian Yidong with a few strange laughs. "I am also interested, name your price." Sky Stone added. Deep Sea held up 5 fingers. "This information has some value, but not a lot. 3,000 small spiritual stones should suffice." Black Chess looked around, noticing everyone's interest, and suggested, "Then let's do it like before, everyone contributes 3,000 small spiritual stones, how about it?" "Agreed. Acceptable." After everyone contributed 3,000 small spiritual stones, Deep Sea spoke solemnly. When the Heaven-Burning Sect marched north, after swallowing the Heavenly Seal Sect, they ousted the Divine Star Sect and dominated the Misty Mountains. At that time, the Heaven-Burning Sect had dispatched a Golden Core cultivator to lead a large group of cultivators to guard the Ghost Palace of the Nether Dao Sect there. However, after some time, that Golden Core cultivator was declared missing, and so were the cultivators who followed him to guard that place. That Ghost Palace might be a fake, but perhaps something emerged from it. After hearing this information, everyone present pondered quietly, opting to remain silent. When each person had reported in turn, it was time for private trading. Black Chess actively approached Chu Juan, stretching out his hand to reveal 3 demon cores. Each core was the size of a fist, smooth, and emitted an aura of thunder and lightning. Chu Juan nodded slightly. Foundation establishment stage demon cores typically go for around 500 small spiritual stones. I'll offer 600 each. How does that sound? Black Chess nodded. If you need more of these demon cores, I have more available. Chu Juan acknowledged with a nod. Moments later, the transaction was completed. He then acquired a Grand Yin Mystic Evil Pill from a Golden Core cultivator codenamed Snow Mountain for 3,000 small spiritual stones, which could aid a corpse puppet in condensing a corpse core. 2 hours later, the private trading session concluded. Black Chess declared the gathering over and mentioned that the time of the next meeting would be communicated at an appropriate moment. The Golden Core cultivators began to leave one by one. Chu Juan was the first to leave, but he immediately hid outside the Divine Star Valley. He was intent on following some of them but discovered that these individuals were exceedingly cunning. Some used flying magic treasures that disappeared in the blink of an eye, others circled around confusingly, and some, like Jian Yitong, simply stayed in the valley pretending to admire the scenery until everyone else had left. However, Chu Juan's spiritual sense detected that 3 individuals were still hidden in this relatively small area of the Divine Star Valley. He shook his head in amusement. Chu Juan stood up, dusted off his pants, and decided to leave. Boring, let's go. As he stood, he deliberately glanced at the 3 hidden individuals, making it clear he had spotted them. The 3 sensed they were discovered but showed no embarrassment. They too stood up, bowed to each other, and then dispersed. With that, the now ruined Divine Star Valley finally returned to tranquility. At the Hotai Hotel. As soon as Chu Juan returned, he summoned Hu to his side. He produced the Grand Yin Mystic Evil Pill. This will be very helpful for you to condense your corpse core. Eat it. Without suspicion, Hu swallowed the pill immediately. Soon after, he closed his eyes, and a faint yin chi began to gather around him. The yin evil chi here is insufficient, we need to go to the Great Array. Chu Juan picked up Hu and threw him into the tower, then headed straight for the soul-capturing evil nurturing array. Chapter 149, an intersect disciple competition. After arriving at the array, Chu Juan threw Hu into it. He then thought for a moment and decided to retrieve several tens of kilograms of blood honey from the bee nest, placing it beside Hu. Soon, the yin evil chi began to converge towards Hu, gradually forming a dense, dark purple cocoon around his body. It seemed that it would take at least a year or 2 for the corpse core to condense. Chu Juan then settled himself down within the formation. He had acquired 3 Thunder Python demon cores from Black Chess, and it was an opportune moment to condense his own golden core, advancing his cultivation from the chi refinement to the golden core stage. Swallowing the 3 Thunder Python demon cores, Chu Juan immediately began compressing the spiritual chi within his body. Foundation establishment cultivators search high and low for Thunder Python demon cores, yet I easily obtained them from golden core cultivators at a hidden mountain gathering. Indeed, the circles one moves in can make a significant difference in what one acquires. Chu Juan smiled lightly. He then calmed his mind and began compressing his spiritual chi according to the Thunder Python core condensation technique. Each demon core had its intricacies, and the method of condensing a core varied with different types of demonic beasts. There were no shortcuts in the process of compressing spiritual chi, it was a slow and steady effort. After 8 months of repeatedly emptying and refilling his spiritual chi, Chu Juan felt an expanding sensation within the demon core, signaling that it was almost time to condense the golden core. Another 8 months passed. Chujuan's aura surged wildly as the demon core continued to rotate, collapse, and harden. At a certain moment, the Thunder Python demon core finally collapsed into a smooth, round golden core, surrounded by crackling thunder, with the pattern of a coiled python etched on its surface. This was the mark of a beast golden core. The moment the golden core was formed, Chujuan opened his eyes, a look of satisfaction on his face. With a golden core swallowed, from now on, my fate is in my own hands. He chuckled to himself, feeling that such old sayings were somewhat pretentious. After all, he could now easily burst a mere golden core with a single punch. Chujuan stood up, looking towards the center of the formation where he was enveloped in a large, dark purple cocoon. There were no signs of the cocoon breaking open. Just as Chujuan was about to leave, he heard a faint crackling sound from the surface of the cocoon. His expression brightened. It seems we're also nearing the final stage. Chujuan decided to sit down beside the formation, studying the venom scripture while waiting. He discovered that although his talent in the path of alchemy was mediocre, he excelled in the art of poison. His storage bag now contained 6 types of poisons capable of killing golden core cultivators, 3 with color, 2 with smell, and the strongest being colorless and odorless, a truly formidable poison. However, Chujuan suddenly had a new inspiration. He thought of designing a poison that could latch onto an opponent's spiritual chi during combat. Once the enemy retracted their spiritual chi, the poison would enter directly into their golden core, attacking it from within. You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. Several days passed, and the cracks on the surface of the dark purple cocoon multiplied, spreading like a spider web. Finally, on the 10th day, under Chujuan's expectant gaze, the cocoon shattered piece by piece. A figure, far more robust and imposing than before, emerged from the remains of the cocoon. Who now stood nearly 5 meters tall, his body covered in dense bone armor that could expand and contract at will. His arms and legs were muscular, bulging like rocks, and Chujuan had no doubt about the immense strength flowing through them enough to crush a golden core on the spot. "Master!" Who called out excitedly. Chujuan laughed heartily. "Come on, hit me with a few punches. Let's see whether my 30 layers of body refining are stronger, or your new rank as a first-level corps commander." Who immediately slid to his knees. Who dares not attack the master, but without a doubt, the master's strength is greater. Chujuan cocked his head. "You won't hit me? Then I'll hit you." At that, Who charged forward with a punch. "Master, here I come." Pound, pound, pound. The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed throughout the formation, like thunder. Laughter followed soon after. A man and a corpse, they fought vigorously, reveling in the combat. The wandering souls around them dared not approach, fearing they might be caught up in the fray. Several days later, at Black Dragon Mountain. An intersect disciple competition? "No, I won't go," Chujuan said, shaking his head upon hearing the reports from Song Junji and Qi Tang. The 100 Refinements sect had 35 golden core cultivators. Aside from 2 who were in closed-door cultivation and did not accept disciples, the other 33 had established their own subsects. The intersect disciple competition was intended to rank the foundation establishment and chi refining disciples among these 33 subsects. A victory for his disciples would reflect well on him as their master, but Chujuan was indifferent to such recognition. Back when he was part of the Heavenly Seal sect, there had been similar competitions, and Chujuan had never participated. Now, even though he was considered a peer of Wan Wuiying, his feelings hadn't changed. Qi Tang, looking deferential, added, "Master." The top 10 disciples in both Foundation Establishment and Chi Refining not only receive personal rewards, their masters also receive substantial contributions rewards. Chujuan, appearing benevolent, responded, "Then go ahead. You've all been practicing diligently, it's a good opportunity to test your skills. Don't disgrace me," he added offhandedly. The contributions were inconsequential to him. His primary interest was in seeing the disciples of Black Dragon Mountain perform well and make a name for themselves. "That's it. Master, will you be attending?" Qi Tang asked quietly. Chujuan shook his head. "I won't go, it would only add pressure on you." Song Junji and Qi Tang muttered under their breaths, acknowledging that even Chujuan was aware of the pressure his presence could cause. They nodded vigorously. "We understand." The competition lasted for 10 days. The other 32 subsects were left somewhat shocked by the performance of the Black Dragon Mountain disciples. In the Foundation Establishment category, Black Dragon Mountain secured 4 of the top 10 spots. In the Chi Refining category, they claimed 3. This intersect competition saw the long-established subsects overshadowed, with only Black Dragon Mountain shining bright like a dark, polished stallion so dazzling that it left others unable to open their eyes. Chujuan watched as his elder token's contributions surged, grinning from ear to ear. The cultivators from Black Dragon Mountain had been training hard under his encouragement, rapidly advancing their realms and earning him a lot of contributions. Now, with such outstanding results, he felt even more gratified. Indeed, he was a good master. Original Dao Peak. This was where the 100 Refinements Sex Scripture Pavilion was located. After the competition ended, Chujuan made his way there immediately. Having achieved Golden Core status, he needed to continue his practice with Golden Core stage techniques. His late master had only had time to impart the core condensation technique and not any Golden Core stage methods, so now he had to exchange for them himself. The scripture pavilion was a 9-story pagoda. In front of it was a vast square, bustling with disciples coming and going. Chujuan flew down to the square using his Imperial Sky Mirror. His elder token, hanging at his waist, clearly identified his status. As he passed, disciples bowed in respect. However, once he was far enough away, they began to whisper among themselves. Chapter 150, Blackheart Ancestor? That's the master of Black Dragon Mountain, the so-called Blackheart Ancestor? Truly, seeing is believing. One disciple murmured as Chujuan approached the scripture pavilion. I heard the cultivators at Black Dragon Mountain train fanatically every day, and those who don't meet the requirements get turned into corpse puppets. Another whispered, a mix of fear and fascination in their voice. That's brutal. Isn't that a method of the demonic path? Questioned a third, their face creased in disapproval. If you ask me, other subsects also use demonic methods, they just hide them better. The Blackheart Ancestor just puts it all out in the open. A fourth disciple chimed in, trying to sound pragmatic. Because of the Black Dragon Mountain affair. Our Mystic Wind Cave's Golden Core Ancestor has also issued an order those who don't meet the standards will be expelled from the sect. A fifth shared, his tone a mix of resignation and anxiety. The same goes for my Flying Dragon Mansion. Another agreed, nodding vigorously. The disciples' voices, though subdued, carried to Chujuan. His soul, strengthened by the soul core, was far more potent than that of most Golden Core cultivators, allowing him to overhear their quiet complaints. Blackheart Ancestor? That title actually suits my persona quite well. Chujuan mused, a hint of amusement in his tone. Unknowingly, has Black Dragon Mountain stirred up the entire 100 Refinements sect? He chuckled lightly, finding the situation both ironic and slightly flattering. As Chujuan strode into the scripture pavilion, the elderly cultivator guarding the entrance noticed the waves of invisible energy emanating from the Golden Core Elder token at Chujuan's waist. The old man jumped up from his seat, startled awake from his dozing. Greetings, Elder. The old cultivator said with deep respect. Chujuan nodded slightly. I wish to exchange for Golden Core stage techniques. The Golden Core techniques are on the 7th floor. The elder quickly informed. With a nod, Chujuan flashed to the 7th floor of the pavilion. This level was meticulously organized, filled with a vast array of scriptures, techniques for chi cultivation, spiritual sense secrets, and even body refining methods were all available. Chujuan passed by the sections containing lower and mid-grade Golden Core techniques, heading straight for the areas dedicated to superior and top-grade techniques. His gaze swept over the titles, Heavenly River Heavy Water Scroll Blood Refinement True Art 3000 Mysterious Threads Chapter. Raising an eyebrow, Chujuan noted to himself, the 100 Refinement Sex Scripture Pavilion certainly has an abundance of demonic arts. Yet, he did not see any overtly sinister or nefarious techniques, nor any methods explicitly for corpse refining. Only puppet crafting was mentioned. But in truth, what difference was there between crafting puppets from wood and stone versus from corpses? The terminology might vary, but the essence was the same. From this, it was evident that the 100 Refinements sect did not particularly concern itself with the distinctions between the righteous and demonic paths. The pinnacle technique for the Golden Core stage, the Yin Thunder Evil technique, requires 3,000 sect contributions. It's you. A case of literary theft. This tale is not rightfully on Amazon. If you see it, report the violation. Chujuan flipped through the tome, nodding in satisfaction. This Yin Thunder Evil technique pursued a path of bold strikes and grand gestures. Once mastered, it rendered one fearless against the heavenly thunder, a favorite among many demonic cultivators. Yet, if one were to cultivate this technique by absorbing ordinary thunder spiritual chi, progress would be excruciatingly slow. It demanded the absorption of Yin Thunder to hasten cultivation. Additionally, this technique necessitated the prior mastery of a foundation establishment stage technique, the 5 Thunder technique or the Mysterious Demise technique. Naturally, this posed no issue for Chujuan. With his prior experience cultivating the Blood Evil Demon refining scripture, mastering another foundation establishment stage technique was trivial. As for the Yin Thunder, it could only be formed through the combination of Yin Evil Chi and Thunder Spiritual Chi, a process fraught with difficulties. However, for Chujuan, it was merely a matter of exerting some effort. Once the formation was established, the Yin Thunder would roll forth in an instant, a mighty deluge of Yin Chi for his use alone, unclaimable by others. As Chu Zhuan was about to depart from the scripture pavilion, he encountered someone ascending the stairs. It was Yuan Zichu. Upon seeing Chu Zhuan, Yuan could not help but smile awkwardly. He vividly remembered how Chu Zhuan had shattered his formidable defenses with a single punch. Fellow Taoist he, what a fortunate encounter. He greeted with a forced smile. Congratulations on Black Dragon Mountain's grand victory in the recent sect-wide disciple competition. Yuan's Thousand Hammer Peak, recently established, had few disciples. In this competition, they had indeed ranked first alas, from the bottom. Chu Zhuan nodded slightly, then brushed past him. Yuan Zichu, a clever man, rarely left Thousand Hammer Peak, making it challenging for Chu Zhuan to eliminate him covertly. Over time, Chu Zhuan had grown indifferent to him. From the corner of his eye, Yuan noticed the Yin Thunder Evil technique in Chu Zhuan's hand and was visibly taken aback. The technique was notoriously difficult to master, only advancing rapidly with the aid of Yin Thunder. Fellow Taoist he. Yuan coughed lightly, I know of a cavern underground that harbors Yin Thunder, which might aid your cultivation. However, there resides a powerful golden core stage demonic beast, necessitating our collaboration. Chu Zhuan smiled, no need. I am not fond of taking risks, nor do I relish conflict. Confused, Yuan watched as Chu Zhuan walked away without hesitation. How could a cultivator not embrace risks for the sake of fierce advancement? This Heliang was truly peculiar. After leaving the scripture pavilion, Chu Zhuan headed to the treasure pavilion. With over 10,000 sect contributions to his name, purchasing was a simple matter. After selecting some treasures, he quickly made his exit. Form the array. Chu Zhuan stood firm within the array. With a sweep of his consciousness, 72 array flags descended one by one, ultimately interconnecting to form an intricate and arcane pattern. This was the Grand Thunder Transformation Array. A mid-grade golden core formation that Chu Zhuan had exchanged for 400 contribution points from the 100 Refinement Sect's treasure pavilion. The array was designed to absorb the thunder spiritual chi from heaven and earth and gather it within the formation. However, Blue Star was a planet scarce in spiritual chi. Even if one harnessed all their power to absorb the natural spiritual chi, after a decade or so, it would barely fill a small spiritual stone. Thus, Chu Zhuan decided to reverse its intended use, transforming the Grand Thunder Transformation Array into the Reverse Thunder Transformation Array. This modification allowed the array to expel the thunder spiritual chi accumulated inside, feeding it back into the external environment. After setting up this Reverse Thunder Transformation Array, Chu Zhuan slapped his storage bag, and 3 head-sized crystals were thrown into the array. These crystals were heavenly thunder crystals. Either formed coincidentally when natural lightning struck the earth or crafted by nascent soul stage cultivators who dared to harvest heavenly thunder and infuse it with spiritual chi. Due to their rarity, a head-sized heavenly thunder crystal could cost up to 20,000 small spiritual stones, equivalent to 200 contributions. Chu Zhuan, however, was not concerned about the expense given his ample contributions. As soon as the 3 heavenly thunder crystals entered the array, they were immediately absorbed by the Reverse Thunder Transformation Array, transforming into pure thunder spiritual chi that flowed into the soul-capturing evil and nurturing array. This thunder spiritual chi continuously collided and annihilated with the Yin evil chi, eventually merging into one. Observing from the side, Chu Zhuan quickly deduced that roughly 3 strands of thunder spiritual chi were needed to merge with 10 strands of Yin evil chi to form a single mass of Yin thunder. Let it take its time, no one is competing with me for this. I'll return in a month, and by then, this place will surely have accumulated a substantial amount of Yin thunder. With a satisfied smile, Chu Zhuan then vanished in a flash, disappearing from sight. Chapter 151, The Kingdom of Lulin. The Heaven-Burning Sect and 100 Refinements Sect had temporarily ceased hostilities, dispatching a vast number of cultivators to cast a net of heaven and earth, all to find Shangtanju and Shangxingchen. However, the Nether Dell Sect's Ghost Palace was located within the Heaven-Burning Sect's territory. In this regard, the Heaven-Burning Sect clearly held some advantages. The 100 Refinements Sect had attempted multiple times to infiltrate the Ghost Palace to uncover its secrets, only to be repelled each time by the Heaven-Burning Sect's Golden Core cultivators. In the southern wildness of the cultivation world, a month blinked by, while on Blue Star, 10 months had already passed. When Chu Zhuan returned to the array in Two Dragon City, he was startled to find the ground covered with Yin thunder, each emitting an aura capable of annihilating everything. The wandering souls within the grand array dared not approach, fearing that a mere touch of the Yin thunder would reduce them to ashes. Chu Zhuan's face lit up with joy as he quickly brought out a large water jar and collected the Yin thunder one by one. If placed within a storage bag, the Yin thunder would obliterate all his treasures to dust. Hence, they must be contained in a vessel. This large jar had been crafted by a refiner from the 100 Refinements sect. Its contents were not water but rather a paste of colored glaze. The entire jar was completely non-conductive, allowing the safe storage of yin thunder. "Now I can begin my cultivation," he exclaimed. "I have long coveted the spells of the yin thunder evil technique." Chu Xuan smiled. The yin thunder evil technique comprised 9 levels, each corresponding to the 9 levels of the golden core. Chu Xuan placed special emphasis on mastering the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 9th levels of the technique: Yin Thunder Seed, Yin Thunder Ghost Hand, Fierce Thunder Finger, and Yin Evil Thunder Shadow. The Yin Thunder Seed involved condensing Yin Thunder into pellets, stored indefinitely within the Danshan. In battle, hundreds of Yin Thunder Seeds could explode forth, and even the strongest golden core would fall. The Yin Thunder Ghost Hand, similar in power to the Blood Evil Demon Claw, was a formidable control spell. The Fierce Thunder Finger, an attack spell, offered low consumption and high speed. Once unleashed, the endless barrage left enemies powerless to resist. The Yin Evil Thunder Shadow, formed from the soul and Yin Thunder, approximately matched 60% of the caster's strength. Typically concealed within shadows, it harbored a soul fragment, allowing it to combat foes autonomously. Chu Xuan had set his sights on the Yin Thunder evil technique, particularly for the spell known as the Yin Thunder Seed. Other cultivators, limited by their resources, could not amass a significant number of these seeds. But Chu Xuan was different. With the reverse thunder transformation array and the soul-capturing evil and nurturing array at his disposal, Yin Thunder was limitless. As long as he stored enough Yin Thunder seeds in his Danshan, he could even slay nascent souls. As for the other spells recorded in the Yin Thunder evil technique, some were of little practical use, merely auxiliary spells without offensive or defensive capabilities. The only thing I need to do now is cultivate as quickly as possible. The preliminary technique, Mysterious Demise technique, has been mastered, and there are no further obstacles. Stolen content alert: this content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Chu Xuan felt exhilarated. 10 months had been more than sufficient for him to master this foundational cultivation technique. Let's begin. As Chu Xuan absorbed the Yin Thunder, he accelerated his practice of the Yin Thunder evil technique. With his ultimate level Thunder spiritual root and relentless perseverance, it took him only 2 months to grasp the basics of the technique and master the Yin Thunder Seed. From that day on, his Danshan housed numerous thumb-sized purple-black thunderballs. The number of Yin Thunder Seeds grew daily. After cultivating the Yin Thunder evil technique up to the 5th level in one go, Chu Xuan's Danshan contained over 1,000 Yin Thunder Seeds. It's done. Chu Xuan was overjoyed. 1,000 Yin Thunder Seeds, if released all at once, could even kill a 9th level Golden Core cultivator on the spot. Even against a 1st level nascent soul, he might be able to seize the chance to escape. If he had 10,000 Yin Thunder Seeds, even a nascent soul might pale in fear and turn to flee. Let's go to the southern wilderness. With a sigh, Chu Xuan ceased his cultivation and departed immediately. Beneath the boundless desert lay a massive ancient battlefield. This site was once the ancient kingdom of Lulan, ruled by a nascent soul cultivator, the king of Lulan. The Blazing Flame sect coveted Lulan's mineral resources and mobilized en masse, reaching the gates of Lulan's royal city within a month. The nascent soul ancestor of the Blazing Flame sect personally took action, intending to capture the king of Lulan and assimilate him into his soul fire. In his dying moments, the king of Lulan sacrificed the corpses of all Lulan's cultivators and mortals, triggering a terrifying explosion of corpses. The nascent soul ancestor of the Blazing Flame sect was severely injured, with only his nascent soul escaping, while the rest of the golden cores perished on the spot. After this battle, the Blazing Flame sect was left weakened and was subsequently dismantled by other sects. Ultimately, the Heaven Burning sect emerged victorious, unifying the territory and becoming the sole hegemon of Yu country. However, the kingdom of Lulan had become a haunted ancient battlefield, home to lingering spirits and fierce ghosts. Few cultivators dared approach it. Even demonic cultivators, though bold and cautious, only skirted the edges and never ventured deep. The Heaven Burning sect had initially stationed cultivators around the Lulan ancient battlefield to prevent demonic cultivators from sneaking in. But now, in their quest to find Shang Tanju and Shang Xingchen, too many cultivators had been reassigned. Only 2 old Foundation establishment cultivators remained to guard the place, both of whom were nearing the end of their lives and hardly took their duties seriously, frequently rushing home to instruct their descendants. The site's defenses had long been virtually non-existent. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Lulan ancient battlefield, a figure sat cross-legged, his body seemingly a black hole. All the resentful spirits and fierce ghosts on the battlefield were irresistibly drawn towards him. They desperately tried to flee, but were quickly crushed by the aura emanating from his body and assimilated as nourishment into his form. The lingering spirit of the king of Lulan had been crushed and absorbed by this man upon his arrival at the battlefield. Above his head, a golden core spun lazily, completely covered in frost and studded with sharp spikes, lending it an especially sinister appearance. He had been sitting there for an unknown length of time. At a certain moment, cracks began to appear on the surface of the golden core, spreading like a spider web until they completely enveloped it. With a crisp crack, the golden core shattered. From within, a small figure emitting a faint glow leapt out. Nascent soul, achieved. The man exhaled a breath of turbid air. The faint light of the nascent soul illuminated his face, revealing a cold and ruthless visage, starkly different from the appearance of the nascent soul, which looked even more brutal and unrestrained, radiating an air of tyranny as if he were the supreme being between heaven and earth. This face belonged to Han Lian, but the soul within was that of Shang Danju. The nascent soul naturally resembled the true face of Shang Danju. The majestic aura of the nascent soul surged forth, threatening to sweep across all directions, powerful enough to resonate for thousands of miles and cause cultivators everywhere to bow in reverence. Shang Danju stared at this sweeping, invisible aura and coldly commanded, "Come back." The invisible fluctuations halted abruptly, then swiftly rolled back at high speed, quickly returning inside Shang Danju. Not a trace of the nascent soul's aura leaked out. "Shang Xingqian, my brother, I have stepped onto the path of the nascent soul. Do not disappoint me." Shang Danju raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the void towards the central continent. Chapter 152, The Remnant of the Nether Dao Sect. Three Peaks Mountain. This mountain range lay within the former dominion of the mystical Sound Palace. Compared to other areas, the spiritual chi here was sparse. At the foot of the mountain, there were only some mortal hunters who made their living by hunting wild beasts. It was precisely because of this that it was chosen as the meeting place by the hidden mountain gathering. When Chu Zhuan arrived, he found that not everyone had gathered yet. Two were missing. Ji and Yidong still maintained his handsome, youthful appearance, flirtatiously exchanging glances with the voluptuous female cultivator known as Snowgrease from last time. Black Chess patiently waited for an hour before saying, "Flying Fish and Rainstorm, these two fellow Taoists have not arrived. Let's not wait any longer, we'll start the gathering now." Their absence could mean many things. Perhaps they were at a critical point in their cultivation and couldn't make it, or maybe they were seriously injured or even dead. Chu Zhuan didn't care. This transaction was as uninteresting as the last. The truly useful treasures were beyond his means, his spirit stones were insufficient to purchase them. Most of the items were useful to others but useless to Chu Zhuan. When it was Chu Zhuan's turn, he presented three types of poison: chi-binding dust, chi-wounding smoke, and soul-numbing incense. Chi-binding dust had been brought out before. Chi-wounding smoke was a byproduct Chu Zhuan had inadvertently created while researching a poison that would contaminate spiritual chi and harm golden cores. This substance was formless, with only a faint scent. Once inhaled, it increased the spiritual chi consumption with each circulation. The more one circulated their chi, the more it consumed, silently depleting an opponent's spiritual chi without them noticing. Soul-numbing incense was another type of poison. Also invisible, it had a rich and potent fragrance. After inhalation, it could numb the soul, significantly reducing the sensitivity with which one could control their magic treasures, thereby providing an advantage in combat. The moment these three poisons were introduced, they caught the attention of the other golden core cultivators. "Heartless, I want a bottle of the soul-numbing incense," Ji and Yitong immediately declared. Black Chess, Sky Stone, and others also arranged private transactions with Chu Zhuan. Chu Zhuan nodded slightly. This would certainly boost his coffers. Watching the treasures being traded, which he could neither afford nor seize, felt rather frustrating. "Information about Shang Danju's whereabouts," stated the middle-aged cultivator known by the code name Deep Sea calmly. All eyes turned sharply towards him. Both the Heaven-Burning Sect and the 100 Refinements Sect, under the orders of their respective nascent soul ancestors, were searching for Shang Danju and Shang Xingqian. Of course, the majority of cultivators were unaware of their true objectives. Likely, only the dozen participants at the Hidden Mountain Gathering knew about the bounty and rewards offered by the Feather Transformation Heaven Palace. "This piece of information is valuable. I want 5,000 small spiritual stones." Deep Sea raised a finger. "Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation." "I'm listening." Black Chess immediately threw a low-grade storage bag towards him. "I want to hear it too." "I'm listening as well." In the blink of an eye, everyone had thrown 5,000 small spiritual stones towards him. Deep Sea then continued, "Between you country and you country, in the boundless desert, there's an ancient battlefield of Lulan. Just a few days ago, the malevolent energy of resentment at the site dissipated, and the lingering spirit of the king of Lulan vanished without a trace. The heaven-burning sect has already sent people to investigate and found traces of the cultivation of the nether reverse immortal art. Chu Juan listened thoughtfully. The nether reverse immortal art was clearly a technique from the nether Dao sect. This meant that a cultivator from the nether Dao sect had recently been practicing there. This was significant news. It could be either Shang Tanju or Shang Xingchen, though it was also possible that it was a diversion meant to mislead the heaven-burning sect. Such tactics had been used before and were not unheard of, even within the territory of the 100 Refinements sect. Chu Juan had heard such stories more than once from Song Junji and Qian Tang. After Deep Sea finished sharing his information, the trade continued. When it was Whitewater's turn, he smiled lightly. Information I know where a remnant of the Nether Dao sect is. By tracking the techniques they cultivate, we can find Shang Tanju hidden in the southern wilderness. This statement piqued the interest of all the cultivators present. Compared to Deep Sea's information, Whitewater's was evidently more useful. Deep Sea merely indicated that someone had practiced in the ancient battlefield of Lulin, likely from the Nether Dao sect. However, Whitewater's information could potentially lead directly to Shang Tanju. Starting bid is 30,000 small spiritual stones. Whitewater said with a smile. This news was clearly unique, not to be shared like other pieces of information. The attending cultivators immediately began to bid. I bid 32,000 small spiritual stones, declared Flying Fish sternly. 33,000. Ji and Yi Tong, who went by the alias Righteous, also joined in. I bid 35,000. Snow Grease raised a bid. 40,000 small spiritual stones. Let's not fight over this, everyone. Black Chest chuckled. Chu Juan also made a symbolic bid, but he had no intention of securing the information. It was merely a casual addition on his part. He still believed that a genius who had escaped a deadly catastrophe 500 years ago would not be easy to find. Trying to locate Shang Tanju through such means would likely provoke his retaliation, which could be fatal. Eventually, the information was acquired by Deep Sea for 51,000 small spiritual stones. Black Chess, I'm leaving first. Deep Sea said in a deep voice. Of course, fellow Taoist, please go ahead. Black Chess replied with a smile. Having spent such a considerable sum on the information, Deep Sea was naturally eager to leave rather than waste more time here. Chu Juan watched his departing figure, contemplative. He had some guesses about Deep Sea's identity. It was very likely that he was a cultivator from the heaven-burning sect. The information Deep Sea had previously shared seemed to support this conjecture. After Deep Sea's departure, the trading session became much duller. The cultivators seemed distracted. Not long afterward, the Golden Core gathering officially ended, and all the Golden Core cultivators dispersed. Chu Juan didn't delay. After making several detours to shake off any potential followers and disposing of his disguise, he returned to Black Dragon Mountain. In Wu Province, Yun Family Village. This small mountain village comprised only 20 to 30 households. The villagers lived a simple life. They worked from sunrise to sunset, day after day, year after year. There was a famous doctor in the village, whom everyone called Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang and his family had moved to Yun Family Village at some unspecified time. It seemed that since their arrival, the number of snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the vicinity had markedly decreased. 60 years had passed since Dr. Zhang, who had moved here, had died of illness. His son, however, had inherited his medical skills and had earned himself the reputation of being the young Dr. Zhang. On this day, life in Yun Family Village continued as peacefully as ever. A villager who had been bitten by a poisonous insect came to the young Dr. Jiang's house seeking treatment. A beautiful woman with a slightly protruding belly came out and smiled. Ah, it's uncle from next door. Please wait a moment, my husband is preparing some medicine. As soon as she finished speaking, a middle-aged man came out. He frowned and said, an insect bite is a serious matter, it must be treated immediately. How can we delay? Please follow me. Chapter 153, The Might of Shang Tanju. The elderly villager with dark, aged skin staggered, nearly falling. However, the young Dr. Zhang was quick to react, swiftly steadying him. The intense explosion engulfed the house and the surrounding 3 or 4 buildings in fierce flames. Boom. The horrific blast swept through the area, scattering debris and splinters everywhere. The nearby villagers were stunned. Buzz. At that moment, an immensely powerful presence descended from the sky, pressing down on everyone like a great mountain. The villagers looked towards the horizon and were astonished to see 4 figures standing on beams of light, hovering in midair. Immortals. We did not know immortals were visiting, forgive us for not greeting you from afar. The villagers were utterly terrified and immediately fell to their knees in worship. However, the 4 figures remained silent, their gazes fixed on the chaotic ruins left by the explosion. I've hidden here for 60 years, wanting nothing more than to live as a mortal. Why? Why must you come to find me? You killed my wife. You killed my child. A voice emerged from the ruins. Debris, bricks, and wooden beams were blasted away by a surge of spiritual chi. Dr. Zhang stood unharmed amid the destruction, his eyes cold and filled with deep resentment as he looked up at the 4 golden core cultivators from the Heaven-Burning sect. The leader of the Heaven-Burning sect golden core cultivators, however, did not respond to his accusations but instead spoke on his own accord. Moming, a golden core cultivator of the Nether Dao sect, a close aide of the overlord Shangdanju. After the collapse of the Nether Dao sect, he vanished. That fireburn insect just now also contained a rot soul insect, specifically designed to counteract the technique you practice. Your strength has already been greatly diminished. After finishing his statement, he calmly said, Moming, come with us. Whoosh! The 4 figures moved at once, closing in rapidly. Although Moming was powerful, he was outnumbered. In the blink of an eye, he was subdued by the 4. Who told you I was here? Who told you the weakness of my technique? Moming, covered in blood, roared like a maddened beast. The 4 golden core cultivators remained silent. A talisman struck Moming, silencing him as he sank into a forced calm. In the blink of an eye, the 4 figures vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the chaos of Yun family village. Whitewater River. This great river, majestic and vast, originated in Yan country, grew in strength through Yu country, and finally surged eastward into the vast ocean. Stolen content warning, this tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. Many years ago, during a succession crisis in Yu country, the ruler of Yan country attempted to annex it. The then Grand General of Yu country chose to fight halfway across the Whitewater River. A brutal melee ensued. Ultimately, Yan country was repelled, and Yu country was also severely weakened. Both sides left hundreds of thousands of corpses along the Whitewater River and withdrew. Since then, the Whitewater River battlefield was born. Perhaps due to the dense malevolent energy, the waters flowing past this site also carried an intense chill. At this moment, a figure sat meditating at the center of the Whitewater River battlefield. The rolling river flowed swiftly beneath him. He floated above the water, undisturbed, the calm belying the storm within. He was Shangdanju. He had been waiting for a long time again. Heaven-Burning sect must have captured Moming by now. I'll wait here. I hope they don't take too long and waste my time. Shangdanju remained composed. 3 days later, layered figures appeared on the horizon. An overwhelming aura descended from the sky as if to erase the entire battlefield from existence. They have finally arrived. Shangdanju opened his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them. An elderly man with graying temples and a hunched figure had appeared before him at some unknown moment. Shangdanju, it really is your aura. The old man said calmly. Old dog, you're still alive, that's great. Shangdanju smiled. Shentu Jin's eyes darkened instantly. Old dog. It had been many years since he had heard such a derogatory term. Except for Shangdanju, no one dared to address him that way. Nearby, 5 golden core cultivators from the Heaven-Burning sect hovered in midair. Hearing Shangdanju's voice, their pupils shrank. Such aggressiveness. So this was Shangdanju, the overlord? Ignorant child, I shall teach you how to respect your elders. Shentu Jin growled, his hand striking downwards fiercely. A gigantic hand, some 5 zangs in height and of a dull yellow hue, rose from the ground, aiming to grasp Shangdanju. 500 years have passed, and you are still weak. Shangdanju sneered. With a fierce stomp, the rushing river water instantly froze. The gigantic earthen hand was also covered in frost. Before it could even reach Shangdanju, it burst violently into pieces, dissipating into spiritual chi. Shentu Jin's eyes widened slightly. He sensed something amiss. His attack, although not at full strength, had possessed 50% of his power. How could Shangdanju so easily break it? Could it be? Shentu Jin bellowed and conjured a small tower, his magic treasure. Earth Spirit Tower, slay him. The magic treasure swelled in size upon catching the wind, quickly growing to over 30 feet tall as it loomed over Shangdanju. A mere top-grade magic treasure. Shangdanju scoffed. He watched the descending Earth Spirit Tower and hurled a powerful punch at it. With a loud bang, the tower shattered into pieces. Shentu Jin spat out a mouthful of blood, his shock profound. Your physical cultivation level. He pointed a finger, and his life-bound magic treasure immediately flew out to protect him. But he realized that Shangdanju's figure had already disappeared from its original spot. Suddenly, screams echoed from behind him. Shentu Jin whirled around to see that the 5 golden core cultivators had exploded into 5 clouds of blood mist twinkling with golden threads. The blood mist condensed, eventually forming a pill of flowing blood and golden light, which Shangdanju swallowed in one gulp. 5 golden cores, not too shabby. Shang Danju's complexion glowed with a flush of vitality. He turned to Shentu Jin with a cold smile. "Old dog, I have long coveted your nascent soul." Shentu Jin felt a chill crawl up his scalp. He realized it now. Shang Danju had ascended to the nascent soul realm. He had grossly underestimated his opponent's level. His mind raced with this revelation, quickly coming to the conclusion that he had likely fallen into Shang Danju's trap. This was not a case of the lion fighting the rabbit but rather the predator feigning a pig to devour the tiger. Without a second thought, Shentu Jin employed an escape technique, turning to flee. In his early days when he first entered the Golden Core realm, Shang Danju was already formidable enough to make all other Golden Cores in his sect cower. Now, as a nascent soul, he could easily grind even a well-known nascent soul cultivator like him into the dirt. Shang Danju's fearless talent was something Shentu Jin, once a nascent soul ancestor of the Nether Dao sect, knew better than anyone else. Thinking of running? Too late. Shang Danju's chilling voice suddenly rang out from behind. Before Shentu Jin could react, he shockingly found that his heart had already been pierced through by a powerful hand. Chapter 154, 100 Refinements Sect declares submission in an instant. Shentu Jin was terrified out of his wits. Without hesitation, his nascent soul left his body, abandoning the physical form and fleeing towards the distance. The nascent soul had many marvelous uses, with one of the most important being the ability to teleport by consuming its essence, reaching any location within the span of the spiritual sense in an instant. Waiting for your nascent soul to leave the body was exactly what I planned. Shang Danju sneered ominously. In the next moment, he teleported directly in front of Shentu Jin's nascent soul. The nascent soul, still concerned about what was behind, did not notice the large hand already reaching for it. "Ah!" The nascent soul cried out in agony. Shang Danju grasped it fiercely, casually kneading it before tossing it into his mouth. The cultivation methods of the Nether Dao sect emphasized ruthlessness and dominance. Golden cores and nascent souls were consumed directly, no additional processing needed. Such raw consumption was considered the best in terms of nutritional value. After swallowing Shentu Jin's nascent soul, Shang Danju casually scooped up Shentu Jin's remains along with his storage bag and then headed straight for the heaven-burning sect's main gates. Black Dragon Mountain. The elder, Jian Yitong, personally visited to deliver significant news to Chu Zhuan. Fellow Taoist, he, the nascent soul ancestor of the heaven-burning sect, Shentu Jin, has perished, and his sect was bloodily purged by Shang Danju alone. From top to bottom, not a single one was spared. It was too tragic. Jian Yitong trembled as he spoke. Truly, the title of Overlord was well deserved. What a ferocious man. The headquarters of the heaven-burning sect, which included 3 Golden Core cultivators, over 80 Foundation Establishment cultivators, and more than 1,000 Qi refining disciples, were all turned into blood mist and devoured by Shang Danju. Only those Golden Core elders and their disciples who had established their own dwellings outside were spared. Chu Zhuan listened, clicking his tongue in amazement at the sheer brutality of it all. The Nether Dao sect's methods were indeed tyrannical. They didn't use any cauldrons or alchemical apparatus, instead, they directly refined people into blood pills and soul pills for consumption. No wonder the sect was once feared by many smaller sects. When the sect fell, it was these smaller sects that kicked them while they were down and fanned the flames. Jian Yitong sighed lightly, that Shang Danju will likely make his way to our 100 Refinements sect next. If that truly happens, how shall we respond, fellow Taoist he? Chu Zhuan responded with righteous fervor, I, He Liang, have received great kindness from the 100 Refinements sect. Naturally, I cannot abandon the sect. In life, I am a person of the 100 Refinements sect. In death, I will be its ghost. Jian Yitong smacked his lips and said, all right, fellow Taoist he, I understand. I'll be taking my leave now. Chu Zhuan watched Jian Yitong depart, a smile crossing his face. This old man was a cunning sort, very clear-headed. Just as I expected, that Shang Danju is no easy adversary. He mused. A well-known nascent soul ancestor was slain by him, and the heaven-burning sect was obliterated overnight. Shang Danju is definitely a nascent soul cultivator, not to be trifled with. If he doesn't come looking for me, all the better. But if he does, then it's time to flee. If you stumble upon this tale on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. The concepts of sect loyalty or deep master-disciple bonds never existed in Chu Zhuan's dictionary. He felt no psychological burden about it, ready to flee at a moment's notice. With treasures like the blood mirror to preserve his life, survival was his utmost priority. If worse came to worst, he could seclude himself in the Blue Star to cultivate for decades or even a century to reach the nascent soul realm. Then, returning to the cultivation world, he'd rise again as a formidable force. As for the disciples at Black Dragon Mountain, they could scatter to the winds when the time came. Still, he could wait a bit. Even if he had to flee, he'd need to gather necessary resources first. A few days later, Chujuan received unexpected news that even he found surprising. The 100 Refinements sect had actually submitted to Shangdanju. This news, issued by a nascent soul ancestor of the 100 Refinements sect, reached every Golden Core Elder's token. Upon receiving this news, Chujuan's first reaction wasn't joy but concern. This meant that the entire 100 Refinements sect was now tied to Shangdanju's chariot. Sooner or later, Feather Transformation Heaven Palace, the absolute dominator of the Mystic Azure Star, would learn of this, and then the 100 Refinements sect would have to face their towering wrath. However, until Feather Transformation Heaven Palace makes a move, we are safe for now. Chujuan considered. With Heaven Burning Sect destroyed, there's still one thing I can do. Remembering an old man, he immediately activated his Imperial Sky Mirror, soaring southward. Beneath the banner of the Heaven Burning Sect were two branches of the Huang family. One, burgeoning with golden cores, was a bona fide golden core lineage. The other had only sporadically produced golden cores, and for several centuries now, had not seen a new one, relegating them to a mere foundation establishment family. There was scant interaction between the two Huang clans. Yet, the founders from centuries ago were two brothers. Chujuan had hesitated to strike immediately, wary of this connection. Eliminating this foundation establishment family could likely provoke inquiries from the Golden Core lineage. Should such scrutiny trace back to him, the costs would outweigh the gains. Now, with the Heaven Burning Sect no more, all the cultivating families were thrown into utter disarray. The time had come to fulfill the vows once made. Moments later, at the Huang residence, corpse puppets roared and blood bees buzzed. The grounds were strewn with the slaughtered scions of the Huang family. Huangyan stood amidst the crowd, his rage of decades finally erupting. With corpse puppets bolstering his assault, he carved a path of carnage, unstoppable. You harmed my grandson. You deserve to die. My grandson was a prodigy. He was destined to become a great foundation establishment cultivator. You damnable members of the direct line. Huangyan bellowed, his sword descending. The direct descendant of the Huang family before him was cleaved into a mound of flesh. Uncle. I am not of the direct line, I am also from a collateral branch. Spare my life. Spare my life, please. The young man by his side was utterly terrified, retreating continuously. But the fire in Huangyan's eyes did not wane. You are of the collateral branch, but you are a dog of the direct line. I have thoroughly investigated, my grandson was harmed abroad, and it was you who added fuel to the flames. You envied his talent. You deserve death even more. The sword fell, and blood sprayed wildly. Chujuan stood aloft, taking in everything below. Huangyan was universally acknowledged as an honest, simple man. Diligent, earnest, and meticulous in all his endeavors. But such a man, once provoked, could wreak disastrous consequences. Moments later, Huangyan returned to Chujuan's side. His emotions had stabilized, only his hand still trembled. Huangyan began to laugh. His smile was complex, tinged with resignation and resentment, profoundly intricate. Master, your servant's wish has been fulfilled. If you no longer have need of me, I shall take poison and end my remaining days. Huangyan spoke with deep respect. Chujuan's gaze drifted into the distance, deep in thought. Huangyan's life or death hung on his decision. Yet, such a loyal servant as Huangyan had become a rarity. He was quite useful. Chujuan had no desire to dispose of him so hastily. He flicked his finger lightly. A mid-grade storage bag fell into Huangyan's hands. The contents are now yours. Though you are too old to build your foundation normally, you could do so through demonic means. When I need you again, I will appear. With that, Chujuan vanished. Clutching the storage bag, Huangyan's hands trembled uncontrollably. He kowtowed on the spot, solemnly saying, Master's grace, your servant will never forget for as long as I live. Chapter 155, Plan of Shangtanju? Chujuan was laden with treasures aplenty. As for the treasures needed for foundation building, they were even more numerous. He did not mind bestowing some items he no longer needed to Huangyan. Given Huangyan's disposition, stepping into the foundation establishment stage might well bring some surprises. Of course, if he failed to advance, it would matter little. It would merely be a move in passing. Contented, Chujuan swiftly departed. At the 100 Refinements sect, atop original Dao Peak, Shangtanju stood at the summit, gazing northward. A step behind him, an elderly crone with wispy hair and wrinkled skin stood respectfully. This crone was the nascent soul ancestor of the 100 Refinements sect, Miao Zai. Miao Zai whispered, Young master, it is too soon for you to act. Every 10 years, the Feather Transformation Palace communicates with all nascent soul cultivators of the Eastern, Western, Northern, and Southern territories through the Heavenly Patrol Mirror. With the current efforts to locate you and the second young master, these exchanges will undoubtedly become more frequent. The death of Shentu Jinwil sooner or later came to the attention of the Feather Transformation Palace. Shang Danju did not respond immediately but said calmly, "Elder Miao, are you afraid?" Miao Zai smiled, "My life, young master, was one you dug out from a pile of corpses. If you demand it now, it is yours." Shang Danju spoke evenly, "Elder Miao, in 3 years, the extraterritorial battlefield will open." Miao Zai was startled, then as if struck by a thought, a brilliant light sparked in his eyes. To be ranked among the 5th-level cultivation sects, one must have a cultivator at the deity transformation stage. The Heavenly Tao Immortal Alliance grants such sects the right to enter the extraterritorial battlefield. Additionally, contributing extremely rare treasures can also earn one the privilege to enter. The extraterritorial battlefield opens every 500 years, and each opening requires a large number of golden core and nascent soul cultivators to clear the field. The benefits of the extraterritorial battlefield are numerous, foremost being the plethora of cultivators' corpses, followed by fragments of magical treasures, and various ancient and lost techniques and scriptures. Chu Zhuan positioned himself comfortably, flipping through an aged tome. Following the destruction of the Heaven-Burning sect, their library had been plundered by lesser sects and rogue cultivators. Chu Zhuan had arranged for Song Junji and Qi Tang to acquire many books. Such a major sect indeed held many secrets, even unknown to Chu Zhuan. For instance, this extraterritorial battlefield, scarcely known among Golden Core cultivators. After all, it opens once every 500 years. And the lifespan of a Golden Core cultivator also spans merely 500 years. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Nonetheless, the existence of the extraterritorial battlefield is no taboo. It's simply that its knowledge is not widespread, known but to a few. I wonder what kind of place it truly is. Should the opportunity arise, it might be worth exploring," mused Chu Zhuan. Primarily, he wished to witness different landscapes, having no interest in the corpses of cultivators. 2 months blinked by, unusually tranquil. In the abrupt demise of the Heaven-Burning sect, vast vacuums emerged within the Yu Kingdom. Lesser sects were nearly at each other's throats. Under such circumstances, the 100 Refinements sect showed no intention of moving south. It seemed they were waiting for something. During this period, the Hidden Mountain Gathering organized another Golden Core assembly. Chu Zhuan attended once again. He noticed the absence of Deep Sea. But there were 2 new members. This meeting was rich with intelligence. Not just about the 100 Refinements sect and Heaven-Burning sects, but also about Myriad Islands Lake. The power distribution and general situation of Myriad Islands Lake were clarified to Chu Zhuan. That day, Yuan Zichu, who seldom made personal visits, came calling. His arrival surprised Chu Zhuan. Since that time when all his defenses were crushed by a single punch, there had been little contact between them. Why the sudden visit? Once Yuan Zichu and Chu Zhuan were seated, he immediately inquired, "Fellow Taoist He, are you aware of the stirrings at Myriad Islands Lake to the north?" Chu Zhuan shook his head. "What stirrings?" "I keep to myself and am uninformed." Myriad Islands Lake, vast in area, was home to various powers. One of the largest is the Alliance of 26 Islands. This power was located at the southernmost part of Myriad Islands Lake, often interacting with the 100 Refinements sect. The 100 Refinements sect, with its vast resources, had established a treasure ship market at the lake's edge. Through this market, the sect exchanged goods with the cultivators of Myriad Islands Lake. The profits were substantial. To say the Alliance of 26 Islands did not covet this would be impossible. However, the strength of the 100 Refinements sect always surpassed that of the Alliance, and the latter dared not provoke any incidents. Yuan Zichu clenched his fists. "The Alliance of 26 Islands covets our 100 Refinements sect's treasure ship market, covertly instigating rogues to disrupt the market. The market's profits have greatly diminished over the past 2 years. Our sect showed some forbearance, only to be met with their increasing audacity. Just 3 days ago, 2 of our sect's stewards were killed. Intolerable is an understatement. The sect has called upon the Golden Core elders to go and guard the treasure ship market." Yuan Zichu declared somberly, "I have volunteered to go there and suppress the audacity of those Myriad Islands Lake cultivators." Chu Zhuan nodded, "With such resolve, fellow Taoist Yuan, the sect master will surely be gratified." Yuan Zichu earnestly said, "I know fellow Taoist He, that you are powerful. Why not join me? With your cultivation level, you could certainly turn those Myriad Islands Lake cultivators on their heads. The contributions to the sect would be substantial, would they not?" Chu Zhuan frowned. "I've said before, I do not delight in strife or bloodshed. Why involve me in such matters? Let this be the last time you seek me for such endeavors. Qi Tang, show the guest out." With a sweep of his sleeve, he turned and left. Qi Tang, who had been standing in the hall, quickly approached. "Elder Yuan, this way, please. Yuan Zichu's expression was one of astonishment. He had thought Chu Zhuan's previous refusals were mere formalities. He hadn't expected him to actually mean it. Fellow Taoist you. Ah. How could you miss such an opportunity? Yuan Zichu shook his head and left, his sleeves fluttering. He had long regarded Chu Zhuan as a person of note, intent on forming an alliance in this manner. Last time was the same. And so was this time. Both attempts were rebuffed by Chu Zhuan. There was nothing to be done but to find someone else. Chu Zhuan merely scoffed. Though the alliance of 26 islands had nascent sole ancestor just like the 100 Refinements sect, the alliance, comprising 26 large islands and nearly 100 smaller ones, was often issuing multiple orders, creating chaos. They were completely disorganized. How could such a fragmented force dare to oppose the well-disciplined 100 Refinements sect? The so-called rogue cultivators disrupting the treasure ship market was likely a drama orchestrated by the 100 Refinements sect themselves. This scheme was probably led by Shang Danju. Chu Zhuan could not fathom the overlord's motives. But he wanted no part in such a play. At first glance, it seemed like an easy job. But who knew what those two nascent soul-old monsters from the 100 Refinements sect were thinking? If they needed a few lives to ignite a war, they wouldn't care whose lives were sacrificed. Yuan Zichu, oh Yuan Zichu. I hope you survive. Chu Zhuan was indifferent to it all. In a blink, he returned to Blue Star, continuing his cultivation of the Yin Thunder Evil technique. Chapter 156, Leave Again Blue Star. Chu Zhuan continued to sit in meditation, cultivating. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Time swiftly passed by. Chu Zhuan never cared much about the passing of time. Here, 10 years might pass, and only a year would elapse on Mystic Azure Star. His internal energy surged. In the blink of an eye, he broke through another layer. He stepped into the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. The 7th level of Golden Core, belonging to the latter stages, signified immensely strong capabilities. He could easily eliminate cultivators in the middle stages of Golden Core. The number of Yin Thunder seeds in my Danshan has also reached over 2,000, not bad, not bad. Chu Zhuan stood up, a smile spreading across his face. At that moment, Long rushed in from outside the formation, babbling rapidly. Chu Zhuan was surprised. What did you say? The parasitic seeds sense the scent of Genec and are now battling a foreign power? Interesting, let's go have a look. Moments later, he returned to the farm. Chu Zhuan placed his hand on the zombie matriarch's head. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he easily saw through the zombie matriarch to the scene where the parasite child was. The parasite seeds were inhabiting a group of giant apes. These apes were as tall as a building, with thick skins and flesh. The herds of giant apes charged forward. Wherever they went, the defensive lines formed by superhumans were easily torn apart. Only tanks and artillery could inflict damage on them. However, the apes were both intelligent and agile. Upon spotting tanks and artillery, they quickly maneuvered around or dispersed their formation. And swiftly dismantled those heavy weapons. An entire strike force composed of 3rd and 4th level superhumans couldn't delay this group of giant apes. The Harsha dynasty? Chu Zhuan noted the appearance and skin color of those superhumans, slightly surprised. The Harsha dynasty was a major nation located south of the Han country. Vast, towering mountain ranges separated the two nations. Unexpectedly, the parasite seeds had drifted across the ocean to that location. They had successfully landed, infested a group of giant apes, and directed them to attack the superhumans of the Harsha dynasty. The superhumans of the Harsha dynasty were truly inept. They had no heart for battle and their morale was extremely low. Once casualties occurred, they fled in droves. Chu Zhuan estimated that perhaps 1/3 of the casualties were caused by the Harsha dynasty's own superhumans. Good, let your children do their best. If they can bring back fragments of the Genec cube, I'll reward you with 3 large blood pearls. Chu Zhuan smiled. Immediately, the zombie matriarch's eyes widened, nodding vigorously. The spiritual chi on Blue Star was scarce. Even consuming large blood pearls, zombies couldn't experience a rapid rise in cultivation levels like demonic cultivators, they could only increase their Genec levels. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. Both the zombie matriarch and the zombie empress had now reached the 8th level, only a step away from the 9th. Just as Chu Zhuan was about to leave, the zombie empress started to roar. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he understood why the zombie empress was agitated. Its dispatched corpse boats had also detected the scent of Genec cubes. However, the signal was very faint. And it was constantly moving. One moment it was in the southern seas, and the next, it had moved to the northern lands. Very peculiar. Let your children continue to track it. Ideally, they should bring back fragments of the Genec cube on their own. What? You plan to build a new batch of corpse boats with built-in attack capabilities. Sure, that's completely fine. Chujuan nodded with a smile. He stroked his chin, thoughtful. The appearance of 2 fragments of Genik cubes at once. It seemed that the completion of a full Genik cube was indeed imminent. Chujuan was very confident in the capabilities of the corpse boats and the parasite child. He was also confident in the initiative of the zombie empress and zombie matriarch. Motivated by the promise of large blood pearls, they would surely go all out to bring him the fragments of the Genik cubes. All he had to do was wait. The thunder crystals are almost used up. I need to buy some more. I've been cultivating on Sea Blue for 5 years, which equates to just 5 months on Mystic Azure Star. It's been quite some time. There should also be news from the Alliance of 26 Islands by now. With a flicker, Chujuan returned to Mystic Azure Realm. Black Dragon Mountain. Chujuan had only returned for a few days when Song Junji and Qi Tang brought him news. Master, our 100 Refinement Sect and the 26 Islands Alliance have come to blows. It is said that the 26 Islands Alliance has overstepped its bounds, actually slaughtering an entire small market town of ours and assassinating 2 golden core cultivators. Upon hearing this news, Chujuan could not help but laugh. He had guessed right after all. It was truly a self-directed play. He wondered who the 2 sacrifices had been. Casually, Chujuan asked, who were the 2 golden cores who died? Song Junji recalled for a moment, one surnamed Liu, the other Bei, both unknown to us. Chujuan felt a twinge of sentiment. It seemed Yuan Zichu had not died. That was a relief. Had Yuan Zichu died, his possessions would have fallen into others' hands. What a waste that would have been. Qi Tang chuckled slyly. Our sect is now calling upon cultivators to head to the Myriad Islands Lake, to deliver a crushing blow to the 26 Islands Alliance. Both of them possessed numerous demonic techniques and could be considered demonic cultivators. The 2 were exceedingly astute. Having been with Chujuan for so long, they had learned much. At first, they had been unaware. But now they had more or less figured out that those 2 unfortunate souls were probably just sacrifices for igniting the war. The 100 Refinement Sect wanted to annex the 26 Islands Alliance, using this incident merely as a moral pretext. To swallow your territory, kill your people, seize your treasures, and still stand on the moral high ground to criticize you. It was indeed a devastating act of heart and soul. Do you want to go? Chujuan asked with a smile. Song Junji and Qi Tang immediately shook their heads. No, we'll just stay here in our little plot of land at Black Dragon Mountain. They were very clear in their minds. Chujuan would never let them leave. Chujuan chuckled. That's right, indulging in constant conflict is far from the righteous path. Although you cannot cultivate virtue, staying out of disputes is certainly wise. Song Junji and Qi Tang nodded in agreement, murmuring, yes, Master is correct. On Mystic Azure Star, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. The 100 Refinement Sect, united and powerful, quickly subdued the disorganized 26 Islands Alliance. Their nascent soul ancestor suffered a devastating defeat against the nascent soul ancestor of the 100 Refinement Sect. He had no choice but to submit. After conquering the 26 Islands Alliance, the 100 Refinement Sect continued northward, advancing against other major forces around Myriad Islands Lake. Shang Tanju never appeared directly. But Miao Zai's strength was formidable, unmatched by any nascent soul cultivator of the same realm. The territory of the 100 Refinement Sect grew increasingly vast. However, Chujuan felt that disaster was likely looming for the 100 Refinement Sect. Before the Feathered Ascension Palace could direct its wrath towards the 100 Refinement Sect, it was time for him to withdraw. What? You're going to Myriad Islands Lake for a mission? Fellow Taoist He, I thought you disliked conflict, so why the sudden interest in Myriad Islands Lake? Jian Yitong was quite surprised upon hearing Chujuan's plans. Chujuan smiled. I've been at Black Dragon Mountain for too long, tired of the same scenery. I wish to see other places. Jian Yitong sighed deeply. Well then, go ahead, I will look after your Black Dragon Mountain. Chujuan lowered his voice. That's no grease, she's actually an old crone, her beauty faded. Be wary. Jian Yitong's pupils suddenly contracted, his mouth agape as he stared at Chujuan, unable to speak for a long while. Chapter 157, Myriad Islands Lake. The Imperial Sky Mirror, initially offered willingly by Yuan Zichu, was a mid-grade flying magic treasure. Its speed far surpassed the Green Shadow Shuttle, the top-grade flying magic tool Chujuan had previously used, boasting a travel speed of 500 li in a single hour. From the southernmost to the northernmost tip of Yan country spanned a full 120,000 li. Even with hurried travel, Chujuan would need an entire day. However, he did not plan to rush at maximum speed. Rather leisurely was his approach. He was not truly going to Myriad Islands Lake to fight on behalf of the 100 Refinement Sect. He was merely seeking a geomantically blessed place to lay low for a while. Although the forces at Myriad Islands Lake were mixed and varied, compared to Yan Country, which had been under the long-time management of the 100 Refinement sect, it was certainly much safer. Even if the wrath of the Feather Transformation Heaven Palace were to pour down, it would not fall upon the heads of the cultivators at Myriad Islands Lake. Moreover, as victims, the cultivators might even receive favorable treatment from the Feather Transformation Heaven Palace. 120,000 li. Chujuan leisurely flew, taking nearly 2 days to arrive. Is that Myriad Islands Lake? Indeed, it is a vast inland sea. Chujuan gazed into the distance, already able to see a vast expanse of azure water. Above the water, the air was rich with moisture, and countless islands were scattered like stars strewn across the night sky. In the blink of an eye, Chujuan's figure flashed past, landing atop one of the southernmost tower ships of Myriad Islands Lake. The tower ship, moored at the shore, was surrounded by a dense array of houses and shacks. This cluster of tower ships formed the treasure ship market, the largest trading market established by the 100 Refinement sect in this area. As for the surrounding houses and shacks, they were the residences of low-level cultivators eking out a living. Most of them were chi refining cultivators. Any cultivator who had reached the foundation establishment stage would not choose to live in such filthy and chaotic shack areas. At the very least, they would own a tower ship, residing in the tower ship district around the treasure ship market. Chujuan glanced over the shacks but did not look further. In every world, there are those who live at the bottom. Even those exalted as immortals in the eyes of mortals are just low-level cultivators like these chi-refining ones. Chujuan shook his head and approached the periphery of the treasure ship market's formation. People had already noticed the streak of light in the sky. With a flick of his wrist, the Golden Core Elder's token flew out immediately. The treasure ship market was stirred into action. Moments later, a Golden Core cultivator and 4 Foundation establishment cultivators came together. May I know which fellow Taoist has graced us with their presence? Yuan Zichu greeted them with a bow and a smile, only to stiffen when he saw a familiar face. Unlawfully taken from Royal Road, this story should be reported if seen on Amazon. You said you disliked conflict and would not come. Why have you appeared again? Oh, men. How quickly their faces change. How is it, fellow Taoist Yuan, are you not welcoming me here? Chujuan said with a smile. Yuan Zichu shook his head vigorously. Not at all, fellow Taoist he, please come in. The 4 Foundation establishment cultivators exchanged glances, none daring to speak further. Yuan Zichu was exceptionally talented, blessed by the heavens, and advanced rapidly in his cultivation, loyal and true. He was highly valued by the sect leader. There were 4 Golden Core Elders in the treasure ship market, and the other 3 held Yuan Zichu in high regard. However, in the presence of this new Golden Core Elder, Yuan Zichu unusually showed a hint of reverence. Could this person's strength surpass even Elder Yuan? The largest tower ship in the treasure ship market was a 4-story structure named Treasure Ship Number, the true hub of trading activities. However, this treasure ship number was too noisy and bustling with people. Golden Core cultivators naturally would not reside there. There were several large tower ships floating outside the market specifically prepared as aquatic abodes for Golden Core cultivators. However, as Chujuan was new to the area, he did not yet have such an aquatic abode. Thus, Yuan Zichu invited Chujuan aboard the Listening Rain number. This tower ship was specially used by the treasure ship market to welcome guests. The 2 settled in, and the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators promptly excused themselves. Soon after, a graceful female cultivator stepped forward, presenting them with spiritual tea. Yuan Zichu smiled. This tea is called Fragrant Snow White, sweet and refreshing. A tale of fragrant Snow White costs 1,000 small spiritual stones. Chujuan immediately shook his head. Although the tea was freshly brewed before him, the tea leaves had not been inspected, and the source of the water was unknown. He chose not to drink. Yuan Zichu, a perceptive man, recognized Chujuan's caution. He simply slapped his storage bag and took out 3 small paper packets. Here are 3 tales of fragrant Snow White that I bought for fellow Taoist Zhu as a gift. I have some extra, so I'll give it to fellow Taoist he. After a brief scan with his spiritual sense and detecting nothing amiss, Chujuan accepted it with a smile. How could he refuse a gift offered so willingly? After some pleasantries, Chujuan had a good understanding of the current situation at the treasure ship market. Including the newly arrived Chujuan, there were 5 Golden Core cultivators in the market. Yuan Zichu and Shu Yucha were the regulars, while the other 3 were leading cultivators in attacks against other forces around Myriad Islands Lake, like the Dragonfish sect based on Dragonfish Island and the Curio alliance formed by several cultivator families. As they spoke, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside. Yuan Zichu seemed to recognize the noise and immediately stood up. It must be fellow Taoist Zhu. The next moment, A stunning woman in a lake blue gown stepped through the doorway. Her slender waist and commanding presence, combined with her porcelain skin, made her an unparalleled beauty. Chu Zhuan glanced at Yuan Zichu and understood the convoluted connections. Yuan Zichu had spoken of coming to Myriad Island's lake to serve the sect, and Chu Zhuan had thought he would be on the front lines. Instead, he was stationed at the treasure ship market. Now Chu Zhuan saw the reason Yuan Zichu was here for Zhu Yuchao. But that was normal. A graceful lady is a worthy companion. Cultivators, not entirely devoid of desires, naturally could be ensnared by affection. Chu Zhuan was different. He simply thought that Zhu Yuchao was too slender, hardly having enough flesh on her. Surely, who in the others would not favor such a meal? What a pity, indeed. Fellow Taoist Yuan. Zhu Yuchao nodded lightly, her smile gentle. Yuan Zichu responded with an embarrassed chuckle. Noticing Chu Zhuan's gaze, Zhu Yuchao felt a sense of oddity. His look was unlike most. It wasn't as if he saw her as a person. Rather, she felt regarded more like a piece of ambulatory meat. Almost instinctively, she categorized Chu Zhuan as someone best kept at a distance. Yuan Zichu promptly introduced, fellow Taoist Zhu, this is He Liang of Black Dragon Mountain, a fellow Taoist. He has come to the treasure ship market specifically in response to the sect's call. Hearing this name, Zhu Yuchao paused, then exclaimed in surprise, you are the one from Black Dragon Mountain, that Black Heart fellow Taoist he? The internal strife of Black Dragon Mountain was well known within the 100 Refinement sect. It would have been hard for her not to know of it. She had also heard about the Golden Core Elder from Black Dragon Mountain's harsh treatment of his disciples, which she had found quite cruel at the time. She had not expected to meet the man himself today. Chu Zhuan's smile was ambiguous. Indeed, fellow Taoist Zhu, you've heard of my nickname? Blackheart. I actually find it rather fitting. Chapter 158. I had sparred with him before. Our strengths equally matched. Zhu Yuchao swallowed nervously. Just from the look in his eyes earlier, she instinctively felt that he was not the right sort to get close to. Now knowing his identity, she wanted nothing more than to distance herself as far as possible from the infamous Blackheart Elder. Hearing Chu Zhuan's comment, Zhu Yuchao managed an awkward smile. That's just careless talk among the disciples. Please, fellow Taoist he, pay it no mind. Yuan Zichu coughed lightly, turning to Chu Zhuan. This is fellow Taoist Zhu Yuchao, a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator, and one of our sect's foremost array masters in the Golden Core stage. Chu Zhuan raised an eyebrow. An array master? That was rare. Array, pill, and talisman among them, array crafting was the most difficult to master, and its practitioners held in the highest esteem. The 100 Refinement sect would surely treat Zhu Yuchao like a treasure. Why then was she at Myriad Island's lake? However, recalling that the 100 Refinement sect was now under the control of Shang Danju, Chu Zhuan dismissed his scattered thoughts. What the Overlord was thinking, he had no idea. The current actions of the 100 Refinement sect could not be judged by the normal standards of a sect. After brief introductions and pleasantries, Zhu Yuchao politely said, fellow Taoist he, as per tradition, the treasure ship market will construct a waterborne cave abode for you to reside in. Of course, you are also free to choose any island as your dwelling. Chu Zhuan waved his hand. No need to trouble yourselves, I'll just pick an island to stay on temporarily. I don't plan to reside in a cave abode for long. I am here to serve the sect and to severely check the arrogance of the Myriad Islands Lake cultivators. Whether the cultivators of Myriad Islands Lake were indeed arrogant, he did not know. But the behavior of 100 Refinement sect's cultivators, beating others and then scolding them for arrogance, was certainly haughty. As for the waterborne cave abode, he truly did not want it. If it wasn't built under his supervision, how could he accept it? Who knew if there were any traps? It was best to establish his own cave abode. In any case, he wouldn't stay long. He'd find an opportunity and slip away to Blue Star soon enough. Seeing Chu Zhuan's decision, Zhu Yuchao breathed a sigh of relief. As an array master, she was responsible for overseeing the construction of all the waterborne cave abodes for the Golden Core cultivators. His refusal naturally meant less work for her. Yuan Zichu then fetched a storage bag and handed it to Chu Zhuan. Fellow Taoist he, this contains the sect's rewards. Yuan Zichu said, handing over a storage bag. If fellow Taoist he eliminates Golden Core cultivators from the Dragonfish sect or the Curio Alliance, additional rewards will be granted upon reporting back to the sect. Chu Zhuan nodded, accepting the bag, then casually inquired, regarding the location for establishing a cave abode, do either of you have any recommendations? Zhu Yuchao thought for a moment. I know that about 1,500 li to the northeast, there is a Peach Blossom Island with a third-tier spirit vein. The Peach Blossom sect there has already been eradicated by fellow Taoist Yuan. Unauthorized duplication, this tale has been taken without consent. Report sightings. I'm not too familiar with other areas. She added. Yuan Zichu took over the conversation. To the northwest, 4,000 li away, lies Azure Spirit Island, which also houses a third-tier spirit vein, though of slightly inferior quality. Directly to the north, 5,000 li away, is Flowing Clouds Island, which has two third-tier spirit veins, one of which has already been claimed by Taoist Zhao Ben. Third-tier spirit veins, abundant in spiritual qi, are most suitable for golden core cultivators. Zhu Yuchao and Yuan Zichu made no mention of the lower second and first-tier veins, which, while adequate for foundation establishment and qi refining cultivators, are too sparse to support the energy needs of golden core cultivators or serve as a foundation for arrays. Yuan Zichu straightforwardly produced a jade slip. Fellow Taoist he, this has a map I've inscribed with my spiritual sense. You can examine it closely and choose an island. Let me know once the cave abode is established. He seemed somewhat impatient. Chu Zhuan smiled, accepting the jade slip and rising to his feet. Thank you, fellow Taoist Yuan. He could tell Yuan Zichu was eager for him to leave, likely wanting more time with Zhu Yuchao. Chu Zhuan wasn't keen on lingering either. Examining a spiritual map was certainly faster than back-and-forth conversations. After Chu Zhuan departed, Zhu Yuchao whispered, "This He Liang is no easy mark." Yuan Zichu smiled slightly. Fellow Taoist, he is powerful. I've sparred with him before, and our strengths were evenly matched. Zhu Yuchao appeared surprised. Fellow Taoist Yuan, you're exceptionally talented and now a mid-stage golden core. He can match you? That's impressive. Yuan Zichu coughed a few times, his response muffled, indeed. We just need to avoid provoking him. Zhu Yuchao nodded in agreement. I definitely won't provoke him. He looks quite fierce. It seems fellow Taoist Yuan would make a much better friend. A friend, perhaps? Yuan Zichu's gaze darkened slightly. But then he brightened at the thought of potentially advancing beyond mere friendship in the future. Such a good match must not be missed. Even if Zhu Yuchao's Dao companion were to get angry, he must not back down. At dusk, Chu Zhuan arrived at Azure Spirit Island. The island was small, with a relatively inferior spirit vein, and not many mortals resided there. As for cultivable spirit fields, they were even rarer. The only noteworthy feature was a lake called Azure Fish Lake, home to some tasty spiritual fish. He had chosen this island for several reasons. Peach Blossom Island had an excellent spirit vein and a peach grove, but it was too close to the treasure ship market. Flowing Clouds Island was large, but another golden core cultivator already resided there. Other islands with third-tier spirit veins had their own minor issues. Azure Spirit Island, however, met his requirements perfectly. The quality of the spirit vein was secondary, distance from the hustle and bustle was paramount, yet not so remote as to arouse the suspicion of other golden core cultivators. Smoke was already rising on Azure Spirit Island, a sign that the mortals were preparing dinner. According to Yuan Zichu's jade slip, the island was currently guarded by 1 foundation establishment cultivator and 5 qi refining cultivators. There were also about 500 mortal households. In the wars of cultivators, unless deliberately targeted, mortals were rarely affected. All they knew was that Azure Spirit Island's former sect had been destroyed. Upon his arrival, Chu Zhuan released his golden core aura, enveloping the entire island. In the blink of an eye, 6 figures rushed out to greet him. The leader, a thin middle-aged cultivator, bowed respectfully. Tang Xiang, the 100 Refinements Sex Foundation Establishment cultivator, greets the elder. The 5 behind him followed suit, bowing respectfully, though they did not offer their names. Chu Zhuan displayed his golden core elder token. My name is He Liang. From today, Azure Spirit Island is under my control. You may stay if you wish, or leave if you prefer. He did not need extra people. Having these cultivators remain on the island was a potential risk. Tang Xiang and the others promptly responded, we wish to stay. Chu Zhuan's eyebrows rose, but then he relaxed. Perhaps the name He Liang did not carry enough deterrence. Maybe it was time for a change. Black Dragon Mountain should hold a bit more sway than He Liang. Chapter 159, Impersonating a Title and Stealing Kills. Chu Zhuan surveyed the highest peak on Azure Spirit Island and casually remarked, this peak resembles Black Dragon Mountain. In the future, it should be reshaped to look like Black Dragon Mountain. Black Dragon Mountain? Tang Xiang, who had been extremely respectful until now, shuddered uncontrollably at the name, his voice tinged with disbelief. Senior. You are the golden core ancestor from Black Dragon Mountain? The 5 qi refining cultivators behind him trembled as well. It was as if they had heard the name of something forbidden. Chu Zhuan chuckled. Yes, have you heard of me? Tang Xiang swallowed hard. We have heard of your renown. His eyes darted around as he quickly said, Senior, I misspoke earlier. I do not wish to stay here. I would like to go to the front lines to fight. Please forgive me. The qi refining cultivators nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes. We feel the same. Chujuan scoffed coldly, "You are afraid of me, aren't you?" His golden core aura burst forth. Tang Xiang and the others nearly collapsed in fright. They shrank back, not daring to utter another word. Scram! Chujuan snorted coldly. With a sweep of his sleeve, a fierce wind howled out. Tang Xiang and the others were blown about, tumbling over each other. "Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior." They cried out as they scrambled to their feet and hurried away, not wanting to stay a moment longer. The reputation of the Black Heart ancestor of Black Dragon Mountain was well known throughout the 100 Refinement sect. How could they be unaware? Initially, they had been curious about who would take possession of Azure Spirit Island. If it had been a powerful Golden Core Elder, they might have been able to mix in and perhaps reap some benefits from the war. But now, seeing that it was the Black Heart ancestor, they fled without a second thought. They feared dying at the hands of the Black Heart ancestor more than dying in battle. My title as the Black Heart ancestor of Black Dragon Mountain indeed carries some deterrent power. Chujuan mused as he watched them flee in utter disarray, a smirk playing on his lips. With a flash, he moved to the highest peak of Azure Spirit Island. This peak was where the Azure Spirit sect, a minor Foundation establishment sect that had already been annihilated by the 100 Refinement sect, used to be. Now, only ruins remained. Tang Xiang and his group had previously been stationed among these ruins. Let these ruins remain. Chujuan decided as he followed the trail of spiritual qi. Arriving at a spot where the qi was particularly dense, he selected a cliffside and began to violently smash it with his evil soul chain, quickly excavating a cave abode. The cave didn't need to be luxurious. As long as it had the essentials, it would suffice. After all, he didn't plan to stay long. Once the cave was carved out, Chujuan immediately began setting up an array. Due to the presence of a third-tier spirit vein, the array could function without the need for additional spirit stones. As long as the spirit vein existed, the array would continue to operate. This story originates from a different website. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. The array he installed was a mid-grade golden core array known as the Fierce Wind Golden Blade Array. This formation served both as a maze and a killing field. Normally, it appeared as nothing more than a mist. However, if someone attempted to forcefully enter, it would unleash fierce winds and golden blades to attack the intruder. After fully establishing the array, Chujuan sat down on a stone bed to contemplate his next moves. Vanishing abruptly wasn't ideal. It would be better to disappear during a sect mission after some time, ostensibly after encountering a powerful enemy and suffering severe injuries, ultimately leading to his mysterious disappearance. This way, as long as he performed convincingly, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. For the next few days, I'll eliminate a few minor sects to demonstrate my loyalty. Chujuan planned in his mind. Soon, the 4 golden core cultivators at the treasure ship market witnessed a Heliang who was fiercely loyal to the sect, risking his life for its cause. He dared to attack sects others feared to confront and fought golden core cultivators others hesitated to challenge. In essence, he killed those others dared to kill and even those they dared not. Before long, the moniker Black Heart Old Devil of the 100 Refinement sect began to circulate around the Myriad Islands lake. Just hearing his name made others flee in terror. That day, Chujuan flattened another sect, slaying a golden core cultivator and looking upon the ruins with a shake of his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to find the right moment to escape, the cultivators of Myriad Islands Lake were simply too weak. Even if he wanted to feign a struggle, it was impossible. He couldn't just charge at an early golden core cultivator, have his opponent cough up blood from the impact, remain completely unscathed himself, and then loudly proclaim he had been gravely injured. That would be far too implausible. Chujuan sighed lightly as he surveyed the Myriad Islands Lake. Myriad Islands Lake, is there no formidable character among you? A throng of Foundation establishment and chi refining cultivators rushed to take over the ruins he had flattened. The way these cultivators looked at Chujuan was filled with awe. To date, 6 golden core cultivators from the 100 Refinement sect had come to the treasure ship market. One unfortunate soul, overzealous for achievements, had been ambushed by 2 golden core cultivators from Myriad Islands Lake and had suffered severe injuries, forcing him to retreat to the sect. The rest had faced defeats in various forms. Yet, the one known as the Black Heart Ancestor stood undefeated, having battled and bested 4 golden core cultivators from Myriad Islands Lake, slaying 3 of them. He had single-handedly raised over a dozen large and small sects. Such a distinguished record of victories commanded respect and admiration from all within the 100 Refinement sect. However, if asked whether they wished to train under the Black Heart Ancestor, hundreds, if not thousands, would express their reluctance. Admiration was one thing, but leaping into the fire was quite another. Watching the 100 Refinement sect cultivators bustling about cleaning up the battlefield, Chujuan suddenly recalled a troubling matter. It seems someone has been using my name recently, wreaking havoc around Myriad Island's lake. This person had better not cross paths with me. Chujuan remembered instances where he had arrived only to find that the local sects had already been annihilated, the blood on the ground not yet cold. Impersonating him was one thing, but the fact that this impostor was intercepting his loot line Chujuan could not tolerate being crossed. Such a person was indeed courting death. Feast well, the more you eat, the better for your advancement. Chujuan advised as he pulled the remains of various cultivators from the tower, handing them over to Long, Gu, and Bao. During this period, he had eliminated numerous golden core cultivators from Myriad Island's lake. The number of Foundation establishment cultivators he had slain was even greater, and their remains nearly formed a small mountain within the tower. Long and Bao, having consumed the Grand Yin Mystic Evil Pills, had steadily ascended to the rank of Corpse Commanders. Who had already advanced to Corpse Commander and was now rapidly progressing, having reached the 4th level. What surprised Chujuan even more was that, after observing him a few times, Who had managed to learn a wood-based spell. Normally, corpse puppets could only use their innate spells and struggled to acquire new ones. Although the spell Who learned was merely a minor entanglement technique, this marked a significant departure from the capabilities of most corpse puppets. A corpse puppet capable of learning spells, TSK, might well become a legend among corpse puppets. Chujuan mused. The combination of a corpse puppet with a spiritual root hasn't shown any problems yet. But perhaps it's still too early to say. Continuous observation is necessary. Chujuan remained vigilant and never too relaxed about this matter. I wonder how things are going with the 100 Refinement sect. Has the Feather Transformation Heaven Palace not yet discovered Shang Tanju's appearance? Or are they too busy searching for Shang's Inchen the Ghost Dragon and haven't noticed the situation in the southern wilderness? That might be the case. Central Continent is too far from the southern wilderness, and the Transformation Heaven Palace likely only has 1 or 2 ways to directly contact the southern wilderness. Such methods of contact must be costly, certainly not something to be used frequently. Chujuan pondered thoughtfully. Chapter 160, When Demon Paths Cross, Betrayal Comes on Fierce Wind Island. 3 figures arrived one after the other. Their sects and families had been annihilated, and now they gathered on this island, where the spiritual chi was sparse, to discuss their dire situation. The bearded cultivator, Hueco, was the first to speak, his voice filled with frustration. Myriad Island's lake has reached a precarious point. The 100 Refinement's demonic cultivators are so aggressively oppressive. Do they intend to dominate the southern wilderness entirely? The elderly cultivator, named Lu Qingzong, spoke with a heavy tone. Alas! Myriad Island's lake only ever had 2 nascent soul ancestors. One has already fallen to that Miao Zai Zai and the other is still in secluded meditation. With the current state of affairs, my friends, I think we should flee. The world is vast, why hang ourselves in this noose when we can preserve our lives and roam freely? Hueco frowned. Flee. I can't bear it. I've left over 300 years of foundation here, I cannot let go. The young cultivator who had remained silent until now suddenly burst out angrily. I also want to flee, but I can't bear it. That black-heart old devil massacred my family and destroyed my sect. If I don't kill him, I'll never be at peace. His name was Yuangjing. At 49, he had condensed his golden core, making him one of the outstanding golden core cultivators in Myriad Island's lake. Recently, his family and the sect he founded, the Righteous Dao faction, had been annihilated by the black-heart old devil. Among the 3, Yuangjing had suffered the most. Hueco and Lu Qingzong glanced at him and then lowered their heads. They were older and could let go of their vendetta and flee. But Yuangjing was still strong and likely to advance to the mid or even late golden core stage. If he retreated now, he might develop a heart demon that would hinder his cultivation in the future. Lu Qingzong whispered, Brother Ruang, what do you plan to do? Before we leave, we'll help you one last time. Hueco nodded in agreement. The 3 had a close private relationship. Since Yuangjing was set on revenge, they would help as much as they could. Yuangjing suddenly looked at them. A friend passed on a demonic technique to me that can absorb golden cores to quickly enhance one's power. If you truly want to help, why not help me thoroughly and give your golden cores to me? Hueco and Lu Qingzong were shaken, instinctively feeling uneasy. Yuangjing, have you gone mad? Lu Qingzong tried to activate his defensive magic treasure subconsciously, only to find his spiritual sense and chi extremely sluggish, making it impossible to activate his defenses. Hueco immediately thought of escaping but found his legs unbearably heavy, as if they were filled with lead, unable to move. Hueco, in a fit of rage, roared, We are all cultivators of Myriad Island's lake, and yet you attack us like this. How are you any different from that black-heart old devil who destroyed your family and sect? At this moment, the sorrowful expression on Yuangjing's face vanished, replaced by a sinister sneer. My family, I killed them. My sect, I destroyed it. Sometimes I am Muangxing, sometimes, I am the Black-Heart Old Devil. Stolen content alert, this content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Yao Hu and Lu Qingzong's eyes widened in horror. They had never imagined that Muangxing could bring himself to harm his own kin to such an extent. This was ruthlessness beyond measure, actions unthinkable for a righteous cultivator. Both of you, I need your help to advance my cultivation. Muangxing declared with a cruel laugh as he lunged at Yao Hu and Lu Qingzong. Screams echoed through the chamber, soon followed by the chilling sound of greedy chewing. Moments later, Muangxing emerged from the chamber. Waiting outside was a figure cloaked in a black robe. Muangxing tossed 2 storage bags to the figure. A gnarled, purple-black hand, wrinkled and rough, reached out and swiftly grabbed the bags. Muangxing dared only to glance briefly, his eyes filled with wariness. A raspy, aged voice came from beneath the cloak. Good. According to our agreement, within 5 days, use the identity of the Black-Heart Old Devil to eliminate the Ice Point sect. Muangxing frowned. I have already alerted He Liang. Acting again so soon might draw him directly to me. The cloaked figure chuckled eerily. Are you afraid of him? You have consumed 2 golden cores, your power must have surged tremendously. He Liang is merely a body cultivator, what is there to fear? As he spoke, the cloaked figure tossed a vial to Muangxing. This poison is particularly effective against the robust vitality within a body cultivator. Biting his lip, Muangxing conceded, alright, I'll do as you say. His ability to poison Yao Hu and Lu Qingzong had been thanks to the drugs provided by the cloaked figure. He had immense trust in this person's concoctions. After Muangxing departed, the cloaked figure remained in place. Moonlight fell upon his face, revealing a ghastly visage. He Liang, hey. The figure mused. Isn't that the chi-refining disciple from the Infinite Sect? His actions and manner are very much like those of us from the demonic path. Kills and erases sects, taking all the bodies with him, undoubtedly for crafting corpse puppets. Who really is this person masquerading as He Liang? Are there transmission talismans? Chu Zhuan, having just returned from Blue Star to Mystic Azure Star, discovered 2 transmission talismans flitting about like headless flies within his formation. With a casual gesture, one of the talismans landed in his hand. As the spiritual chi stirred, a raspy voice emanated from the talisman. The Black-Heart Old Devil will appear at the Ice Point sect in 5 days. Chu Zhuan frowned. This voice was unfamiliar to him. It belonged to neither Yuan Zichu nor Zhu Yuqiao. Yet, this stranger had divulged such crucial intelligence. It seemed too significant to dismiss. To go or not to go? No. Chu Zhuan scoffed. Who could say whether this was a trap set by the cultivators of the Thousand Islands Lake? Even with his physique refined 30-layer and his golden core at the 7th level, robust beyond compare, falling into a preset killing formation could still spell his doom. Thus, he would never trust such an unreliable transmission talisman. Chu Zhuan reached out and summoned the other talisman into his hand. After infusing it with spiritual chi, the same aged, hoarse voice spoke again. You are using the name He Liang of the Infinite Sect. Who are you? Chu Zhuan was taken aback. The name He Liang was almost unknown. Even within the Infinite Sect, perhaps only those disciples who had interacted with He Liang would have some recollection of him. He had casually used this name when accepting an invitation from the 100 Refined Sect. To think it would be recognized? Chu Zhuan immediately concluded that the speaker must also be a demonic cultivator, likely one within the Infinite Sect. To approach my cave dwelling undetected, fearing not discovery. This person must have spies in the treasure ship market, and his strength is at least at the golden core stage. After much deliberation, Chu Zhuan could only guess it to be Wan Wuang. But hadn't that unfortunate master entered the ghost palace and never emerged again? Could he have found another way out? Chu Zhuan scratched his head. It seemed he had no choice but to visit the Ice Point sect. Not to mention, the impostor had dared to tarnish the reputation of the Black-Heart Old Devil. He must be eliminated. As for this old acquaintance from the Infinite Sect, Chu Zhuan smacked his lips. I must prepare thoroughly. When a demon meets a demon, a stab in the back is all too common. Chapter 161, Stop Hiding. Come out. Mystic Ice Island, the Ice Point Sect. Compared to the mighty forces of Myriad Islands Lake, such as the Dragonfish Sect and the Curio Alliance, which boast 3 or more golden core cultivators, the Ice Point Sect is merely a minor faction harboring a false core cultivator. The so-called false core represents a somewhat awkward realm. Some Foundation establishment cultivators, recognizing their mediocre aptitude or facing the twilight of their lifespan, or perhaps those grievously injured, their foundations compromised, find themselves unable to form a true golden core. In desperation, they either rely on secret techniques or the aid of a golden core cultivator to forcibly condense a false core. A false core cultivator surpasses a 9th level foundation builder by a significant margin, yet does not compare to a true golden core. Moreover, obtaining a false core does not extend one's lifespan. Most crucially, once a false core is formed, the cultivator can never hope to condense a golden core. Due to these limitations, many golden core cultivators hold false core cultivators in disdain. The Ice Point sect, led by such false core cultivators, is one such minor sect. It is said that the Ice Point sect possesses a secret technique that guarantees the formation of a false core. Any member who surpasses the age of 100 can easily condense a false core, ensuring that the sect always has more than 5 such cultivators. It is by this strength that the Ice Point sect manages to eke out an existence and stubbornly survive in Myriad Island's lake. However, now, the Ice Point sect has been reduced to ruins. All 5 false core cultivators were slain by the nefarious Black-Heart Old Devil, who harvested and consumed their false cores. As for the Foundation Establishment cultivators and chi-refining disciples, they either perished or fled. The taste of a false core really doesn't compare to a golden core, it's not pleasant at all. Uangzheng coldly snorted, ready to leave. Yet, he noticed a figure standing on the lake, 100 jong away, observing him with great interest. Uangzheng was startled. His spiritual sense had failed to detect the other's approach. Who was this person? With a light step on the lake surface, the figure rapidly approached, soon standing face to face with Uangzheng. Recognizing the man, Uangzheng's heart skipped a beat. It was indeed He Liang, the Black-Heart Old Devil. It seemed his own actions, taken under the guise of the Black-Heart Old Devil, had indeed alerted the genuine article. However, remembering the vial of poison given to him by the cloaked figure, specifically meant to harm body cultivators, Uangzheng's mind steadied somewhat. Fully aware of your moves, what do you have to compete with me? Even you, the real Black-Heart Old Devil, shall fall today. You are who, seeking death as well? Uangzheng sneered, his voice low and hoarse. Chu Zhuan responded with a light chuckle, I was merely curious to see who dared misuse my name so recklessly. Royal Road is the home of this novel. Visit there to read the original and support the author. So it was just a minor player from Myriad Island's lake. With his mastery in the art of disguise, he immediately saw through the other's facade. Beneath the guise of He Liang was another face, one Chu Zhuan had already seen through the spiritual jade slip provided by Yuan Zichu. The 100 refinements sexability together intelligence was unparalleled. The appearances, backgrounds, and signature techniques of all golden core cultivators in Myriad Island's lake, whether seasoned or newly ascended, had been thoroughly documented by the sect. Chu Zhuan instantly recognized this man as Uangzheng, the leader of the Righteous Dao sect. In that moment, he realized, the Righteous Dao sect and the Uang family had not been destroyed by him, yet the deed had been accredited to him. It appears that Uangzheng himself had orchestrated the demise of his own kin and disciples, yet laid the blame at Chu Zhuan's feet. Truly detestable. And to think, he didn't even leave the corpses of the cultivators for him. Nonsense, you deserve death. Angered, Uangzheng made his move. He charged forward, thrusting his long spear with explosive force. Chu Zhuan, surprised, noted that this man was also a body cultivator. No wonder he could replace him. The physique of a body cultivator, plump and juicy, perfect for nourishing corpse puppets. Chu Zhuan smiled and executed the fierce evil escape. In an instant, he moved from reacting to acting first, appearing right in front of Uangzheng. The fierce evil escape, a technique learned from the second level of the Yin Thunder evil technique, wasn't particularly cost-effective. But as a golden core period escape technique, it was naturally faster than any Yin evil escape from the Foundation establishment stage. For now, he would make do with this. Uangzheng caught off guard, roared lowly and swiftly changed his attack, the spear crashing down furiously. Chu Zhuan scoffed coldly. A true body cultivator needs no weapons. His own body is the mightiest weapon. With a direct punch, he shattered Uangzheng's long spear. Unabated, his fist continued its trajectory, striking squarely against Uangzheng's chest. With a crisp crack, Uangzheng's inner armor disintegrated. His defensive magic treasure dimmed instantly, whining as it was flung away. Uangzheng spurted fresh blood, hurled backward by dozens of feet. Panicked, he immediately attempted to flee. Chu Zhuan pursued relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to within 10 feet. His fist, charged with boundless power, was poised to strike. Dare to pursue me? Die then. Uangzheng's face twisted from fear to ferocity. He swung his hand fiercely, releasing a cloud of crimson poison powder that enveloped Chu Zhuan under the influence of spiritual qi. Uangzheng's bizarre laughter echoed. He had tested the potency of this poison powder before. It didn't need to be inhaled. Merely touching the skin, it would penetrate the pores and impede the circulation of blood within the body. Since body cultivators utilize blood rather than spiritual energy, once the blood flow ceased, their formidable strength would find no outlet. Then, they would be at his mercy. However, a steadfast punch tore through the crimson poison, smashing directly into Wang Zheng's ghastly face. With a squelch, his head burst like a ripe melon. Before his headless body could fall, Chu Zhuan casually tossed it into the corpse-nurturing tower. The storage bag was swiftly attached to his waist. This entire process of killing and looting was all too familiar to Chu Zhuan. A mere 20-layer body cultivator dares to impersonate me. To impersonate me is one thing, but to then perform so poorly in battle, failing to kill his opponents and even letting them escape. And this poison, utterly useless. Chu Zhuan shook his head repeatedly. When it comes to poisons, he is the true master. The moment the crimson poison was dispersed, he had already neutralized it. Arriving at the Ice Point sect, he casually gathered all the corpses into the tower. Without turning around, he suddenly spoke in a chilling tone, "Stop hiding. Come out." All was silent around him. Beneath the surface of the lake, the cloaked figure was shocked. Did he see me? Or sense my presence? Impossible. Chu Zhuan remained stationary, hands clasped behind his back. "Won't you come out? Must I make my move?" The cloaked figure clenched his teeth. Could I really have been discovered? Impossible, he must be bluffing. Chu Zhuan smirked coldly. Unsteady breath. "Found you." He struck ferociously. 300 yin thunder seeds whistled through the air, swiftly engulfing the area where the cloaked figure hid. Chapter 162, You Treacherous Disciple. Yin thunder seed is imbued with both the essence of yin evil and the force of thunder. 300 of these beads whistled through the air simultaneously, sufficient to evaporate an entire body of water into steam. In an instant, vast clouds of steam rose from the area. A muffled groan was heard. The figure cloaked in black was forced to reveal himself. Damn it! So many yin thunder seeds. He was both shocked and enraged, compelled to continuously deploy escape techniques. Weaving through the continuously exploding beads, he dodged the terrifying damage. Yet even so, the massive net woven by the explosions of the 300 yin thunder seeds was immensely formidable. He might evade one, but not the next. The cloaked figure tried desperately to dodge, ultimately forced to activate his defensive magic treasure to block the attacks. Despite his efforts, he still sustained numerous wounds. However, using the rebounding force of the yin thunder seeds, he successfully increased the distance. He burst out of the deadly net created by the interweaving yin thunder seeds. Chu Zhuan raised an eyebrow. Impressive. The simultaneous explosion of 300 yin thunder seeds could seriously injure even a late-stage golden core cultivator. Yet, this person had managed to escape with his life. Chu Zhuan stomped the ground, ready to advance and attack with full force. However, as he took a step forward, the water beneath him suddenly transformed into formidable frost. In an instant, his feet were frozen. And the frost didn't stop there, it continued to climb, aiming to encase his entire body in ice. Chu Zhuan's expression shifted slightly. He burst forth the strength from his legs, shattering the frost and hastily retreating. Yet, the frost pursued like a python, relentlessly coiling around him. Chu Zhuan frowned. Instantly, a black iron shield and a goldwood shield flew from his body, attempting to block the assault. With a crack, both shields were frozen by the frost and shattered into pieces on the spot. Using the rebounding force of the explosion, Chu Zhuan instantly escaped over 60 feet away, well beyond the reach of the frost attack. He was not sentimental about the loss. The two items were merely high-grade magic tools. Their destruction was inconsequential as long as he remained unharmed. However, he was surprised that the opponent had prearranged a formation, almost causing him to fall into a trap. It seemed he was facing a fellow cultivator. Chu Zhuan and the cloaked figure stared at each other across the distance, each displaying a wariness. The cloaked figure, eyeing the familiar black iron shield, gave a flicker of recognition. He spoke softly, "Since we're both cultivators of the demonic path, why not reveal your sect? This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings." Chu Zhuan frowned. "Nonsense, how am I a demonic cultivator? You look more like a demonic cultivator. Your entire family are demonic cultivators." The cloaked figure was irked. Both being sly as millennia-old foxes, such trivial deceits were pointless. Suppressing his anger, he pointed to the shattered remnants of the black iron shield. "That was the defensive magic tool I used back when I was a Foundation Establishment cultivator. I remember it well." Chu Zhuan scratched his head, puzzled for a moment before tentatively asking, "Master?" The cloaked figure sneered. "Master was nearly killed by you, you treacherous disciple." Chu Zhuan coughed slightly. "My master came to Myriad Islands Lake years ago in search of opportunities and vanished without a trace. I have been searching for him here for a long time, yet you suddenly appears now. How can you prove you are my master, Wan Wuing?" The cloaked figure responded coldly. "I went to the underground ruins in the Misty Mountains, to the ghost palace of the Nether Dao sect. I was the one who told you about it. Chujuan raised an eyebrow, but few who went to the ghost palace came back alive. The cloaked figure removed his cloak, revealing a grotesque and unfamiliar face. It looked abnormal, as if it were sewn together from two different people. Chujuan felt an eerie chill. The cloaked figure sighed deeply. At that time, only 3 golden core cultivators from the Divine Star sect made it out alive, and I seized the body of one of them. Chujuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Quite the revelation. Wan Wuang continued, my soul does not match this body well, which is why my face has become like this. Now you should be sure, my good disciple, Chujuan. Chujuan laughed heartily. Master, if I had recognized you without any hesitation or doubt, that would have truly belied the lessons you taught me, right? Wan Wuang snorted. That's true indeed. A stranger claiming to be a long-dead master and appearing so suddenly, if he had believed it immediately, that would have been a disservice to his years of training as a demonic cultivator. Master, let's find a new place to talk. Chujuan whispered. Agreed. Wan Wuang nodded. Moments later, they arrived at Gale Island. This island, poor in spiritual chi, rarely attracted cultivators, making it an ideal place for a heartfelt reunion. Master, I've missed you terribly. Chujuan exclaimed with great emotion. Wan Wuang waved his hand dismissively. Oh, knock it off. If you really missed me, you would have gone to the ghost palace to find me. You never went once. Chujuan spread his hands. If I died, wouldn't the legacy of the extreme Yin cave be lost? Wan Wuang was silent, observing Chujuan closely. He felt a mix of sentimentality, relief, and complexity. Now that you are also a golden core cultivator, you need not call me master anymore. My master is the 9 profound true master. Consider me as a stand-in master. From now on, call me senior brother. Chujuan was surprised. True master? This term was usually reserved for deity transformation cultivators. Was Wan Wuang's master a formidable deity transformation cultivator? After further conversation, Chujuan learned that Wan Wuang and Jiu Zhuan were not truly master and disciple. 9 Profound, a roving cultivator, had encountered Wan Wuang, then a 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator, and casually imparted a few insights that had opened Wan Wuang's mind. 9 Profound had stated that if Wan Wuang could break through to the golden core stage within 2 years, it would prove his aptitude was sufficient to join the Feather Transformation Heaven Palace in Central Continent. Unfortunately, Wan Wuang was attacked by enemies during his advancement, leading to years of recovery and missing the opportunity. If anything, Wan Wuang was more like an honorary disciple of the venerable 9 Profound True Master. At this moment, Wan Wuang was filled with a mix of emotions. He hadn't expected that his former disciple would now be a cultivator of the same rank. The two continued their conversation, sharing the events of the past years. Of course, Chujuan knew that Wan Wuang must have had his secrets to have survived the Ghost Palace, and Wan Wuang understood that Chujuan must have encountered his own unique fortunes to have reached the Golden Core realm. Much was left unsaid, as both understood each other's journeys well enough. Chujuan inquired, Senior brother, how did you end up at Myriad Islands Lake, and how did you come to collaborate with Uangzheng? Wan Wuang sighed deeply. My lifespan has greatly diminished. Now, the only way to survive is to quickly advance my cultivation and attempt to reach the nascent soul stage. I wanted to obtain the qualifications to enter the extraterritorial battlefield and seek out nascent soul spiritual items, which led me to cooperate with Uangzheng. But Uangzheng's strength was insufficient, not making him an ideal partner. I had earlier noticed that you wield demonic methods and possess formidable strength, making you a suitable partner. That's why I set up today's situation. Who would have thought? Hey! Wan Wuang's cheeks reddened slightly. He had almost been outwitted by his former disciple, nearly suffering significant harm. Such an embarrassment to admit. Chapter 163, Reincarnation Divine Church. Chujuan raised an eyebrow. The qualification to enter the extraterritorial battlefield? That sounded intriguing. He expressed his interest. Senior brother, please elaborate on how to obtain this qualification. Wan Wuang spoke gravely. In a year, the extraterritorial battlefield will open. The upper sect will distribute 1,000 tokens across various locations on Mystic Azure Star. The Feather Transformation Heaven Palace, as the overlord of Mystic Azure Star, can select cultivators to enter the battlefield without needing a token. For us loose cultivators, seizing a token allows entry. Otherwise, one must acquire rare heavenly materials and treasures that catch the upper sect to gain entry. Chujuan, puzzled, asked, what is this upper sect? Wan Wuang's eyes gleamed with aspiration. Feather Transformation Heaven Palace is a 5th-level cultivation sect controlling Mystic Azure Star. Above it is the 6th-level Reincarnation Divine Church, which governs over a dozen cultivation stars. A 6th-level cultivation sect is a colossal organization that boasts astral projection stage powerhouses. Chu Zhuan was taken aback. A 6th-level cultivation sect controlling over a dozen stars? Truly formidable. Senior brother, do you know what conditions are like on the extraterritorial battlefield? Chu Zhuan inquired further. Wan Wuang shook his head. The last time the extraterritorial battlefield was opened was 500 years ago, during the chaotic collapse of the Nether Dao sect. I have never entered, but I know it is a perilous treasure trove. The battlefield features sudden spatial rifts and void winds, ancient beasts that can destroy and devour everything. There are also corpses of nascent soul, deity transformation, and even higher realm cultivators, various ancient spiritual items, and ancient legacies. Us Golden Core cultivators qualify only for the least dangerous parts of the extraterritorial battlefield. Our task is merely to clean up the aftermath. Wan Wuang sighed deeply. In summary, it's a place of both risk and opportunity. Many cultivators want to take a chance to venture into the extraterritorial battlefield. Chu Zhuan listened intently. It truly sounded like an appealing place. As he contemplated advancing from Golden Core to the nascent soul stage, it seemed inevitable that he would need to brave the battlefield. Moreover, his path as a body cultivator had reached its limit. Given that the battlefield held many lost ancient techniques and legacies, he might find one or two suitable body cultivation methods there. Chu Zhuan pondered another aspect. Mystic Azure Star is vast, with 1,000 tokens scattered around. Isn't it like finding a needle in a haystack? Wan Wuang chuckled mischievously. Such rules have been passed down for countless millennia, and our predecessors have already summarized methods to obtain these tokens. The simplest method is to buy a token from a disciple of the Feather Transformation Heaven Palace. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Chu Zhuan, puzzled, asked, buy? Wan Wuang nodded. The upper sect grants 1,000 tokens to be distributed randomly by the Feather Transformation Heaven Palace. The higher-ups in the palace might act fairly, but the actual distribution is handled by the lower ranks. And are those disciples as fair? No. They will not act fairly. They need resources for cultivation. Such token distribution is exactly the kind of power they would leverage for personal gain. Chu Zhuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, that made sense. Deity transformation cultivators and nascent soul cultivators would hardly bother with such mundane matters, they would be focused on advancing to higher realms. Such duties would fall to lesser individuals. Any small figure with a bit of authority would inevitably think of profiting from it. This hinted at another method of obtaining a token. Sensing the change in Chu Zhuan's expression, Wan Wuang grinned wickedly. Correct, robbing Feather Transformation Heaven Palace disciples is also a way to get a token. Such an act might have been difficult in the past, but now there is an excellent opportunity. Chu Zhuan's eyes flashed. I understand. Senior brother wants to take advantage of the chaos in the Feather Transformation Heaven Palace to fish in troubled waters. Wan Wuang laughed heartily. Exactly. You must have heard about the situation with Shangdanju. Chu Zhuan nodded. Wan Wuang continued gravely. I believe Shangdanju is also eyeing the extraterritorial battlefield. Once it opens, he will surely act, stirring up the great situation on Mystic Azure Star. We can take advantage of the chaos to snatch what we want. After speaking, he sighed deeply. Shangdanju caused me to lose my physical body, reducing me to this state. I can't avenge this grudge, alas. Chu Zhuan sighed softly. Apart from expressing sympathy, there wasn't much else he could say. Wan Wuang added, with some time left before the extraterritorial battlefield opens, I need to find a place to retreat and cultivate to boost my strength. What about you? Chu Zhuan nodded. I plan to do the same. However, I need your help with something. He casually mentioned his plan. Wan Wuang listened with surprise but nodded. All right, I'll help you. A month later, Chu Zhuan arrived at the listening rain number, his brow deeply furrowed. Yuan Zichua followed closely behind, equally indignant. It's truly detestable. This person has been masquerading as fellow Taoist he, committing rampant murders. The worst part is the number of treasures he's stolen. That's utterly reprehensible. Chu Zhuan nodded solemnly, responding coolly. Fellow Taoist Yuan, you oversee the treasure ship market. All news from Myriad Islands Lake converges here. Please keep an eye out for this impostor for me. Should he surface again, I will personally intervene to erase him. Yuan Zichu nodded vigorously. Rest assured, fellow Taoist. After Chu Zhuan departed, Zhu Yuqiao appeared. She spoke with palpable relief. Fellow Taoist he being impersonated seemed extremely angry. It's my first time seeing him like this. Yuan Zichu shook his head. He's not angry about the impersonation. Zhu Yuqiao looked puzzled. Ah, then what is it? Yuan Zichu spoke quietly. He is angry because the treasures that should have been his were stolen by the counterfeit. Zhu Yuqiao was taken aback. Yuan Zichu reached out to hold Zhu Yuqiao's slender fingers. The imposter is very powerful, stronger than any of us, and he stops at nothing. Only He Liang can deal with him. Yuqiao, don't go out during this time. I'll notify the others to keep an eye out for the imposter. Zhu Yuqiao blushed slightly. Thank you, Zichu. Yuan Zichu smiled. Shall we delve deeper into the study of arrays? Should we go to your cave or mine? Zhu Yuqiao's cheeks flushed deeper. Let's go to yours. I fear my spouse might find out. All right. Yuan Zichu said, taking Zhu Yuqiao with him. Half a month later, Yuan Zichu received word that the imposter had appeared again and immediately notified Chu Zhuan. Everyone stay out of this, I want to capture that imposter alive. Doesn't he know that I always cultivate virtue? Daring to impersonate me and commit murders, ruining my reputation. Chu Zhuan roared, mounting the imperial sky mirror and vanishing in the blink of an eye, disappearing from Yuan Zichu and Zhu Yuqiao's sight. Zhu Yuqiao scoffed slightly. With his strength, he will surely defeat the imposter decisively. He just doesn't want us to share in the spoils. Yuan Zichu expressed concern. That's not necessarily true. The imposter is very powerful, even fellow Taoist Zhao Ben nearly died at his hands. Fellow Taoist he. Chapter 164, Those who cannot withstand testing are unfit as partners atop the ruins of a sect. Chu Zhuan and the imposter met, and a fierce battle ensued immediately upon their encounter. They fought from sunrise to sunset, from the eastern islands to the western ones. Ultimately, Chu Zhuan fell victim to a trap set by the imposter, stepping into a prearranged array that dealt him a severe blow. After tumbling into the lake, he completely disappeared. Yuan Zichu, Zhu Yuqiao, Zhao Ben, and other cultivators mobilized a large number of foundation establishment and chi refining cultivators to search extensively. Despite their efforts, they were unable to find Chu Zhuan's body. In the treasure ship market, a gathering of golden core cultivators displayed a range of expressions. Some were reflective, others regretful, some smug, and a few disdainful. Yuan Zichu was among those who felt regret. Even though He Liang had used some demonic techniques and had shattered his defensive measures upon their first meeting, Yuan had always felt that he was a person worth befriending. It was unfortunate that he had now likely perished at the hands of an imposter. Those who were smug or disdainful were the ones who had long envied Chu Zhuan. They felt that he had killed too many cultivators from Myriad Island's lake and stolen treasures that should have belonged to them. They harbored grievances against Chu Zhuan and were secretly pleased at the prospect of his probable death. Yuan Zichu spoke solemnly. I propose to report the disappearance of fellow Taoist and request that a new golden core fellow Taoist be sent to Myriad Island's lake. What are your thoughts? No objections. Everyone nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall report as such. Yuan Zichu affirmed. In the midst of the 100 refinements ex-golden core cultivators discussing important matters, Chu Zhuan and Wan Wuang were already toasting under the moonlight. Junior brother, that was quite a fierce performance. I almost thought you were serious. Wan Wuang commented while sipping wine and popping pills. Chu Zhuan chuckled, how else to make them believe? The imposter Ruangzheng was already dead. The current imposter was naturally Wan Wuang. The daytime battle was not only a show for Yuan Zichu and others to gauge but also for Wan Wuang to see. Chu Zhuan was testing whether Wan Wuang was genuinely cooperating with him. After all, both were cultivators of the demonic path, and a true alliance or cooperation is never truly part of a demonic cultivator's dictionary. Partners? As long as there was enough benefit, partners could always be betrayed. Chu Zhuan's cooperation with Wan Wuang was based solely on the latter's strength and their years of mentorship. He was not foolish enough to consider Wan Wuang a senior brother to depend on for life and death. Individuals like Liu Zhengke were indeed very rare. Let's drink this cup and then part ways for now. Wan Wuang smiled, raising his glass and pausing momentarily. Junior brother, why the poison, though? There really was no need for that between senior and junior brothers. Chu Zhuan also raised his glass and replied with a smile, then senior brother also had no need to put a charm in the wine. It was merely an exchange of courtesies. He added, if you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. The two looked at each other and burst out laughing. Testing each other was a constant reality. Those who couldn't withstand testing did not deserve to be partners. Taking advantage of the night, Chu Zhuan quickly escaped. He removed his disguise, reverting to his original appearance, and soon found a secluded island. After setting up a cave dwelling and arranging the arrays, he quickly returned to Blue Star. During Chu Zhuan's time in Myriad Island's lake, the situation on Blue Star had been prospering. His army of undead had swept across the continents. The destruction of the Sunzi country's government had also spread across all the lands. Amid the global dominance of Blue Star under Chu Zhuan's command, the intricate operations of his zombie and goo forces continued to escalate. The parasitic seeds, controlling giant apes, conquered the Harsha dynasty, eliminating the royal family and securing the third fragment of the Genetic Cube. Meanwhile, the zombie Empress's newly developed assault-type corpse ships penetrated the territories of the Freedom Alliance and the Arctic Army. Within a subterranean base controlled by the Freedom Alliance, they discovered the fourth fragment of the Genetic Cube. The zombie armies also unearthed that Science City was intricately connected to the Freedom Alliance. Before the Genetic revival, the Freedom Alliance had secretly sent the City Lord to the Han country to establish Science City. As for the Holy Light Theocracy, they didn't wait for the zombie army to reach their doors. Instead, they proactively submitted to Chujuan's forces, offering the fifth fragment of the Genetic Cube. Chujuan lounged on a plush velvet recliner, intrigued by the nearly complete Genetic Cube. Even though Blue Star was almost unified, the final piece of the cube was still missing. Chujuan had dispersed his zombie armies globally to watch for any signs of the last fragment. The idle Genetic Cube rapidly facilitated the growth of flesh and blood, although, unfortunately, Chujuan no longer had a use for body cultivation techniques. On the other hand, the blood beehives produced vast quantities of blood honey, bulking up the bees to nearly the size of half a fist. Under the massive infusion of blood honey, the queen bee's realm soared, advancing into the rank of a third-stage goo. Besides the worker bees, soldier bees, and venom bees, a new type of bee was unlocked, the fire bee. Similar to the venom bee, which has a venom sac for storing toxins, the fire bee possesses a unique flame sac that stores fire, which can be expelled when necessary. For Chujuan, the venom bees and fire bees were much more useful than the soldier bees. The former could store various poisons he concocted, and the latter could even hold the corpse-refining blood fire. In battle, dispersing venom and fire bees could potentially have a surprising effect. It's a pity that the corpse-refining blood fire has not yet advanced to spawn the blood evil yin fire. Chujuan mused. Perhaps it's not burning enough. He signaled the zombie matriarch and zombie empress to ramp up production. The wild zombies outside had grown wiser, and ultrasonic calls no longer lured the higher intelligence zombies. Fortunately, Chujuan still had the zombie matriarch and zombie empress, who were akin to living zombie production factories. Increasing production merely required more large blood pearls, allowing for a self-sustaining cycle of production and combustion. On the secluded isle of Myriad Islands Lake, a diminutive nascent soul cultivator fled in terror. He cried out, his voice both fierce and desperate, "Shang Danju! Dare to slay me, and the feather transformation heaven palace will soon be upon you. Your end is nigh. If you spare my life, we can both step back and perhaps..." But Shang Danju, relentless in pursuit, paid no heed to his plea. A mass of dark chi transformed into a gargantuan maw that eclipsed the sky, devouring the fleeing nascent soul in one fell swoop. Chewing thoughtfully a few times, Shang Danju swallowed contentedly. Another nascent soul consumed, and now I've reached the mid-nascent soul stage. Even the feather transformation heaven palace, obtuse as they are, must realize by now that the burning heaven sect is no more. They will make their move. The extraterritorial battlefield is about to open. Mystic Azure Star shall soon be thrown into turmoil. Shang Danju laughed heartily,